Hi again, everybody. This is Del Burnett of AFRTS Sports in Washington. Today, it's the fifth and final game of the National League playoffs at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio, between the Pittsburgh Pirates and Cincinnati Reds. We'll be joining Reds broadcasters Al Michaels and Joe Nuxall for today's game, already in progress in just a moment. This broadcast is authorized on the rights granted by the Pittsburgh Pirates and Cincinnati Reds solely for the entertainment of the AFRTS listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Pirates and Reds is prohibited. Rain delayed the game for an hour and a half. They're underway now. It's the top of the second with Pittsburgh at bat. No score. Let's go to Cincinnati and Reds broadcaster Al Michaels.
Less than a foot. Third break for the Reds as Hebner tees off. That's a double for sure and may score a run if it caroms the wrong way for Geronimo. Simply a strike and the count is 1-1. Best ball Hebner's hit in the series. It is still very, very overcast here in Cincinnati, but those are not rain clouds above us. Broken pattern for the first time today, so the forecast says no more rain. One and one the count. Gullit set a checker first. Back he comes. Up high, ball 2. 2-1. On deck, Dave Cash. Cincinnati nothing, Pittsburgh nothing in the second inning. Manny Sanguin at first base and nobody out. Gullit at the belt. Here's a 2-1 pitch on the way. Hebner, it's a line drive. This time it's there into the right field corner for a base hit. Geronimo cuts it off. Hebner is digging for 2, and the throw is not in time. Gets by Cheney and gets by Menke, and a run will score. And Hebner breaks for third, and he's in there. So the Reds, a defensive lapse as Morgan went out to cut the ball off, and it got by Cheney and Menke, and rolls to the fence as the Pirates take a 1-0 lead. We'll see how they scored. It should be a double for Hebner and then an error, and we'll see who they give it to. Cash is the batter. Runner at third and nobody out. Cash, a right-hand batter. Infield plays in. No run batted in on the play. Cash takes low and outside. Ball 1. 1-0. So the Pirates draw first blood. It's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Richie Hebner at third base. And nobody out. Gullit ready. Back he comes. 1-0. Cash hits a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. And Hebner scores. It's 2-0 Pittsburgh. And the Reds will get busy in the bullpen. Pedro Bourbon will start to throw. So the Pirates on top. Johnny Bench going to the mound to talk with Gullit as Gene Alley comes up. 3 straight hits, a single by Sanguin, a double by Hebner to right, a single by Cash, and the Pirates are on top with Gene Alley getting set to bat. Tommy Hall also starts to throw in the Reds bullpen. Hall a left-hander and Bourbon a right-hander. Larry Shepard, the Reds pitching coach, will now visit the mound. Gene Alley, the batter when play resumes, 0 for 12 in this series. So Gullit, a good first inning, and now he's getting rocked in the second inning. The other day he got rocked in the first and then settled down. And oftentimes, as Nux has mentioned time and again this year, Don's problem overthrowing the ball, and perhaps that's what Jeff is talking to him about right now.
Al, I'm real sure this is exactly what Larry Shepard, the pitching coach, is talking to Don about. He, again, seems to be, as you say, overthrowing the baseball instead of relaxing and let it go. And I thought the first inning, everything was all right, but all of a sudden here, Sanguin hit a good pitch on him. The line drive to left, but these last 2 hits have been right there for him to hit.
Shepard back in the dugout. Gene Alley, the batter, hit .248 during the year. 3 homers, 36 runs batted in. Cash Cash away to his lead at first. The stretch by Gullett, and the pitch to Alley is over for a strike. It's 0-1. This is the first time in the series that the Pirates have had the lead off the bat. Strike one pitch on the way is swung on, hit in the air to left center field. Colin is over and back to make the catch, one away. So Alley flies to center. He is now 0 for 13 in the series, and up comes Steve Blass, who hit 183 during the year.
Al, it appears right now they're just sitting on his fastball. They're just saying, well, I know he's going to throw it. I'm going to sit here and wait till he throws it up to 2 strikes.
As a hitter the other day, 0 for 3, but it took a great catch by Rose to rob him of a hit in Pittsburgh in Game 1. Gullett to the plate, and Blass bunts foul, 0-1. On deck is Rennie Stennett. Pittsburgh 2, Cincinnati nothing in the second inning. Dave Cash at first base, and 1 out. Hall and Bourbon in the bullpen. Menke ready to charge in from third. Perez at first. The outfield around toward right. Strike one pitch. Blass bunts foul again in the count 0-2. So Blass out of the box to check with third base coach Frank Osiak. Now Steve waiting. Gullett checks with bench. Don is set, and the strike 2 pitch. Blass takes high around the bunt, letting it go by, and the count is 1-2. A single by Sandian, a double by Hebner, and an error charged to Cheney on the same play, producing 1 run. A single by Cash the second. Blass bunts foul, strike 3. So Steve strikes out, fires his bat back toward the dugout, and is 2 away. Second strikeout for Gullett. 2 down in the second inning, and up comes Rennie Stennett, who flied to right in the first inning. During the regular season, these two clubs met 12 times, with the Reds winning 8 out of 12. The Reds won 4 of 6 here at Riverfront Stadium. Rennie Stennett takes in the dirt. The ball bounces high off the plate to the backstop, and Cash goes to second. Takes the turn there and holds as bench retrieves. A wild pitch charged to Gullett. So Blass is unable to sacrifice, but Don Gullett throws the first pitch to the next batter, Stennett away, and so the Pirates in the same situation as if Blass had been successful. Runner at second, 2 down, 1-0 the count. Gullett getting some dirt out of his spikes, some mud. The mound, of course, covered during the delay, but it's still moist. It's taken some rain today. Gullett has to do some scraping. Now the left-hander looks in, takes the sign. Cash off to his lead at second. The stretch. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. He reaches out and fouls it away. Out of play, 1-1. Sparky Anderson has said that any pitcher is available to work today except Ross Grimsley, who went yesterday, and Gary Nolan, who pitched Monday. Gullett ready. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. In the dirt and blocked by Bench. A save of a wild pitch by Johnny, and the count is 2-1. Oliver on deck. Gullett ready. Here's a 2-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded sharply to Menke. Stays with it at third. Straightens up, throws him out to retire the side. Stennett hit a bullet on one hop, but right to Menke, and the Pirates go down in the second. They get 2 runs. Both are earned. 3 hits. There was 1 error. 1 runner left on. At the end of an inning and a half, Pittsburgh 2, Cincinnati nothing.
Since we joined the game in progress, let's go back over what you missed. The first inning at Cincinnati. The game began 1 hour and 28 minutes after its scheduled 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time starting time, with a very light drizzle still falling. Stennett led off, flat out to Geronimo in right field. Oliver was called on strikes. Clemente singled up the middle, and Stargell popped to Perez at first base to end the first inning. For Pittsburgh, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. In the home first, Pete Rose led off, grounded out, Cash to Stargell. Joe Morgan second up, flat out to Oliver on the warning track. And then Dave Cash threw out Tolan. So for the home first for the Reds, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And as you heard in the top of the second, Pittsburgh came up with 2 runs on 3 hits and 1 error. That's where we are right now, the middle of the second, with Pittsburgh out in front, 2-0. And this, of course, this game decides the National League champion to face either Detroit or Oakland, as the Tigers won dramatically. We'll talk more about that later, 4-3 today in Oakland.
Bottom of the second inning. Pittsburgh leading 2-0. The Reds will send up Johnny Bench, Tony Perez, and Dennis Menke. Bench is 4 for 14 in this series. Johnny hit 270, led the majors in homers with 40, and in runs batted in with 125. Outfield deep, well around toward last. Steve Blass to the plate with a slow curve for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Blass, a big motion, a quick motion, and his change off that motion is very effective. The next pitch, a blooper ball, swung on and popped up in the air, right side of the infield. Stargell is waiting and calling, and makes the catch, 1 away. We've seen Blass do it. We saw him do it in New York. Not quite an Ephus pitch, but sort of a balloon ball. Throws it up in the air and entices the batter, and Bench, fighting at it, pops out.
Well, Al, of course, any change-up or off-speed pitch, the motion is just as important to the speed of the pitch. He has good motion.
Tony Perez, the batter, fouls the first pitch back to the screen, and the count 0-1. Perez in this series is 3 for 16. Tony, during the year, hit 283 with 21 home runs, 90 runs batted in. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count is 0-2. On deck, Dennis Menke. Pirates 2, Reds nothing. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the second. Blass with a sign, and the strike 2 pitch to Perez is just off the plate outside. Ball 1. 1-2. The Reds coaches, Alex Grammas at third, George Scherger coaching at first. Blass heaves a sigh, looks in and takes a sign from Sanguin. The right-hander is ready, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. Perez takes low, ball 2, 2-2. In Blass's game on Saturday, when he won, he pitched 8 1/3 innings, allowed 1 earned run, 8 hits, walked 4, and struck out 1. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Perez, taken just off the plate outside. They check it first, and nope, it's a ball, according to the umpire, Kibler. Full count. Perez tried to hold up in time and just barely did. So a full count, 3-2 on Perez. Menke waiting on deck. The wind by Blass, and the pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him on a fastball. Blass gets his first strikeout. 2 down. Steve has set down the first 5 men he has faced, and the batter is Dennis Menke. Menke is 3 for 13 in this series. Denny hit 235 this year, 9 home runs, 50 runs batted in. The wide by Blass, and the pitch to Menke is hit foul off to the right, back out of play, 0-1. Blass ready to work again. Strike 1 pitch on the way. Fastball fouled back again, 0-2. Geronimo waiting on deck. 2-0 Pirates. 2 out, bases empty. Bottom of the second. Blass ready, and a strike 2 pitch on the way is outside. A slider misses. Ball 1. 1-2. Steve from Canaan, Connecticut. The line of the 1-2 pitch on the way is outside. Slider missing. Ball 2. 2-2. Blass working with 3 days rest. During the season, he mainly worked with 4 days rest. Steve, 30 years old, 6-footer, weighs 170. The right-hander winds, and the 2-2 to Menke is outside. Ball 3. So Blass goes to his second full count. 3-2 on Denny. Blass to his motion, and the 3-2 pitch to Menke is grounded foul outside third. Count holding. Glass, a 19-game winner with the Pirates this year, led the staff in victories. Was going for 20 against the Mets in his last start, but got hit on the elbow and had to leave the game. The 3-2 pitch is high, ball 4. So the Reds have their first base runner as Glass got 2 quick strikes on Menke and then walked him. We pause for station identification.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
5 o'clock in the afternoon in the east. They start Geronimo, the batter. Left-hand hitter. Hit 275 this season. First pitch is swung on and grounded sharply to Stargell. He stays with it, steps on first, and the side is retired. So Stargell makes the play unassisted. The Reds go out in the second. No runs, no hits. 1 runner left on at the end of 2. Pittsburgh 2, Cincinnati nothing.
In those totals for the American League playoff game today, won by Detroit. They'll have a sudden death thing tomorrow coming up at Detroit again. Tigers 4 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Oakland 3 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Hiller the winner, Harlan the loser. Vida Blue pitched so well in the inning before, in the 9th inning, was taken out for a pinch hitter. Bob Locker came in to pitch for Oakland. They call up single to right. Kaline single to left for the Tigers. They call up stopping at second. Joe Horland came in to pitch for Oakland. Gates Brown batted for Stanley. They call up advance to third base, and Kaline to second on a wild pitch. Brown walked in a 3-2 pitch to load the bases. Dave Hamilton warming up for Oakland. Bill Freehan grounded the Bando, who threw to Tennis for an attempted force out on Brown at second, but Tennis dropped the ball for an error. They call it scoring to make the score 3-2 and leaving the bases loaded. Hamilton came in to pitch for Oakland. Cash walked in 3-2 pitch to force in Kaline with a tying run, and then Jim Northup stepped up, hit a fly ball over the head of Matty Alou in right field to score Brown and give Detroit that 4-3 win.
Third inning in the game that will decide the National League champion. It's 2-0 Pittsburgh, and for more play-by-play, Joe Nuxall.
All right, Al, thank you. It'll be Al Oliver, Roberto Clemente, Willie Stargell in the third inning for the Pirates. Oliver struck out in the first inning. He was called out on strike. In the championship series, Oliver, a .294 batting average. He's had 5 hits and 17 times to the plate, 4 of them through extra bases, 2 doubles, a home run, and a triple. First pitch, check swing, ground ball. Menke backhands at third in the fifth, throws to Perez, 1 away. So Menke, 2 fine defensive plays already this afternoon. A shot off the bat of Stennett to wind up things in the second inning. And a good example of what can happen when the turf gets wet here. That ball was picking up speed once it hit the turf to Menke off the bat of Stennett. 1 away, and here's Roberto Clemente. Clemente singled to center field in the first inning. Pirates 2, Reds nothing. Don Gullett has struck out 2. The Pirates have had 4 hits. Clemente takes down low ball. Well, it was kind of the opinion of everyone. The team had got the breaks this afternoon would win it, and Pirates have certainly gotten one already. 1-0 down low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. A ball hit by Hebner down the right field line the second inning. Geronimo's throw to second base trying to cut down Hebner, and no one covering at second. The ball going into foul territory, and a run scoring, and Hebner winding up at third. Clemente swings and hits one to center field. Bobby Tolan steps back a couple of steps, makes the catch, 2 away. 2 down, and here's Willie Stargell. Stargell in the first inning popped out to Perez at first base. Stargell has had 1 hit and 12 times to the plate, a double, and has driven in 1 run in the championship series. He has an .083 batting average. Gullett into his windup. His first pitch is over for a called strike, a breaking ball. So it's the final game of the championship series. Sliders outside, 1-1. Of course, the Tigers coming from behind to beat Oakland 4-3 this afternoon in 10 innings at Tiger Stadium. So 1-1. Stargell takes a curve that's low, and it's 2 balls to strike. Gullett on the year, won 9 and lost 10. His 2-1 delivery. Slider outside. 3-1 the count to Willie Stargell. Manny Sanguine waiting on deck with 2 away. Gullett 3-1 delivery. Swung on and hit off the fist. Popped into foul territory. Joe Morgan moving behind Perez makes the catch, and that's all for the Pirates in the third as they go down in order. Nothing across, and it's the middle of the third inning here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. It's Pittsburgh 2, Cincinnati nothing.
A spokesman for the Philadelphia Phillies said Tuesday that the National League Club had not decided on a new manager yet and would not, until at least after the World Series, make any announcement. The spokesman denied that General Manager Paul Owens has tabbed Dave Bristol, former Milwaukee Brewers and Cincinnati Reds skipper, for the job. Owens and Bristol met during the weekend in Pittsburgh at the National League playoffs, but it was not a formal interview. Said the spokesman, Dave has indicated he is interested. And he also added that Paul will interview him, meaning Owens, as well as 4 or 5 others in the next week to 2 weeks. He reiterated that he won't name a manager until after the World Series or until the end of the month. The manager, Owens, formerly the Philadelphia Phillies farm director, was named the GM last season after John Quinn was fired. So that's the latest on the new manager for the Philadelphia Phillies.
For the Reds in the bottom half of the third, Darrell Cheney, pitcher Don Gullard, and Pete Rose. Cheney in the championship series hitting 167, 2 hits and 12 times to plate. Steve Blass, his first pitch, a fastball over for a called strike. Steve Blass, 19-8 on the regular season. His 0-1 delivery, change curve in for called strike 2, and Blass out in front, 0-2 to Darrell Cheney. Blass winning one of the 2 victories the Pirates have had in the series, winning the opener for Pittsburgh 5-1, 8 in the third inning. Here's the 0-2. Missing outside with a fastball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. An hour and 30-minute delay before the game started. 1-2 delivery. Change is swung on, line to right field, a base hit. Roberto Clemente takes it on the first bounce, and Darrell Cheney gets the first hit for the Reds off Steve Blass. Blass throwing that slow curveball, and Cheney staying back on it and lining it to right field for a base hit. Well, Cheney leads off the inning with a single, and here's Don Gullard. Gullard was 1 for 2 Saturday in Pittsburgh. He had a single up the middle in the center field. Last the stretch, Hebner shallow at third, expecting the bunt. He does, squares bunt first base side. It works. Blass has it, goes to Cage covering at first base, and down to second base goes Darrell Cheney. The play goes 1-4 on Don Gullard. And here's Pete Rose with 1 out and Cheney at second base. Rose in the first inning grounded to Cage. Pete, the leading hitter in the championship series. Rose has a .471 batting average. He's had 8 hits and 17 times to the plate. Next to Pete is, well, let's see. And the Reds club is Bobby Tolan hitting .294. Last the stretch. Looks back at Cheney, delivers to Rose. Pete swings and bounces it fair over the head of Seidel, and that'll score 1. Rose on his way to second. Seidel up with the ball, no play, and into second base goes Pete Rose. So what looked like a routine ground ball hits the cutout in the sliding pit and bounces over the head of Willie Seidel. Willie getting the glove on it, but couldn't control it, and that'll be a base hit for Pete Rose. So a break for the Cincinnati Reds. Boy, oh boy, it's wild baseball here the last week in this championship series in both places, the American League and the National League. So Darrell Cheney scores from second base, give Pete Rose a double, his 9th hit in the championship series. It's a 2-1 ball game, and Joe Morgan steps to the plate. Morgan in the first inning sent Oliver to the warning track in center field, all in his fly ball. Rose at second, 1 out, 2-1, Pirates lead. Blast to the belt, looks back at Rose, delivers to Morgan, a change curve, up high, it's 1-0. The Reds now with 2 hits off Steve Blass. The outfield around to the right. Blass sets, and his pitch to Morgan is low and inside. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Boy, there's some sized-up baseball fans here at Riverfront Stadium this afternoon. 2-0 the count for Morgan. Bobby Tolan on deck. Morgan has hit 2 home runs in this series. The 2-0 delivery. Joe swings and pulls it deep down in right field. Clemente going over. It is a foul ball. And by a very little margin. No more than 3 to 4 feet at the very most. And we almost thought the Reds were going to be in front 3-2, but a long strike. So the count, 2 balls, 1 strike to Joe Morgan. Some kind of racket here at Riverfront Stadium. Cheering on every pitch. Last ready with his 2-1 delivery. Here it is. Morgan swings and fouls. Backing out of play, and the count evens at 2-2. Bobby Tolan standing on deck. Rose at second base, 1 away. Pirates scoring 2 in the second. The Reds have picked up 1 here in the third. The Pirate outfield giving Morgan a lot of room down the left field line. Joe, a pull hitter. And Alley almost behind the bag at second, the shortstop. All right, 2-2 delivery. Change is swung on and bounced slowly to Case. He charges, has it, underhands it to Stargell on the play. Rose moves over to third base. Morgan out, 4-3. 2 away, and Bobby Tolan steps to the plate. Tolan in the first inning. Grounded to Cash. That was Blass's slow curveball. Morgan actually double hitting on it, but still hitting a soft ground ball. Tolan in the series is hitting .294. He's had 5 hits and 17 times to the plate. He's driven in 4 runs, a double and a triple. He leads the Reds in that department. Next is Joe Morgan with 3. Johnny Bench has driven in 1, and Tony Perez has driven in 2 runs. Rose has driven in 1. Now 2. Here's the first pitch to Tolan, swung on and foul. Slider low and inside. The count 0-1. Pete Rose at third base. Rich Hebner's in shallow at third, knowing Tolan will bunt. It's 0-1. The count. Blast into the windup, his pitch. Bob swings, slow bounce to first base side. The Blast off the mound, has it, throws to Stargell, and that's all for the Reds. But in the inning, they pick up 1 run on 2 hits. There were no Pirate errors. 1 runner left on base at the end of 3. It's the Pirates 2, the Reds 1.
The Pittsburgh catcher, Manny Sanguillen, has to keep on his toes with the fast base runner Cincinnati has. And Bucks manager Bill Verdon commented on this catcher just before the game today.
The only difference I can see in Sanguillen's throwing is he hasn't thrown as many strikes as he did in years past. Now, how come, I don't know. Maybe it's because the pitchers aren't holding him close enough and he has to hurry a little bit more. That's possible, but still the catcher's job, whether the pitcher has held the runner close or not, is still to catch the ball and to throw the ball where the second baseman can handle it. And in the past, I think Sanguillen's done it 100%. I think this year he's been off just a little bit. But I'm not concerned about in the series. They've got some good runners, and Sanguillen's a good catcher and a good thrower, and let the best club have the best advantage, and I still think that's going to be on our side.
Bucks manager Bill Verdon talking about his catcher, Manny Sanguillen. Pete Rose stole a couple of bases on him yesterday, and he hasn't been exactly sharp on his throws down to second thus far.
3 inning totals. Pittsburgh, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. The Reds, 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error. Manny Sanguillen will lead off the 4th for Pittsburgh. Back with the action, Al Michael.
All right, Knox, Sanguillen, Hebner, and Cash, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters coming up. And those were the hitters that did the damage in the second inning when the Pirates scored both runs. Pittsburgh, 2 in the second. Cincinnati, 1 in the third. 2-1 Pirates. And in the 4th inning, Sanguillen leading off. Singled in the second. He's 4 for 13 in this series. A .298 hitter during the regular season with 7 home runs, 71 runs batted in. Reds play him around toward right. Manny Sanguillen, born in Panama, now living in Pittsburgh. Never played baseball until he was 19 years old. Swings, it's a ground ball up the middle for a base hit. So the free-swinging Sanguillen, who likes to go after the first pitch, does so here and lines his second base hit. Actually grounded it up through the middle for the fifth hit for the Pirates. And his fifth hit in the series. Richie Hebner will be the batter, and in the bullpen, left-hander Tommy Hall and right-hander Pedro Borbon, who are up and working in the second inning, are working again. Richie Hebner missed lining one fair down the right field line by less than a foot in the second inning, and then lined one fair for a double. Swings, it's a line drive to center. Tolan coming on, has to play it on a hop. It's a base hit, and Sanguillen stops at second. So Hebner has 3 hits in the series, all against left-handers, and the batter is Dave Cash. Bench goes to the mound. Cash singles in the second inning. So Gullett today has had no trouble with Stennett and Oliver and Stargell. Clemente has a hit, but the damage has been done by Sanguillen, Hebner, and Cash, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. The Pirates runners at first and second. Nobody out. Cash the batter. He singled in the second inning to drive in a run. He's 3 for 16 in this series. Sparky Anderson is going to the mound. And, of course, today Sparky will waste no time going to the bullpen. He and Johnny Bench have a signal. If Bench doesn't think the pitcher has the type of stuff necessary, he will look over and give Sparky a certain sort of look. And that will bring a pitching change if Bench gave him that look. Right now, Sparky is out at the mound, and it looks like he is stalling for time. I would have to guess at this point. He's looking toward the bullpen where Hall and Borbon are throwing. The plate umpire, Donatelli, is out there to try to speed things along. And now Sparky signals to the bullpen. He wants Borbon. So Gullett has to leave. He goes 3 innings plus. And Don is charged with 2 runs. The 2 men on base are his responsibility. He gave up 6 hits. No walks and 2 strikeouts. So Sparky Anderson has to go to the bullpen early. And Pedro Borbon, the right-hander from the Dominican Republic, on to work. It'll be his 3rd appearance in the series. Borbon pitched in the first game Saturday in Pittsburgh and retired all 6 men he faced on ground balls. Did not pitch Sunday, but then worked on Monday. Faced 3 men Monday. He faced Hebner and hit him with a pitch. He faced Sanguillen and gave up a single, and then Alley sacrificed, and Borbon came out, so he has no decision in the playoffs so far. He's worked a total of 2 in the 3rd innings, allowing 1 run and 1 hit, no walks, and no strikeouts. Pedro Borbon, who this spring was really a long shot to make the Reds pitching staff, acquired a couple of years ago in the Alex Johnson trade from the California Angels. Was with the Reds briefly in 70, briefly in 71, but spent most of 71 in the minors at Indianapolis. Came to spring training and was given a chance to make the club and had a tremendous spring, and they kept him. And Borbon was one of the more valuable and certainly one of the more underrated Reds of 1972 as he worked his duties in long relief, short relief, middle relief, even started the game. So Borbon has a rubber arm and can really pitch every day. He's one of those types. Gets set to face Dave Cash. 4th inning, 2-1 Pittsburgh. Nobody out. The Pirates have Manny Sanguillen at second and Richie Hebner at first. Menke in shallow at third. The pitch to Dave Cash is swung on and grounded foul. Off to the left, 0-1. On deck, Gene Alley. Pittsburgh, 2 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. The Reds, 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error. Menke now with Cash swinging away on the first pitch. Then he backs up a couple of steps. The next pitch is looped into left center field. That's in for a base hit. Tolan cuts it off. Around third comes Sanguillen. He scores to make it 3-1. Hebner stops at second. So Dave Cash a base hit, and the 5, 6, and 7 hitters do it again as all three of them come through with hits. The Pirates runners at first and second, still nobody out. And the batter, Gene Alley, who flied to center in the second inning. Glass comes out on deck. So Cash has his second run batted in, and the Pirates are on top by 2. They have 7 hits in 3 innings plus. Hebner at second, Cash at first. The pitch to Gene Alley is up high, ball 1. Tommy Hall throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Outfield shading Alley toward right. In the series, Alley is 0 for 13. Bourbon back to the plate. Breaking ball hit in the air to right center field. Cesar Geronimo moving over. He's there to make the catch, and the runners hold. 1 away. That brings up Steve Blass, who tried to bunt in the second inning and bunted foul to strike out. Johnny Bench going to the mound. As Blass comes up in what figures to be a bunt situation. Perez in shallow at first base. Minky has to hold back at third, then even with a bag. Cheney and Morgan each up a couple of steps. Bourbon checks with Bench. Pedro a long look at John and now steps off the rubber. Wants a new set of signs. Hebner away to his lead at second. Cash off first. 3-1 Pittsburgh. 1 out, 2 on, 4th inning. Extended on deck. Bourbon at the belt, and his first pitch to Blass. He swings away, hits a grounder to Morgan at second. Cheney 1, back to first, double play. So the Pirates get 3 hits and a run, and then Bourbon gets Alley and Blass, and the inning is over. The Pirates a run, 3 hits. They leave 1. At the end of 3 1/2, it's Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 1.
The manager of the Tidewater Tides, Hank Bauer, today was named Manager of the Year in the AAA International Baseball League. He beat Louisville manager Darrell Johnson by 1 vote in a poll of the league's baseball writers. The poll was announced in Rochester, New York today. Under Bauer, the Tide finished 3rd in the league, but won the Governor's Cup in postseason play. Bauer, of course, had the Baltimore Orioles in the World Series a few years ago. Bauer formerly with the Yankees, among other teams, and of course Darrell Johnson also at one time was in the Yankee organization. Taking a look now at what happened in the National Basketball Association opening night on Tuesday. Baltimore Bullets over Cleveland 102-90. Atlanta Hawks defeated the Buffalo Braves 120-109. The New York Knicks upending Seattle 113-89. And it was the Chicago Bulls in the low-scoring game, at least for NBA caliber. The Bulls 95 and the Philadelphia 76ers 89. Looks like we'll have a high-scoring game here in the final game of the National League playoffs of Cincinnati as we return to Riverfront.
Bottom of the 4th inning at Cincinnati. This is Al Michaels with Joe Nuxall, and we hope you've been enjoying our broadcast of the National League Championship Series. Great pleasure for us to go out not only on the Reds Baseball Network, but all around the country, even out to Hawaii, and around the world on American Forces Radio. Johnny Bench, Tony Perez, and Dennis Menke in the bottom of the 4th inning. Bench popped out in the second. Johnny is 4 for 15 in the championship series. Steve Blass into his lineup, and his first pitch to Bench is down low, ball 1, 1-0. Don Gullett, you can close the book on Don. He worked 3 innings plus, charged with 3 runs, 6 hits, no walks, and a pair of strikeouts. 1-0 to Bench. Johnny takes up and in, ball 2, 2-0. Gene Alley pulled over toward the hole at short. Hebner is backed up at third. Cash plugging up the middle at second. Stargell about 15, 17 feet off the line at first. And the outfield very deep and around toward left. 2-0 pitch to Bench. Johnny swings, grounds it sharply to Hebner at third. Richie stays with it. His long throw and plenty of time. 1 away. Bench gone, and the batter, Tony Perez. Glass getting the Reds, for the most part, hit the ball on the ground today. The other day, the Reds were hitting almost everything in the air off Steve. Tony Perez struck out in the second inning. Right-hand batter waits at the plate, swings, lifts it in the air down the right field line and foul ground. Stargell coming over to the seats, but won't have a play. It's back at about the 4th row. 0-1. first three. Reds 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the fourth. Glass standing on the first base side of the rubber, rocks to his motion. Strike one, pitch is a changeup. It's a deep left foot foul, back out of play. 0-2. Glass with his full assortment today. Fastball, slider, the curve that he calls the slop drop, the change, and the blooper pitch. Strike two pitch on the way. Fastball missing low. Ball 1. 1-2 on Tony Perez. On deck, Dennis Menke. The line by Blas. 1-2 pitch to Perez. Got him swinging. Tony strikes out for the second time. So they've been able to handle Perez in this series. Tony now 3 for 18. 2 down in the fourth inning, and Dennis Menke the batter. Menke walked in the second after Blas had him 0-2. The right-hander delivers outside and low. Ball 1. 1-0. On deck is Geronimo. Pittsburgh, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Cincinnati, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error. Blas back to the plate, 1-0. Menke reaches out and grounds it to short. Alley has to wait, throws to first in time. Then he tried to check his swing and rolls out to the shortstop. So Blas now is set down 5 in a row. The Reds go out in order in the fourth inning, and at the end of 4 full, Pirates 3, Reds 1. Fifth inning, 3-1 Pirates, top of the order. Rennie Stennett to lead off for the Bucks. Takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Pedro Bourbon working in relief of Don Billett. He'll face Stennett, Oliver, and Clemente. The next pitch is a fastball inside, 1-1. Stennett is flied to right and grounded to third. In the series, he is 5 for 19. Bourbon ready. Back he comes, 1-1. Breaking pitch just missing. Ball 2. Bench upset about the call. 2-1. Menke even with a bag at third. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Stennett, like Sanguin from Panama. Signed as an outfielder, played the infield when he first came up with the Bucks, second base. Man in this series, he started every day in left field. Here's a 2-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball, chopped on 2 hops to Perez at first. He flips to Bourbon, covering in time. Pedro almost overran the bag. 3-1. 1 out, and Oliver the batter. The Cincinnati Reds urge you to support your local United Appeal campaign in Cincinnati and throughout the nation. This is the time for sharing with your neighbors during the National United Appeal campaign. Al Oliver struck out and grounded out in 2 trips. Left-hand hitter, 0 for 2. Swings, hits a high fly ball to deep left. Rose started in, has to back up, has room, and makes the catch. 2 down. Left field, which was such a problem yesterday, is no problem today with the overcast skies. Lights are on. That's a problem here, though, in the outfield. There's a spot in left center and then right center where the ball will get in your eyes, and it's happened on occasion this year. We've seen several balls lost in the lights. Two down, Roberto Clemente, the batter. Singled in the first, flied out in the third. 1 for 2. Bourbon's first pitch is fouled back, 0-1. Clemente is 4 for 16 in the championship series. A single and a homer yesterday and a single today. Bourbon back to the plate. Fastball very high. By bench and all the way to the backstop. 1-1. Two out with the bases empty in the fifth inning at Riverfront Stadium. Pirates leading 3-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Fouled straight back to the screen, and it's 1-2. I would imagine when the Reds come up in the fifth inning, Sparky Anderson will have somebody loosening up in the bullpen. Bourbon is due to bat third when the Reds hit in the bottom of the fifth. 1-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball just missing outside. 2-2. The Pirates, 2 in the second, 1 in the fourth. The Reds scored in the third. The line by Bourbon, and the 2-2 to Clemente. Got him looking. Ball, strike third. Roberto out on strikes. Bourbon gets his first strikeout. Pedro has set down 5 in a row, and the Pirates for the second time in the game, go out 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, and nobody left after 4.5. It remains. Pirates 3, Reds 1.
Now this message on behalf of the Survivors Benefit Plan for Servicemen.
Military members can now provide an automatic survivor income of up to 55% of retired pay to widows and dependent children. The Survivor Benefit Plan, SBP as it's called, also allows persons retired to provide on a voluntary basis the same protection to their families. The program includes members of the reserve components of the Army National Guard and Air National Guard, with participation starting at age 60 when retired pay starts. The government pays a substantial part of the cost of the new SBP, making reductions in a retiree's pay smaller for the amount of family protection gained. If you're a career member of the Armed Forces right now, find out about the new benefits available to your family through the Survivor Benefit Plan. It's a way to buy time. Time to get your family off on a good start. Time to finish the job that you may not be able to finish yourself. The Survivor Benefit Plan is another reason why a career in the Armed Forces is a good deal.
Have the upper hand as they lead 3-1. Bottom of the fifth inning in the bottom of the order for the Reds. Cesar Geronimo, Darrell Cheney, and then Pedro Bourbon due up. Sparky Anderson in the dugout, and he is talking with Ted Eulander. So that's the tip-off as to who will hit for Bourbon. In the bullpen is left-hander Tommy Hall. Cesar Geronimo swings on a changeup and drills it to deep right. Back goes Clemente. She's gone! Cesar Geronimo makes it 3-2. The batter. A home run just clearing the right field fence. Hit either a changeup or a curve. Off-speed pitch. Cheney the batter. The pitch to Darrell is rolled foul toward first base. 0-1. Eulander on deck to hit for the pitcher Bourbon. Cheney singled in the third when the Reds scored their other run. So it's the Pirates 3 and the Reds 2 as Cesar Geronimo homers. Nobody out, bottom of the fifth. The next pitch to Cheney, in for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Last line, strike 2 pitch on the way. Cheney swings and misses, strike 3. Blast gets his third strikeout. 1 out in the fifth inning, and Ted Eulander comes up to bat for Pedro Bourbon. Eulander in his first season with the Reds started very few games. He was the 10th leading hitter in the American League last year with Cleveland. He had 288. He was traded for pitcher Mill Wilcox. For the Reds this year, though, Eulander had 159. No homers, 6 runs batted in. It's the second time he's been up in the playoffs. He was a pinch hitter on Saturday in Pittsburgh and singled to left. He's a good bunter. The pitch to Eulander is low, ball 1. 1-0. On deck is Pete Rose. Pirates 3, Reds 2. 1 out of the fifth. The next pitch, Eulander takes a strike, and the count is even, 1-1. So Bourbon goes 2 innings, gives up no runs, 1 hit, no walks, 1 strikeout, and Tommy Hall will pitch the 6th. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Eulander takes outside, just missing. Ball 2, 2-1. Glass has given up 3 hits in 4 1/3 innings. He's walked 1 and struck out 3. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Eulander. Outside, ball 3. 3-1. Eulander looking at third base coach Alex Kravitz. Outfield is shading him toward left. Hebner is playing in front of the bag and close to the line at third. When Geronimo hit his home run, he was 1 for 17 in this series.
Now there's no question in my mind. I think Cesar went up to the plate and says, I'm going to wait until he throws me it, and he threw it to him on the first pitch, and Cesar hit a rope out of here. In this ball game, I tell you, I think it's going to be a wild one. I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be a wild one, I'm afraid.
Glass ready. Here's a 3-1 to Eulander. Swung on and grounded to Stargell at first base on 2 hops, and Willie makes the play unassisted for the second out. So Eulander rolls out, and up comes Pete Rose, who grounded out in the first, and then hit a bizarre double off the seam where the AstroTurf meets the dirt in the first base sliding box. In the third, that drove in a run. Two out, bases empty. Pirates leading 3-2. Hebner and Chano at third, the outfield playing straight away. Glass winds, pitch to Rose. Pete takes low, ball 1, 1-0. Pittsburgh, 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Cincinnati, 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. 1-0 to Rose. Pete looks at the strike, and the count is even. 1-1. Rose has already set a record for most hits in a championship series. He has 9 in the 5 games. He is 9 for 19. 1-1 pitch is a strike on the inside corner, a slider, and the count 1-2. Standing on the first base side of the rubber. Into his windup. Here's a 1-2 pitch on the way. Rose swings, and this is strike 3. So Blass gives up the homer and then sets down Cheney, Eulander, and Rose. And the Reds settle for a run. 1 hit. Nobody left on. At the end of 5, Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 2.
Tournament favorite Lee Trevino quit practice today in England and was confined to bed under doctor's orders on the eve of the $62,500 Piccadilly World Match Play Golf Championship at Wentworth, England. Now, his manager said that the doctors say that Lee has a respiratory virus and is to stay in bed. The chances of playing are 80%. Trevino, runner-up in 1970, was installed as a 5-2 favorite for the 3-day man-to-man event, which has a top-class selected 8-man field from the USA, Great Britain, Australia, and South Africa. Lee was drawn against fellow American Doug Sanders, also far from fully fit, and a man making his first appearance in the unique event. Sanders, a 12-1 bet, has had injections for muscle spasms in his shoulder and complained today of a stomach upset. Second favorite at 11-4 today, in today's odds, was reigning champion Gary Player of South Africa.
This is Al Michaels with Joe Nuxall. The National League pennant at stake, Game 5 Championship Series in Cincinnati. The Pirates lead the Reds 3-2. The new Cincinnati pitcher is left-hander Tom Hall, 10-1 this season. 8 saves. A .261 earned run average, and he goes to work on Willie Stargell, Manny Sanguin, and Rich Hebner. Hall making his second appearance in the championship series. He was one of the big heroes for the Reds. Sunday, as the Reds even the series at a game each. Hall in relief, worked 4 1/3 innings, gave up 1 run, 2 hits, and was the winning pitcher. Willie Stargell popped out and fouled out. He's 0 for 2 today, and he's 1 for 14 in the series. Tommy Hall into his windup, and the pitch to Stargell misses low in the dirt. Ball 1. 1-0. The Pirates got 2 in the second. The Reds came back with 1 in the third. The Pirates got 1 in the fourth. The Reds tied or came within 1 in the fifth on the homer by Geronimo to make it 3-2, and that's the way it stands right now. Left-hander working on left-hander. Hall to the plate. Stargell swings and foul tips it into Bench's glove. 1-1. Outfield swung well over toward right. Menke is a good 40 feet off the line at third base. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Stargell fouls it back, and the count 1-2. On deck is Manny Sanguin, and then we'll see Richie Hebner. It's been Sanguin, Hebner, and Cash doing all the damage today. All ready? Here's a 1-2 pitch to Stargell, missing outside. Ball 2. 2-2. Gullett started. Bourbon in the fourth. Pedro worked through the fifth, and now Tommy Hall. Picked up by the Reds from Minnesota in the deal. It's in Wayne Granger to the Twins. Here's the 2-2 to Stargell, missing outside and low, ball 3, and the count is full. Hall goes to his cap and to the rising bag. Tommy from Riverside, California, into his windup, and the 3-2 to Stargell is swung on a grounded foul outside first. Count holding. Hall, 6 feet even, weighs 155. They call him the Blade. Born in Thomasville, North Carolina, now living in Riverside. He's 24 years old. 3-2 to Stargell, swung on and missed. Willie Stargell has to be talking to himself. He was hitless in the championship series against San Francisco last year. Had a bad month of September this year after a great season to that point. And here in the championship series, he's 1 for 15. Here is Manny Sanguin, who has twice singled and twice scored. So the free swinger from Panama, 2 for 2 and 5 for 14 during the playoffs. Reds playing him around toward right. The wind by Hall and the pitch to Sanguin misses up and in, ball 1. Pirates 3, Reds 2, 1 out, bases empty, top of the 6th. Hall feet barely apart on the rubber, rocks to his windup. 1-0 pitch is fouled back. 1-1. On deck is Richie Hebner. Already, here's a 1-1 pitch, fouled back, and the count 1-2. Here's the wind, and the 1-2 pitch to Sanguin is swung on and fouled back. One ball, 2 strikes on Sanguin with 1 out and the bases empty. If you joined us late, we had a 1-hour, 28-minute rain delay before the start of the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Inside, backing him away. Slider missing, 2-2. Hunches over, has the side. 2-2 to Sanguin is swung on a high fly ball to left field. Pete Rose coming over, losing his cap, but staying with it, makes the catch. 2 down. Richie Hebner coming up. Hebner faced Gullett twice, doubled and singled in 2 trips, so again he faces a left-hander. And Richie better against left-handers and right-handers, which was really odd because when he first came up, they platooned him. He played against right-handers only. Open stance, he swings, hits a ground ball right side. Morgan fields, flips to Perez covering, side retires. The Pittsburgh Pirates go down 1-2-3. Bourbon and Hall between them have set down 8 in a row. And at the end of 5 1/2, Pirates 3, Reds 2.
Heavy rain and cold weather in Budapest have not hampered interest in the Davis Cup tennis final to be played between the USA and Romania. Tickets are at a premium in the Romanian capital. The matches will get underway on Friday. Both teams have been forced to practice indoor on clay courts, similar to the ones to be used in the best-of-5 series. But Wednesday, both teams got in a short outdoor session as the weather cleared up somewhat. Romania's lineup is set with Elina Spazi and Ian Tirak scheduled to play 2 singles matches each, and in the doubles, Stan Smith is scheduled to play in 2 singles matches, and in the doubles with Eric Van Dillen. It will be either Tom Gorman or Harold Solomon for the other singles assignment. Well, the Pittsburgh-Cincinnati game finally got underway, an hour and 28 minutes late. And this is do or die day at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. We go to the home sixth. The Reds need a run or two to get back in this ball game.
If the World Series is played at Riverfront, $8 reserve seats go on sale immediately after today's game. The ticket sale will be from the West ticket area of Riverfront. Some 8,000 reserve seats at $8 for each of the games go on sale at the same time, and the ticket office would open again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Bottom of the sixth inning, Joe Morgan, Bobby Tolan, and Johnny Bench. With the Pirates leading 3-2. Steve Blass ready to work on Morgan, and his first pitch is a fastball hit in the air to right center field. Roberto Clemente drifting in, waiting underneath, and makes the basket catch for the first out. One pitch, one away. Blass has set down 4 straight, 9 of the last 10. The only man to get on was Geronimo, who homered. So Morgan out for the third time today. One away, Bobby Tolan the batter. Tolan is grounded out twice. Bobby hit 283 during the year. The pitch is a strike as he bluffs the bunt, 0-1. Pittsburgh, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Cincinnati, 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. Glass back to the plate with a change over for a strike, 0-2. Glass with fine control today, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, been ahead on almost everybody. Glass lines 0-2 to Tolan. Bobby hits a broken bat number on 1 hop to Cash. Dave throws to first and is 2 down. Johnny Bench, the batter. Bench popped out in the second, grounded out in the fourth. For the first time today, we can see blue sky. Is that a silver lining up there, Nux? Bench waiting at the plate with 2 down. The pitch is swung on, lined sharply off the glove of Alley and out into shallow center field. Bench around first, and he'll hold as Alley comes up with the ball and gets it back in. It'll be a base hit for Bench off the glove of the shortstop. 4 hits for the Reds, and up comes Tony Perez, who has struck out twice. Perez in the series is 3 for 18. Tony had a hit in 4 trips against Blass Saturday. He struck out his last time up. He has struck out his first 2 times today, so Blass has struck Perez out 3 times in a row. Bench the tying run at first base. 2 down, bottom of the 6th. Pirates leading 3-2. Bench held by Stargell. The stretch by Blass and the pitch on the way. Perez chops it foul at home plate, 0-1. Earlier today, the Detroit Tigers beat the Oakland A's 4-3. They'll play for the pennant in the American League tomorrow. In that game, the A's got 2 in the top of the 11th, and the Tigers came back with 3. Here's a strike, 1 pitch on the way. Swung on, hit in the air to deep right center field. Clemente going back, has a play, and makes the catch on the warning track. So Perez drives to deep right center, but Clemente back to make the catch, and the Reds out of the 6th. No runs are hit, 1 left at the end of 6. Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 2.
Well, the Cincinnati Reds, of course, brag about their fine hitting and base running, but Bucks manager Bill Verdon thinks he has the best pitching staff.
Well, I said earlier in the year that I wouldn't trade our staff for anybody's in baseball, and I still mean that, and I'll stick by that. And I think the performance they've put forth all year has shown that I wasn't too far wrong, because I think our long suit is pitching. They can talk about the hitting all they want to, and our hitting is good, but our pitchers have done the job that nobody else could do in baseball.
Bucks manager Bill Verdon and his fine pitching staff. Steve Blass, the starting pitcher, still in there. He's the one that pitched that first game back last Saturday. Seems like a long time ago. Don Gullett no longer around, as Boylan came on in the 4th inning to get the Cincinnati Reds out of trouble when Pittsburgh scored 1 of their runs. But now we go to the top of the 7th, and the Pirates on top, 3-2.
7th inning game moving along quickly. It's 3-2 Pirates, and for more play-by-play, here again is Joe Nuxall.
All right, Al. Well, a lot of tension building here at Riverfront Stadium. Everybody's jumping around. For the Pirates in the 7th, it'll be Dave Cash, Gene Alley, and pitcher Steve Blass. Cash is 2 for 2 and has driven in 2 of the Pirates' 3 runs. He's singled twice. Tom Hall, third pitcher, delivers to Cash up high a ball. Don Gullett started for the Reds, worked 3 innings, allowed 6 hits, and all 3 of the runs off Gullett, all earned runs. Pedro Bourbon 2 innings. Here's the 1-0. Cash takes high and outside. It's 2 balls, no strike. Bourbon working 2 innings, allowing 1 hit and striking out 1. All coming on in the 6th. 3-2. Pittsburgh leads. 7th inning. 2-0 the count to Dave Cash. Hall delivers. Cash takes a strike, a fastball, and it's 2-1. Hall into the windup. His 2-1 delivery. Cash swings on it and pops it into left field. Pete Rose moving a couple of steps to his left, waits, makes the catch, 1 away. 1 down, and that brings up Gene Alley, the Pirate shortstop. Alley is 0 for 2. He's hit a fly ball to center and 1 to right field, and his 2 times the plate. Moving to the on-deck circle, pitcher Steve Blass. All works. Alley swings and fouls into the mid of Johnny Bench. 0-1. Pirates getting 2 runs in the 2nd inning. Picking up 1 more in the 4th. The 0-1 delivery from Hall. Alley takes a breaking ball at the knees. Ball, strike 2. 1 out, the base is empty. Hall leaning forward. Gets the sign. And the 0-2. Fastball gets the inside corner. Called strike 3. So Hall gets his 2nd strikeout. 2 away here in the 7th, and it brings pitcher Steve Blass to the plate. Blass 0 for 2 in the 2nd inning, trying to bunt on the 3rd strike, fouled it, a strikeout, and then the 4th inning, he helped things along by grounding into a double play. Hall winds and delivers the first pitch to Blass, swung on and pulled foul along the left field line. 0-1 to count. The Pirates have had 7 hits in the game, the Reds 4. Now the 0-1. Blass takes up high, a fastball. It's even at a ball, a strike. On the season, wound up with 10 victories and 1 loss. 1-1 delivery. He swung on and missed a curve. It's 1-2. Tom Hall doing a great job for the Reds this year, coming over to Cincinnati from the Minnesota Twins in a trade for right-handed reliever Wayne Granger. Clay Carroll throwing down in the Reds bullpen. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed, and that takes care of the Pirates here in the 7th as Hall gets 2 strikeouts. Nothing across for Pittsburgh in inning number 7, and at the middle of the 7th inning in the final of the championship series, it's the Pirates 3, the Reds 2.
The World Hockey Association will launch its first season tonight with 2 games on tap, Alberta at Ottawa and Quebec at Cleveland. Now, the National Hockey League has a number of games set, and we exactly have 7. Montreal's at Toronto, Vancouver at New York against the Rangers, the Boston Bruins at Detroit, Los Angeles will be in Buffalo, Atlanta at Chicago, Pittsburgh at St. Louis, and California at Minnesota. I think we mentioned the NBA has a few games. Boston at Detroit, Seattle at Philadelphia, and Los Angeles plays a new Kansas City Omaha team in Omaha, Nebraska. The American Basketball Association gets underway with their season Thursday night. Well, the time's kind of running out for the Cincinnati Reds, but we have another cliffhanger like we had earlier on AFRTS, the American League game, won by Detroit to even things up at 2 games apiece. Cincinnati has 3 more times up, so to Pittsburgh 2, and they only trail by 1 run. Let's see what happens.
For the Reds in the bottom half of the 7th inning, Dennis Menke, Cesar Geronimo, Darrell Cheney. Menke, 0 for 1. He walked back in the 2nd inning. In the 4th inning, he grounded too short. Now here we go in the 7th with the Reds at the plate. They've got 4 hits off Steve Blass. 2 of them extra bases. Pete Rose had a bad hot double in the third inning, and then Geronimo lined a home run over the right field fence in the fifth. Last is ready with his first pitch to Menke outside with a slider. 1-0. We'll have to put some change on my partner, Al Michaels. Looks like a wildcat pacing back and forth in here. So 1-0. Menke takes high. It's 2 balls, no strike. Glass has walked just one, and the one walk is gone to Dennis Menke in the second inning. Geronimo on deck. Blake Carroll throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. 2 balls, no strikes to count. Pirates leading 3-2. Glass delivers. Menke swings and hits it deep to left, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Sent it in the middle of the warning track, waiting, makes the catch. A 1 away, and we pause for station identification. This. Joe Nuxhall with Al Michaels at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. The Pirates leading 3-2. First pitch to Geronimo is fouled out of play. Geronimo 1 for 2, a home run in the fifth inning. Pirates scoring 2 in the second, 1 in the fourth. The Reds getting their runs, 1 in the third, 1 in the fifth. The outfield shaded a bit to right for Geronimo. Glass delivers, fastball outside, it's 1-1. Del Cheney waits on deck. Glass lines and delivers. Geronimo swings and bounces it fair along the first baseline, grabbed by Stargell, and they're 2 away. Stargell taking the play unassisted. 2 out, and Del Cheney steps in. Cheney is 1 for 2. He singled in the third inning. Moved to second on a sacrifice by Gullett and scored on the bad bounce double by Pete Rose. 2 away, the base is empty. Glass into the windup. His first pitch to Cheney swung on and missed. A breaking ball low and inside. 0-1. Tommy Hall on deck, but should Cheney get on? No doubt about a pinch hitter. Here's the 0-1. Darrell takes a strike, and it's 0-2. Glass bringing a slider over the outside corner. 0-2 the count. Glass into the wind, and his 0-2 delivery. Swung on and bounced back to the mound. Reaching above his head as Glass has it. Throws on to Stargell, and the Reds are out 1-2-3 in the seventh inning. Nothing across, and after 7 here at Riverfront, it remains the Pirates 3, the Reds 2.
Turning to a little bit of news about football, when the NFL training season started, the Dallas Cowboys had 3 players named Thomas on the roster. Dwayne Thomas and Isaac Thomas were traded, leaving only Bill Thomas. Well, the number 1 draft choice was placed on taxi squad until he completely recovered from a shoulder operation. The Boston College graduate says he is now set to go. He is ready to be activated and hopes the Cowboys will take care of that detail very shortly. Bob Thomas appears to be a cinch to break 1 record at Notre Dame. He has kicked 11 field goals thus far. The school record of 14 is held by Scott Hempel. Thomas is only a junior. Last year, he led the Fighting Irish in scoring with 36 points on 21 conversions and 5 field goals. This year, Thomas again leads the scorers with 28 points on 10 conversions and 6 field goals. We go to the 8th inning now with the Pirates coming up again. They lead by 1.
7 inning totals. Pittsburgh, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The Reds, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. The top of the Pirate lineup due up in the 8th inning. Back with the action, Al Michaels.
All right, next couple of great playoff games today. In the American League, Oakland looked like they had the pennant wrapped up. They scored 2 in the 11th. Tigers came back with 3 to send the series to a 5th game tomorrow for all the marbles. This one here today for all the marbles. It's 3-2 Pirates, 8th inning. Rennie Stennett will lead off. Then we'll see Al Oliver and Roberto Clemente. And this will be Tommy Hall's last inning. He's due to lead off in the bottom of the 8th. If I had a guess, I would say Joe Haig will bat for him, and then Rose and Morgan in the bottom of the 8th. Rennie Stennett, fly to right, grounded to third, grounded to first, 0 for 3, 5 for 20 in the series. Hall into his windup and comes to the plate. Fastball outside, ball 1. Hall has faced 6 men, retired them all, struck out 3. The last 11 Pirates in a row have gone down at the hands of Bourbon and Hall. 1-0 to Stennett, just off the plate outside, ball 2, 2-0. Oliver on deck. Outfield around toward right. The wind and the 2-0 pitch on the way is low, ball 3. 3-0 the count. The Pirates have not had a walk today. Already, here's a 3-0 offering. In for a strike, and it's 3-1. Stennett with his best move toward first. But Donatelli says not by any means. 3-1. The wind. And the pitch is swung on and grounded into left field for a base hit. So Rennie Stennett leads off with a single here in the 8th inning. The first Pirate hit since back in the 4th when Dave Cash singled to drive in Pittsburgh's 3rd run. Up comes Al Oliver. Oliver got off to a great start in this series. Is 0 for 3 today. And he does not have a hit in his last 7 times up. 0 for 4 yesterday, left-hand batter. Menke in shallow at third. The stretch and the pitch. Oliver bunts to the right of the plate, fielded by Bench. He has to go to first for the out, and down to second goes Stennett. So the Pirates sacrifice 2-4 as Rennie Stennett advances to second. And up comes Roberto Clemente, who singled in the first, flied out in the third, struck out in the 5th. This is the first time he's faced Tommy Hall today. Facing Hall on Sunday, he flied out in his only appearance. They're going to walk him intentionally. So the Reds are going to walk Clemente to get to Stargell, who they've been able to handle with relative ease in this series. Willie will come up 1 for 15, and the Reds don't want to fool around with Roberto. Take their chances with the left-hand batter. Stargell coming up. No activity in the bullpen for the Reds. Hall has to get out of the inning. Sparky doesn't want to bring Carroll in because he's got a hit for the pitcher leading off in the bottom of the 8th. So Hall has to get out of it by himself. The Pirates have their first activity now of the day. Dave Justy is going down to heat up. Stargell, 0 for 3 today, popped out, fouled out, struck out. 1 for 15 in the series. Left-hand batter. Hall is set, a glance at second. Pitch to Stargell is inside, ball 1. 1-0. Stennett at second. Clemente at first. 1 out in the 8th inning. 3-2 Pittsburgh. Already back to the plate he comes. Stargell swings and misses. 1-1. On deck is Sam Guillen. Stargell hit .248 against left-handers this year. However, he did have 10 home runs off lefties. Hit 23 off right-handers. All back to the plate, 1-1. Stargell takes just outside. Ball 2, 2-1. Carroll is now throwing again in the Cincinnati bullpen. At the bell, the glance at second. 2-1 pitch to Stargell. Swung on and missed. 2-2. Two on, 1 out. 8th inning. Pirates on top. 3-2. 2-2 the count on Stargell. All looking in. Tommy with a sign. Here's the stretch. 2-2 pitch. Got him looking. Ball, strike 3. Jammed him with a fastball when it looked like Stargell expected something out over the plate. his fourth strikeout. There's 2 down now in the 8th inning. And the batter is Manny Sandian, who has singled twice and flied out.
Now, that was a pretty good operation by Tom Hall. He throws in 4 straight breaking balls and throws that good fastball in on him. And I think Willie, as you said, was looking for a breaking ball one more time.
The attendance today is 41,867. Manny Sandian. He is 5 for 15 in the series. Right-hand batter. All set and delivers, and Sandian swings, pops it in the air, and foul ground off to the right. I don't think it's playable. Bench comes to the dugout, and it's back at about the 4th row. 0-1. Clay Carroll throwing in the red pen, and loosening up next to him is shortstop Dave Concepcion, who quite logically could be used as a pinch runner. If Joe Haig were to lead off and get on, I'm sure Concepcion would go out to run for him, either Concepcion or Foster. On the count. All is set. And the strike 1 pitch to Sandian. Swung on and missed. He takes a very high fastball. 0-2. Just the Pirates then. Ramon Hernandez now going down to throw. Pitch to Sandian just outside. Ball 1, 1-2. The Pirates 2 runs in the second. The Reds got a run in the third. The Pirates 1 in the fourth. The Reds 1 in the fifth. It is 3-2 Pittsburgh in the 8th inning. All with a sign from bench. The stretch. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled back. Sandian hanging in. Who led off with a single, is at second. Clemente, who is walked intentionally, on at first. All is set. 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, a ground ball to Morgan at second. Tough hop, but he stays with it. Throws and gets in. Perez had it stretched all the way up. Argument at first base, and Burden is coming out. But I believe the replay will show that Sandian was out on a nice play by Morgan and a nice play by Perez. So Sandian gone, and down go the Pirates in the 8th. No runs a hit. They leave 2 at the end of 7 1/2. Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 2.
Well, they're talking about moving again, expansion moves in the major leagues, and 2 baseball teams are seriously considering moving to the city of New Orleans within the next 2 or 3 years. This is according to Louisiana Superdome director Ben Levy. Levy said that 2 club owners had told him they were ready to move to the giant sports arena being erected in New Orleans. But he said the club owners were not discussing the matter publicly for fear of dwindling attendance at games in their current homestands. The $129.5 million multi-purpose arena will be the largest such facility in the world. The New York Times said that the structure will make all other stadiums in existence as obsolete as Rome's Colosseum. Completion date is expected during late summer of 1974. It will accommodate 56,600 fans for baseball contests. Bottom of the 8th inning, Bill Verdon put up a mild beat at first base on the play that ended the top of the 8th inning. I think the television replay left no doubt about it. Sandian was out. Morgan to Perez. In the bullpen, Dave Justy, a right-hander. Ramon Hernandez, a left-hander. In the Reds bullpen, right-hander Clay Carroll. He will pitch the 9th inning. Paul is coming out for a pinch hitter. Joe Haig, acquired from the Cardinals in May, and a deal that sent Bernie Carbo to St. Louis. Haig this year batted .243. 7 home runs, 31 runs batted in. So Hall is out. He goes 3 innings, no runs a hit, 1 intentional walk, 4 strikeouts, his second fine effort. Joe Haig, left-hand batter, takes a changeup in the dirt, ball 1. 1-0. It'll be Haig, then the top of the order, Pete Rose, then Joe Morgan. Steve Blass has given up 4 hits,
in 7 innings. He has walked 1, struck out 4. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Change, very high, ball 2, 2-0. Dave Concepcion and George Foster, I can see them both in the dugout. Either one ready to pinch run if Hay gets on. Here's Blanchard's 2-0 pitch, way outside, ball 3, 3-0 the count. Sanguine calls time and goes to the mound. Oh, boy. I don't have to over-dramatize anything. Just sit here and call it ball 1, strike 1. Don't even have to use an adjective. I think you can feel what's going on. 3-0 the count. Last ready, and the pitch, a strike. 3-1. All right, now does he get the hit sign or the take sign? What is it? Grammer's flashing sign. Bob Robertson now playing first base for the Bucs. Stargell has come out. Last ready. And a 3-1 to Haig is low, ball 4. So the tying run is at first base, and Dave Concepcion will run for Haig. So a walk, Bill Burden is going to the mound. Dave Cash, Gene Alley, and Steve Blanchard together. Sanguine comes out. Hebner will now join the conference. Burden making his way to the mound. And in the bullpen, Justy and Hernandez. Blanche will stay in. Pete Rose the batter. So the top of the order coming up for the Reds. Pete Rose, an all-time championship series record. He has 9 hits.
You have to go back to yesterday and remember that Johnny Bench stole 2 bases on Manny Sanguine, although Steve Blass has one of the best moves in the league for a right-hander. Dave Concepcion has stolen 13 bases and 18 tries. What will happen?
We'll see now. Rose waits to the plate. The pitch on the way. Concepcion goes, and Rose fouls it back to the Reds play hit and run, and Pete fouls it off 0-1. Rose today grounded out in the first. Doubled in the third. Struck out in the 5th. He is 9 for 20 in the championship series. Morgan on deck. Pirates 3, Reds 2, bottom of the 8th inning. Concepcion at first base and nobody out. Hebner in very shallow at third base. Crowd going wild. Here's the stretch. Concepcion does not go. Rose bunts to Hebner at third. Rickey looks to first, throws to first, gets him there. Concepcion goes to second. So Cash covers. The play goes 5-4 on the sacrifice. The Reds have the tying run at second. Morgan, the batter, Burden coming out, so that will do it for Blass. Now, they'll probably bring in the left-hander, Ramon Hernandez. Hernandez is very tough against left-handed hitters, but we go back to Sunday when Hernandez faced Morgan. Joe hit a home run. So Morgan will be coming up. Justy and Hernandez in the bullpen. And the left-hander will come in. It'll be Ramon Hernandez. So Steve Blass goes 7 1/3 innings. He leaves the game. He can win it or have nothing to do with it. He cannot lose it. While the pitcher comes in, Dave Concepcion and Alex Grammas have a conference. Grammas, the Reds' third base coach. And Grammas, I'm sure, is going through every possibility with Concepcion on how to run the bases right now.
They're down there checking right now. Davey is over there checking the condition of the area around third base, making sure that the footing is right and everything. And, of course, everything plays a part in this ball game today. The turf being wet, a ball hitting the hole could get through. The sliding areas are not wet. They're a bit damp, I guess I could put it that way, a bit damp. They have put a lot of compound at third base in particular, so apparently that's the wettest of the 4 bases. So, here we go. Ramon Hernandez. I tell you, this guy has got a herky-jerky delivery, and he's tough to hit off of. And done a great job for the Pirates. But as you say, Morgan hit a home run off of him in Pittsburgh.
Here's a man who appeared in 53 games this season and didn't lose a game. He was 5-0, a 1.67 earned run average. He worked 70 innings, allowed 50 hits, walked 22, and struck out 47. So he is brought in to face Morgan, and the next batter is a left-handed hitter, Tolan, then bench, and by that time, if Hernandez doesn't have it, then Verdon goes to the bullpen again and brings in the ace, Justy. Pittsburgh leading, 3-2, Joe Morgan the batter. Morgan is 0 for 3 today. He's fly to center, grounded out, slide to right. 5 for 18 in the championship series. Concepcion at second base. Off to a cautious lead. Morgan, a .292 hitter during the year. The outfield deep and around toward right. Robertson guarding the line at first. Hebner guards the line at third. Hernandez set. First pitch to Morgan. Fastball for a strike. 0-1. Hernandez, originally signed by the Pirates and let go, bounced around, went to Mexico, picked up last year, spent some time in the minors, called up during the year, and had a great season in 72 with the Bucs. The stretch. The strike one pitch on the way. Breaking ball, a ground ball to Dave Cash at second. He drops it, picks it up, throws, and gets him. And Concepcion goes to third. Oh, what a play at first base, and they call him out. So they get Morgan as Cash drops the ball, booted it, still had time to pick it up as he kept it in front of him and threw to first in time to get Morgan. And boy, is the replay close. But I think he got him. So there's 2 down, and the tying run is at third, and the batter is Bobby Tolan. Tolan has hit the ball 3 times today, all 3 times on the ground. He's grounded out on 3 occasions. He's 5 for 20 in the series. Left-hander against left-hander. Hernandez to his windup, and the pitch to Tolan is in the dirt and blocked by Sengi, and to save a wild pitch, 1-0. Bench on deck. Concepcion at third. 2 down. Bottom of the 8th. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled back, and it's 1-1. Hebner in shallow at third. Robertson deep at first. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Tolan. Bobby swings and misses, and it's 1-2. Actually just got a piece of it. Foul tipped it in and out of Sanguillen's glove. Bench on deck. A ball, 2 strikes to count. Hebner backing up at third. Tolan waiting. Hernandez working from a windup to his motion. 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball low. Ball 2, 2-2. Pittsburgh, 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. Cincinnati, 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. Hernandez winds. 2-2 to Tolan. Bobby swings and misses. Strike 3. So Hernandez comes on and does the job. And the Reds leave the tying run at third base in the 8th inning. No runs, no hits. 1 man left on. We go to the 9th with the score. Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 2.
Another baseball manager has gotten the axe today. The California Angels have announced that they have fired manager Del Rice and replaced him with former college coach Bobby Winkles. Winkles, 42, joined the Angels as a coach early this year after a successful career as coach at Arizona State, where he won 3 national championships. General Manager Harry Dalton announced the changes at an Anaheim Stadium news conference just a while ago. Dalton himself was a newcomer with the Angels this season, coming to Anaheim from the Baltimore Orioles, where he was director of player personnel. Winkles was signed to a 1-year contract at an undisclosed salary. Dalton said Rice would be welcome to remain in the Angel organization if he wishes. Rice was not present at the announcement. Winkles, an inspirational type, never played baseball in the majors. An infielder, he spent 5 years in the Chicago White Sox organization.
Al Michaels along with Joe Nuxall. Ninth inning, 3-2 Pittsburgh. Clay Carroll, the new pitcher for the Reds. He'll face Rich Hebner, Dave Cash, and Gene Alley. Richie Hebner, left-hand batter, hits a curve in the air and foul ground off to the left. Dennis Menke might have a play, comes to the edge of the Pirate dugout and takes it in. One away. Hebner is gone. Dave Cash, the batter, he has singled twice and flied out. Dave Justy had come back to the Pirate dugout. He will start to warm up again in the Pittsburgh bullpen. If you're Bill Verdon, what do you do in the ninth inning? Do you leave the left-hander in to face Bench, Perez, and Menke, or do you bring Justy in right away and let him pitch the ninth? That's the decision he's got to make. In the Reds pen, it is Jack filling. It's McLaughlin loosening up. Cash hits a one-hopper to Menke at third and throws him out, and there's 2 down. Jim McLaughlin loosening up in the Reds pen. 2 down, Gene Alley the batter. Alley is 0 for 3. Flied out twice and struck out. He's 0 for 15 in the series. Pirates on top 3-2. Clay Carroll, pitcher number 4. Great relief work turned in by the Reds today. Pitch on the way to Alley is fouled back. 0-1. Nobody out on deck for the Pirates. Hernandez is due to bat next. Justy throwing in the pen. Carroll taking the sign from Bench. Here's the strike 1 pitch on the way. Curve outside, ball 1. 1-1. Nelson Briles is throwing in the Pirate pen also. Curve outside, ball 2, 2-1. Briles and Justy. Here's a 2-1 pitch on the way. Swung on a slow chopper to third. Menke fields on the second hop, throws, and gets him. So a 1-2-3 inning. The Pirates out in order, and this place will go bananas right now because the Reds are coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning with the score. Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati 2.
Well, in case you didn't miss the exciting American League playoff game today at Tiger Stadium, and one was on AFRTS, the series is now even at 2-up, and of course Thursday will tell who will face the National League winner here in this game we're broadcasting right now, either Pittsburgh or Cincinnati. The Tigers, in one of baseball's more amazing comebacks, beat the Oakland A's 4-3 in 10 frames. Also tied the American League playoffs, as he mentioned, at 2 games apiece. After Oakland broke a tie with 2 runs in the top half of the 10th, Detroit rallied for 3 runs in the bottom of the inning to stay alive in the playoffs. Jim Northrup singled home the winning run after the tying run scored on a bases-loaded walk. Playoff goes to a 5th game in the deciding contest tomorrow. And again played in Detroit. For the 2nd day in a row, the A's missed a chance to win the playoff and the pennant. They could have done it with a victory on Tuesday. With their 2 runs at the top of the 10th, it appeared they would do it on Wednesday. But then Matty Alou led off with a double. Ted Kubiak singled home the 2nd run. Then the Tigers came to bat. And as we mentioned, they did it as Jim Northrup, with the bases loaded, with the infield and outfield drawn in by Oakland manager Dick Williams, hit the ball over the right fielder's head, up against the fence. Of course, it goes as a single. The winning run coming in from third base, and that's all she wrote. Final again, the Detroit Tigers 4 and the Oakland A's 3. Well, Johnny Bench will lead things off for Cincinnati, their final hopes for 1972, and they must do it in this final inning against the Cincinnati Reds. Bourbon pitching, relieving Gillette in the 4th. Steve Blass starting for Pittsburgh. Ramon Hernandez came on in the 8th. Let's go back to Cincinnati now, Michaels.
Yes, and he was going for the down. 0-1. Bench has popped out, grounded out, singled. 1 for 3, 5 for 17 in the series. Justy ready, back he comes. Bench takes a slider outside. Ball 1, 1-1. Outfield deep and around toward left. 3-8-0, the totals for the Pirates. 2-4-1 for the Reds. Justy winds, and the 1-1 pitch to Bench is swung on and missed again. A full rip on a sinker. 1-2. Justy sinking fastball, slider, palm ball. Good control. Tony Perez on deck. Justy bends in, takes the sign. The right-hander winds, and the 1-2 pitch to Bench. Johnny swings and drills it a mile, but foul. Boy, he had all of that one, but foul by plenty. Hit it up into the red seats, the upper deck. 1-2. The wide. And the pitch to Bench. Change hit in the air to deep right field. Back goes Clemente. It's a fence. He's done. Field, hits one to right. The game is tied. Here's Perez. Justy to the plate. Perez swings. Base hit to center field. The pennant is at first base with nobody out. Dennis Menke is the batter. Alex Grammas, the third base coach, will talk to him. George Foster is coming out to run for Perez. Johnny Bench, a home run to right field. Bill Burden going to the mound. He's the coolest man in the ballpark right now. Everybody, 41,867, standing up, watching another incredible game in this championship series, which will be remembered for a long time. Boy, it's amazing when you think about it. 1951, you went right down to the last game. Thompson hit the home run to win it for the Giants. 62, they went down to the last game. They went to the ninth inning. The Giants got 4 to beat the Dodgers. And now the Reds try to win it in the ninth. Justy will stay in. Foster at first base. He is the pennant-winning run. Dennis Menke, the batter, is deafening in here. Hebner ready to charge from third. Menke around the bunt, takes high. Ball 1. 1-0. On deck is Geronimo. Reds 3. Pirates 3. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth inning. Everybody standing. Everybody. Justy is set. Menke around a bunt. Foul tips it into the glove of Sandian for a strike. The pitch up and in, and he tried to back away. 1-1. Foster at first base. Foster's lead. Justy set, and a 1-1 pitch. Menke bunts foul. Back to the screen. 1-2. So now 2 strikes on Menke. And he looks down at Alex Grammas, the third base coach, for the time. Justy waiting Sandian. Foster off to his lead at first. 1-2 pitch outside, ball 2. 2-2. If we go to a 10th inning, the Pirates have Justy due to lead off, then Sennett and Oliver. Jim McLaughlin is throwing in the Reds pen. Justy is set. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Menke. Low, ball 3. Full count. Now, do the Reds start Foster? Let's take a look at Menke's statistics as Sandian. This is Justy. Menke struck out 76 times this year, 447 trips to the plate. Relatively high average. So do you risk it? Do you have Foster go and risk Menke striking out? Let's see. 3-2 the count. Time is called. Menke backs out. Now then he climbs in. Here's the stretch. Foster goes. Menke fouls it straight back. So the Reds are sending Foster. We'll try to get a station break in a minute. 3-2 the count. And time is called now. Justy back first base. Foster diving back in just to make sure. Jesse ready to work again. Again a throw to first. Foster back. Bob Robertson now playing first base. Sargent is out of the game. Moose and Biles in the Pirate bullpen. Jesse is set. Foster goes. 3-2 pitch. Line foul into the Pirate bullpen. So Menke got good wood. Lined it foul, and we pause for station identification. Ball count. Jesse set. 3-2 pitch. Foster goes. Menke gets it to left field. Foster will stop at second base. So Menke is round single to left. The pennant is at second base. Nobody out. Geronimo is the batter. The Reds 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The Pirates 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. Dave Cass coming to the mound. To the Pirates out in front from the second inning on. They led 2-0 in the second. The Reds got a run in the third. The Pirates picked up 1 in the fourth. The Reds got 1 in the fifth. It stayed that way. It was 3-2. Here in the ninth, Johnny Bench, an opposite field home run. Tony Perez a single to center. Dennis Menke a single to left. The pinch runner George Foster, who is the pennant, is at second base. Nobody out. Geronimo the batter. The Pirates expect him to bunt. Jesse ready. Geronimo around to bunt, takes very high. Ball 1. Cheney on deck. 1-0 the count. Time is called now as Sanguillen goes to the mound. Ramitz goes to talk to Foster. Seeing the way the Pirates played it, Robertson charging in, Hebner charging in that time with Alley, the shortstop, going over to cover third. Reds 3, Pirates 3, bottom of the ninth. Foster at second, Menke at first. Nobody out. Geronimo is waiting at the plate. Jesse with a time. Here's the stretch. 1-0, Geronimo takes high. Ball 2. 2-0. Here comes Burden. And so he's going to make a change here. He's got Riles, and he has Moose in the bullpen. It's 2-0 on Geronimo. I know for those of you on the Reds Baseball Network, I do not have to do any apologizing at all. For those of you who have picked us up around the country, we appreciate the fact that we were selected to broadcast the game around the country, and if there's a little partiality being shown, I think you can understand why. That's all for Jesse, and Bob Moose will come on. Bob Moose is making his second appearance in this series. He was the starting pitcher on Sunday and did not get anybody out. He gave up a single to Rose, a single to Morgan, a double to Tolan, a double to Bench, a double to Perez. So he comes in a spot where he has to face Geronimo with a count 2 balls and no strikes. Foster, who is the pennant-winning run at second base. Dennis Menke on at first. Ramitz even talks to Menke. And now he's going to go out of the game and check with Foster. Oh, boy. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Since we do all the Reds games and saw all of Bench's home runs, I would have to go back in the book to find out to which field he hit every home run. But of his 40, I would guess, just as an estimate, that he hit 32 to left field. I'd say maybe 6 or 7 to center and 1 or 2 to right. His home run here came to right field with 2 strikes. The man has incredible power. He took 2 vicious cuts. He had 2 strikes. He took another cut. He hit the ball into the upper deck here, which is a jolt, even though it was fouled by plenty. Then he teed off and hit a ball over the right center field fence. That time tied the game. Perez singled to center. Foster went in a run for him. Menke then singled to left. And Cesar Geronimo, the batter. Geronimo has twice grounded to first, and he hit a home run in the fifth inning to get the Reds to within one. So Bob Moose, who was 13-10 this season, with a 2.9 earned run average, appeared only one time this season in relief, and it was against the Reds, and he picked up a save. So here he is in relief. Robertson ready to charge in from first. Hebner staying back at third. We'll see how the Pirates defend it. Geronimo up in a bunch situation, but he may be taking all the way. Let's see. 2-0 the count. Moves his set. And looks back, bluffs to throw back to second base. The Pirates had their play on where Alley, the shortstop, goes to third and Hebner charges in. Robertson in front of Menke at first. Moose stomps at the rubber. Now the right-hander is set. A check, and the pitch on the way. Geronimo swings and misses. 2-1. So the Reds had him swinging at the first pitch. 2-1 the count. Jack Fillingham and Jim McLaughlin throwing in the bullpen for the Reds. Nelson Riles and the Pirates fan. On deck for the Reds is Darrell Cheney. Moose checking as the sign. And the 2-1 pitch, Geronimo bunts foul off to the left, so the count is now 2-2. So Bob Moose in a key pressure situation has gotten 2 strikes on Cesar Geronimo. 2-2 the count. Now let's see how the Pirates play it. Moose is talking with Gene Alley, the shortstop. Crowd just going wild. Hardly have to tell you that. Geronimo waiting. Moose looks in as the sign and the stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on, hit in the air to deep right field. Clemente going back, and he will make the catch on the warning track. Foster tags at second, on his way to third. The throw is cut off. So the pennant's now at third base on a long out. We have 1 out, a long out, deep enough to get Foster to third. The pennant at third base. Menke at first base. Burden is going to the mound. Darrell Cheney is the hitter. Clay Carroll is due to bat after Cheney. The Reds have expended Eulander and Haig as pinch hitters today. They have Hal McRae on the bench, a right-hand batter. Bill Plummer could conceivably pinch hit. Julian Javier, should Cheney be unable to get the winning run home. The Reds, 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The Pirates, 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. Foster at third. Menke at first. 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. The game time, 3-3. Heading back to the dugout. The outfield is shallow. They have to be. The infield is in. They have to be. As Cheney stands in. Cheney has singled, struck out, and grounded out. Foster at third. Menke at first. Nobody is out of the on-deck circle. Moves his set. The pitch to Cheney. Darrell takes low, ball 1. 1-0. Sparky Anderson not tipping his hat. If Burden wanted to, he could demand that somebody be placed in the on-deck circle, and I'm sure Anderson would put Carroll out there, so that would be fruitless. Sparky will not tip his hand as to who would bat next. One and the count. Moose. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Cheney fouls it back, and the count is 1-1. Hebner at third, in very shallow. Alley and Cash both up. Robertson at first base, just behind the runner. Work again. Here's the 1-1 pitch. A pitch out. Nothing doing. The Pirates thought the Reds might have to squeeze on it. 2-1. Cheney waiting. Darrell from Hammond, Indiana. Platoon the shortstop this season with Dave Concepcion. Hit 250. Moose ready. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Cheney swings, pops it in the air to shallow left. Dean Alley is going out. Stennett is coming in, and they come together, and Alley makes the catch, gets it in, and the run has to hold at third. So Cheney cannot deliver. He pops out to the shortstop as Stennett and Alley both come together. So there's two down now, and the Reds need more than a fly ball to win the game. And Hal McRae comes up to pinch hit for Clay Carroll. McRae, pinch hitting. He was the Reds' most productive pinch hitter this year. He was 10 for 40 to 250 as a pinch hitter, had 4 pinch hit home runs. Batted 281 during the year with 5 home runs, 26 runs batted in. Dillingham and McLaughlin in the bullpen. It'll be one of them if we go to extra innings. Foster at third. Menke at first. 2 down. Moose checking with Sandian. The stretch. And the pitch on the way. McRae swings and misses. One after a slider on the outside corner. 0-1. So the Pirates trying to stay alive after it looked like they were gone. Justy went to 2-0 on Geronimo. Moose came in. Got Geronimo. Got Cheney. And now it's up to McRae. A tie game. Bottom of the 9th inning. Moose stands on the first base side of the rubber, takes off the sign. Now in agreement. He's set. And the strike one pitch on the way is outside. Ball 1. 1-1. On deck, Pete Rose. Moose turns his back on the plate. Back of the rubber now, kicking at the rubber. Mops his brow. Punches over, takes the side. The stretch, and the 1-1 pitch to McRae. In the dirt, it's a wild pitch. Here comes Foster. The Reds win the pennant. And the Reds have won the National League pennant. 4-3 Cincinnati. Foster scores. It's all over. It's the Reds against Detroit or Oakland on Saturday. Back with the totals and highlights right after this message.
Well, what a finish and what a doubleheader today, huh? How about that? In the Detroit game, Oakland looked like they had it sewed up, and they went down to the bottom of the 10th, and they scored. And that was unearned, and now we have an unearned win here. Another thriller in Cincinnati. Pittsburgh leading 3-2 at blank Pittsburgh in the 6th, 7th. Had blank Cincinnati in the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and the Reds come up with an unearned run, the wild pitch, and you know how bad Bob Moose must feel right now for Pittsburgh. One of the veterans of the Pittsburgh staff throwing it into the dirt, back to the backstop. Foster coming in from third with the winning run, and the Cincinnati Reds now will face either Oakland or Detroit, and we won't know that until Thursday. And they have some red faces in Detroit today. They already had the Will Heritage Trophy with the plaque written on there, Oakland A's, already screwed on, and they had to change that. They had to take the nameplate off after Detroit came back to win that second game for them this year. Now for the wrap-up, let's go back to Cincinnati.
Totals at Riverfront Stadium, a place that has gone absolutely berserk. The Reds 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. The Pirates 3 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. Clay Carroll the winner. Dave Justy the loser. Johnny Bench ties the game in the 9th inning with a home run. And then Bob Moose, who looked like he was on his way to working out of a crucial situation, wild pitched home the winning run. So the Reds win it 4-3. 2 days off. Game 1 of the World Series here on Saturday. On NBC TV, I'll be there along with Kurt Gowdy and Tony Kubek. Jim Simpson will handle the radio along with either Monty Moore or Ernie Harwell, depending on who wins Detroit and Oakland. And a reminder, tickets are now on sale at Riverfront Stadium for the World Series. For those of you around the country, we hope you've enjoyed the series. For those of you on the Reds Baseball Network, we know you've enjoyed the series. And we'll be going down to the locker room with Joe Nuxhall. So
now we go to the Cincinnati Reds clubhouse for a start of the game. That's Joe Nuxhall. John Soller, thank you very much, and a very, very bunch of happy people here in the Cincinnati clubhouse. Johnny Bench down at the other end of the clubhouse right now. Most of the players are away from us at the present time, but we're going to be talking to as many as we can get here, and we want to talk if we can find Don Gullett, who started the game. Don, at one time, a very dejected little young man, but now as happy as he can be. The Reds winning the game, and just unbelievable the way the game finished. And I was in the clubhouse at the time Johnny Bench hit a home run, and then I was certainly here when the wild pitch was made and the Reds won the National League Championship. And we'll be back with more from here at the clubhouse at Riverfront Stadium after this word.
We have with us the starting pitcher of the day, Don Gullett. And Don, I know how bad you felt the way things went early, but now as happy as anybody in this clubhouse. And what can you say? A great, great day for the Reds.
Certainly was, Joe. I don't think anybody's any happier than I was right now. At the time, like you say, I wasn't happy that I came out of the game. Sparky came out. And just to show you positive thinking, Sparky says, well, Don, you just don't have it today. He said, maybe you'll have it Sunday. And then that gave me a big lift right there to tell me that we was going to go on and win the ball game and I'll be in there again Sunday. It's a great feeling, Joe. I'm happy for everybody.
Now we're going to get the old dog over here, Tony Perez. Tony, come on over here. Tony. Nice goal, boy.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, man, it's okay.
Great job.
That's the way the McGee win.
You know what? You just knew you were going to get a hit that last time up, didn't you?
Well, yeah, when they need it.
You did a great job, Tony. Congratulations.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Hey, how about the World Series?
Oh, man, then we're going to have a picnic over here.
We'll get Rose over here. Pete. Nice going, partner. Great series. Great series.
Joe, I'm just so thrilled. I don't know what to say, Joe. When Bench hit that home run, that's the greatest feeling I ever got in my life, and it's the most exciting I ever gotten. And I just was so happy that Johnny thought enough to go the other way, because Jesse was going to go away with him with 2 strikes, and he just did his thing. And I swear, I told him I beat him out of the box. When he hit the ball, I knew it was gone. I was out of the dugout cheering it on. He went him out of the box. But we still had to get another run, but that stimulated us, and he's been doing it all year. He's been doing it. He did it in 1970, and I'm just happy that we're going to World Series this year healthy, and we're going to win it.
Frank Dale, first of the ball game. Frank, you don't have tears in your eyes, do you?
I have had all afternoon, right after that hit. And why couldn't you and Al sit down once you were standing and pacing in the thing? What was going on up there?
Cheers from Pro.
Wasn't that something? Unbelievable. You cannot imagine. This is a perfect National League finish. It's tough for Pittsburgh to take, but that somebody's got to do it. And that home run was just unbelievable. And did you notice that Johnny's mother came over screaming for him to do it? He did it, turned around and looked at her as she came down with the fence. Great big tears all over her face. Just unbelievable. One of the highest emotions you can possibly have.
Great. Of course, this has been a super year, and what an absolute fantastic finish to a great season.
Joe, one thing needs to be said, and you will say it a number of times. When we were down and the crowd was a little quiet and so forth, but they got up in the 8th inning. They came out. The fans really came on, and in the 9th they were behind them. And the fans, you can't tell me that the fans don't play a great part. They do, and it's a tremendous thing to see this stadium full of fans to bring that team on, and they did it. They really did. The fans came up. And great year for you, Joe. Thank you for being with us.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bob Housen, the Executive Vice President, General Manager. Robert, 2 out of 3.
Yes, sir. This is the greatest thrill I ever had, Joe. I mean, we wanted it so bad. When I say we, the whole organization from, well, there wasn't anybody in it that didn't want it. And the ball players proved that they wanted it most out on that field.
Bobby, Mr. Dale was just pointing out the fans, but I don't think from the first inning on, really, it was just utter chaos all over the ballpark.
I'll tell you, they stood up and started cheering in that 9th inning before it ever comes. And this big son of a gun, he hit the ball over, and he promised me he was going to hit a home run, really. And I told my wife, after he got 2 strikes, I said, he's still going to hit that home run, and I'll be a son of a gun to the opposite field.
Thank you, Joe. Bob came by yesterday and said, oh, you're going to hit some today? And I said, yeah, I'll hit a couple for you. I'm going to hit a couple for you, and then I'm going to get 1 tomorrow. Talking about today, well, the 2 yesterday happened to be steals. And then he came by this morning, he came by the table, he said, I said, well, I told you I was going to get 2 yesterday, but I am going to get 1 today. I felt it. I really did. I felt it the whole game, and I told Pete in the dugout in the first, second inning, I said, I hope there's a man on in the 9th.
Pete, John, you went to the opposite way, but only the second time this year, possibly, that you hit an opposite field home run.
Joe, you got laryngitis there, Joe. Yes, it was, Joe. It was the second time I went there. In fact, I did it against the Pirates once. And it happened to be against the Pirates, against Luke Walker, and he hit the ball that way. And I don't know when there's ever been a bigger home run, unless some of them might hit off you in batting practice.
I knew I'd have to come into this. John,
it's a great thrill, Joe, and I'm glad
after a while you come back and take over. Okay,
thank
you. Johnny Bench and Mr. Bob Housen, and Bob, of course, now the World Series for the second time in 3 years, and you were talking about the fans, what a great group it was here for every game. Really, we had a lot of people in Pittsburgh. We had a great crowd here, and very enthusiastic.
Well, I'll tell you, the fans can thank Joe. We had great fans in the stadium, as you know. But I want to say this, that you fellows that have brought the game, and I listened to every word you made today, is, you brought so much enjoyment and so much fun to a lot of people, not just because we won, but because you did all over this world. And to me, that's what really makes baseball and makes sports great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al, and thank you, Joe, for this. Now we got to go into that World Series and do the same thing.
Right. I got to talk to my partner. I'm afraid he's going to collapse. He's been running around. I'm talking to him. How are you? You made it all right.
Made it. Hey, where are we?
Like I pointed out about Al, he looked like a caged tiger in our broadcast booth, and eventually he had me doing it. You can't believe the scene, Al, down here in the clubhouse as the guys came in, but Johnny Bench hit the home run. It looked like love story down here. Everybody.
Where were you when Bench hit the home run? I know you left the movie to come down. Where were you?
I was back here watching it on TV. And
who was in here?
Joe Haig, Ted Eulander, Hal McRae was loosening up because he knew he was going to pinch hit, and it's just an unbelievable story.
Oh, incredible. That's why I don't even know where I am when I'm talking about.
Hey, we'll be back with more.
I want to say before you go to commercial, you are the most fantastic guy for that sport. And I'm not. This isn't a mutual admiration society, but we have had some fun.
You better believe it. And you're going to have a lot more for us all over, big boy. We'll be back with more from the club out here at Riverfront after this break.
Once again, Joe Nuxall.
All right, John, thank you very much. And right now we have the mayor of the great city of Cincinnati with us, Mayor Tom Lukin. And Tom, I guess, well, your first time to be a part of a National League champion.
Oh, it's great. It was great in Pittsburgh to come home on a winning note. And we said Johnny Bench was a great base stealer, but today he showed what he really was.
Tom, did you have any kind of a little bet or something going with the mayor of Pittsburgh?
Well, he didn't seem too confident. He didn't even come over here. We went to Pittsburgh. I don't think he ever did expect to win. He knew we had it. He knew that Johnny Bench was going to come out with that home run. We thought we had 2 back-to-back there, but it came through. It's great. And I don't care whether we go to Detroit or Oakland. It makes no difference. We can win either way.
Very true. Mayor Lukin, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hal McRae, Hal, come over here. Hal, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Harold, you got up there. What did you think when Mr. Moose was out there?
Well, I thought I was going to do it when I first went up to the plate. After I swung at that bad slider, I had to regroup. I say, you can't swing at bad pitches. You got to get a good pitch. You know he's going to throw your slider, so you got to make sure you get a good pitch and try to put the bat on the ball. I felt I was going to do it, but I'd rather for him to do it than I.
Of course, Hal, really. I know I've talked to you many times, and you always said, as a pitcher, you've got to go up there swinging the bat.
Yeah, I knew I had to go swinging the bat, and I was just a little too quick. I knew he was going to throw me sliders. I got one, but I swung too quick. I didn't wait long enough, and the ball was a couple of feet outside, but I don't think I was going to swing at another bad slider because I knew I had to do it, you know. After John hit the home run with 2 strikes on him to the opposite field, I knew we were going to win it. It was 2 outs, runners on first and third. I had to do it, and I felt I was going to do it, but I was glad he made the wild pitch.
You know, it was a funny thing. I was walking through the clubhouse, and I said, wild pitch. And dadgummit, if it wasn't a wild pitch.
Yeah, I saw the ball go by and thank him, and I jumped over there, and I saw Alex and George coming across the plate, and I guess that was about the happiest feeling of my life.
Great, Hal. Congratulations.
Thank you, now.
Okay. Chub Feeney, the president of the National League. Chub, I don't think there's any way in this world that you could ever ask for a better championship series than this one.
No, I don't think we'll ever have another one like that. There, it's just 2 great ball clubs, and it had to go down to the last inch, the last thing at the wire. It was very, very exciting, and now we're going to go in the World Series and win.
Chuck, did you feel like it would go this way?
Yeah, I thought it would, and especially towards the late innings of the game, of course. It looked like the Pirates might break it open early, but when it got close, it had to go down to the 9th inning, Jim.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Cesar Geronimo. Cesar, you hit a home run foul, a big one, and then your fly ball, of course, the runner in scoring position, and you're not happy, are you?
Well, I think it's bad to me like this, but it's so good. I'm just so glad. No glad, just glad.
How about the day you came over here from the Houston Astros? Did you dream of this?
Well, I was glad at that time, but not so glad like I feel right now.
Great. Cesar, congratulations.
Thank
Joe
you.
Morgan. Oh, Joe, come here. Hippity hop. How you doing, partner?
I feel great. My heel doesn't hurt me at all right now.
You're not mad at anybody, are you?
I'm not at anybody. This is
all
great.
right.
This is great. This is great. Thank you very much. I'm just happy that I got over here.
How's your ankle now?
Well, it's bothered me quite a bit, but I got 2 days of rest. I'll be all right.
All right, yo. Nice going. So, Joe, SC, great. Come here, great. Sorry, Birmingham.
Always like you on these kind of shows.
Boy, you're a little in doubt, huh?
Had to go right down to the last half of the last inning, Joe, because that's the way our ball clubs operated all year. Absolutely fantastic. I guess George got tired of giving him instructions, but I wanted to make sure there was no mix-up. I even told him, I said, now he's going to be throwing sliders to Mac. Be sure you gets away from the catcher. He'll be trying to keep it down. If he gets away from him, we got to score you somewhere or another. And doggone if that's not what happened.
And it did.
And I almost scored before he did.
Alex Strauss. Tom Hall. Come here, Tom. Tom Hall, you rascal, you. Another great job.
Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you.
You didn't get the hit, though.
No, I didn't get a chance to hit, but I'm glad we won it there today. That's all right, as long as we win.
Tom, how'd you feel? You pitched 4 innings the other day. Did you feel good today?
Yeah, I felt real good out there. I felt the fastball was pretty good. The slide and curve and everything was working pretty good today, and I just went out there and tried to give them all I had while I was there, Joe.
I'd say you did a good job.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Gary Nolan. Gary, come here, babe. Come here, Sarge. Sarge, how about it?
Joe, this is the greatest thing. 1970 was fantastic, but this is a super year.
A super year
for a super team.
Fantastic bunch of people.
Oh, great. They fought back so hard today. I cried on the bench tonight the way they're fighting back. I mean it. I was so happy for each and every one of our ball players, our leaders, our managers, our coaches, our announcers. They've been great all year, and we deserve it. Pittsburgh played a great series. They had a great team. 2 great teams played, and that's what counted.
Very well. Great. I know we're celebrating here, but how do you feel, really?
Well, I feel great. I'm so happy for everybody. Physically, I think the only thing I am is a little out of shape. But I'm going to go bust my rear end like I always do, and I know we're going to be tough.
All right, Gary. Thank you very much. Gary Nolan. Bobby Tolan. Hey, big boy. Oh, great. Here we go.
I got your big boy. Get your headphones. It was great. This is a great win. We cannot win a better game than this here. It's been a great year enough. This is a topper right here. A lot of people kept bringing the trade back in our faces that we can't do because we gave away Lee May, Joe Morgan, and Geronimo. Those guys are not going to help us. They didn't know if Bobby Tolan was going to come back. Bobby Tolan came back. The trade came out. They say Geronimo was a sleeper. He's not a Major League ball player. He got the home run, important sacrifice fly, monumental at third base, and we kept battling back. We didn't give up to show you that we have the makings of one hell of a ball club, Nuts. Bob, congratulations. Thank you very much. The greatest thrill of my life. All right, buddy. Steve, I never thought I could ever do a somersault. 250 pounds and doing a somersault. I think I did it right in the club.
I'll tell you, Joe. I'm the happiest man in the world right now. Gene Smith wants to waste all his good champagne. I just wish you was a member of the team, Joe. Because I know how happy you are inside. They said Al Michaels was going to dance up there and run back and forth.
Wow, where's Michael? Michael. Oh, nice shot, Hawky.
Hey, you got a champagne play, man. I didn't mean to yell into my show.
We're all happy. I hate to think what's going on uptown right now.
I do too. If nobody's drunk, we ain't drunk either. But everybody's going to be drunk, and we're going to be drunk. You ever heard of a ball player not drinking? He's drinking, Nuts. This is the time to drink, Nuts. Champagne, beer, liquor, or what, man?
All right, boy. Congratulations. I'm going to turn it over to Al because I'm having a little problem.
Hey, man. Hey, you doing all right?
Having a little problem. I'll go scout with him.
All right, baby. Where are we? At the end of your show?
Well, yeah, we got
all right.
more to go.
This is Joe Nuxall. Reminding you to stay tuned for scores and comments next.
All right.
You're going by car, but right at the moment, that must be a long, long way away.
Hey, I tell you, we're long way from Indianapolis. I'm telling you, this is one of the greatest days of my life right now. All the guys sit there, and it's great, I tell you.
Where were you when it all happened?
Sitting there rooting on, I'm telling you.
On the bench?
Yes, that's right. I'm telling you, that was the greatest thing. I'm glad we won it that way, too.
We read about you guys on the bench. We read about you guys yesterday yelling, screaming. What about today? Was it the same thing?
Same thing. We wanted to give all the support we could. Even though we couldn't be in there, we still a part of it, and we wanted to root the guys. It was just great.
Wayne, you did a beautiful job. Held us out in a lot of key spots this year. Go get him in the series, baby.
Thank you.
That's Wayne Simpson. We'll be back with more from the Reds clubhouse right after this message. Again, if you just woke up, you missed some day. It's both the American League and the National League. In the American League today, the Tigers had their backs to the wall. Game number 4. They started the day down 2-1. It was tied 1-1 going into extra innings in the 11th inning. Oakland came up with 2 runs, and it looked like the A's had the pennant wrapped up. Detroit came back with 3 before Oakland could retire anybody in the bottom of the 11th, and so the Tigers won the game 4-3, and they shut up the same situation we had here today. Tomorrow at Tiger Stadium in Detroit at 1:30 Eastern Time. It's all on the line. The Detroit Tigers against the Oakland Athletics for the winner. Meeting the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of this series, the World Series, at Riverfront Stadium Saturday at 1 o'clock. We want to remind you tickets on sale now outside. And the ticket office open tonight until 9 o'clock. Games 1, 2, 6, and 7 will be played here at Riverfront Stadium. Games 3, 4, and 5 in the American League Park. Box office open tomorrow. 9 o'clock in the morning. So, the Tigers and the A's have to go at it again tomorrow. And for the Reds, a wild night of celebration, I'm sure, will begin all over the city of Cincinnati.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Simpson, along with Monty Moore of the Oakland A's. And welcome to Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati for the 7th and deciding game. The weatherman all morning long has said there will be showers in Cincinnati, but they're not due to arrive until after 3 p.m. Eastern Time today. That's nearly 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. But the tarp has been rolled up even though it is still raining. Remember, this is a carpeted infield and outfield here in Cincinnati, and so it'll take a lot more than the normal grass and dirt. Infields and outfields of other ballparks. So despite the fact the rain continues to come down, the tarp has been taken up. They're going to try to get this 7th game in before the real showers do come in after 3 o'clock this afternoon. The scheduled pitches this afternoon: John Blue Moon Odom, and for the Cincinnati Reds, Jack Billingham. They faced each other once before. That was in the 3rd game of the series, out in the rain-delayed game there, and Billingham was the 1-0 winner. This broadcast is authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of the game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. Well, Monty Moore, those playoffs for the first time in history in each league went the full 5. Now the World Series is going the full 7. And now the rain has come. And you must wonder, will it ever end? But we expect it to end this afternoon with the winner despite the rain.
There's an old saying down in Oklahoma, Jim, that a man asked a farmer one time, you think it's going to quit raining? And he says it always has. So it's just a matter of when it's going to end. And as you say, it has been a factor. Over in Oakland, of course, we lost the first game that was scheduled out there. And even though that night it looked as if it might never stop raining in the Bay Area, it did. And we got the 3 games in there, and they have been great games. But, Jim, as you mentioned, with the playoffs going 5 games and the Series 7, this has to be one of baseball's finest hours this year.
All right, it'll be John Blue Moon Odom. And Odom, as we said, started that 3rd game and was merely sensational in that 3rd game, despite the fact he did lose it 1-0. That was the game in which Tony Perez fell rounding 3rd base, but the cutoff man of the A's did not know it. Sal Bando at 3rd base could not yell above the screams of the crowd that he had fallen down, and so Perez was allowed to score. As a matter of fact, we said at that time if Tony had not scored, that game might still be going on. Odom pitched 7 innings in that game, gave up that 1 run. Perez had singled. Menke sacrificing him along to second, and Geronimo singled up the middle in the 7th and scored Tony, despite the fact he did fall down. Overall, Blue Moon Odom gave up 3 hits, and he had an all-time high of 11 strikeouts in that ball game. And Odom's credentials are impressive. Going back 4 games, now this goes back through the playoffs, and he pitched in 2 games there and through the World Series. Over the last 26 innings pitched, John Blue Moon Odom has given up 11 hits and 1 earned run. Now, Jack Billingham, who was the winner of that 1-0 ball game on Wednesday night, had a 12-12 record for the season. Earned run average much above that of Blue Moon Odom's, 3.18. But nevertheless, he pitched 8 2/3 innings, and his sinking fastball was working just beautifully on Wednesday evening. Gave up no runs, only 3 hits, and all of those hits were of infield variety. 1 a bunt and 2 infield hits. And only 3 balls were hit out of the infield. And he retired 14 men on ground balls, which means that Billingham really had the sinking fastball going. In the playoffs, Jack, who has a reputation not only being cool, but cool under pressure, and as Al Michaels, the Cincinnati broadcaster who was working with us out in Oakland, said, Jack sleeps a lot, but he has been up for the playoff and series at Pittsburgh. He started the 2nd game, worked 4 2/3 innings in that one with no decision, but did give up 2 runs and 5 hits. But he was nearly unbeatable in the game on Wednesday night. The rain has slackened somewhat, and they're manicuring now the dirt around second base. And I assume they're going to try to get this game underway in 10 minutes. Now, we would like to talk about momentum. Everybody talks about momentum. You would say now that since the Cincinnati Reds won yesterday 8-1, and that was the first World Series game that they have won at home in 32 years, that the momentum belongs to the Cincinnati Reds, that the A's are on the ropes. But then what if Campy Campaneris should get up and lead off today's ball game by hitting a home run? Who would have the momentum then? As Pete Rose himself pointed out, the Pittsburgh Pirates had the momentum, leading going into the 9th inning in the 5th and decisive game of the playoffs. But then that momentum was changed around with the Johnny Bench home run that tied it, and they went on to win it on a wild pitch. Last week in Detroit, Michigan, Oakland had the momentum. They scored in the top of the 10th inning to go ahead of Detroit in the American League Championships. But the Tigers came back in the last of the 10th inning and won it. And who had the momentum going to the 5th game? The A's today are going to be asked to do just what they had to do in the playoffs of the American League. And that is, after having a 2-0 lead, have to come back in a deciding game to take it off. But when you talk momentum, remember that works 2 different ways. The Oakland A's have shaken up their lineup for this 7th and, of course, deciding game of the 72 World Series. Campy Campaneris hitting at 125. Gunned down by the Army Johnny Bench. The only time he's tried to steal. Hasn't been on base that much. Campaneris has not failed to hit in his last 19 times at bat and is 3 for 24. He'll play shortstop. Angel Manguel, who was 2 for 4 yesterday and nearly hit another out of here, 3 for 6 on the series, will bat second and play center field. That's the spot that Matty Alou has occupied most of this World Series. Joe Rudi out in left field, hitting .273, the most consistent hitter the A's have had all season long, will bat third. Now here's a change. Gene Tennis, who leads this World Series with 7 RBIs and who has tied others for having hit 4 home runs in the World Series, will bat cleanup, and Tennis today will play first base. He will not catch. Sal Bando, the captain and third baseman, will bat 5th. Matty Alou, 0 for 15 in the series, only 1 hit all series long, hitting .048. has been dropped from the number 2 spot all the way down to number 6. Dave Duncan will start today behind the plate and bat 7th. And Monty Moore will be telling you Duncan not only can swing the bat, but is a good handler of his pitcher, Blue Moon Odom, but we'll leave that conversation to Monty. Dick Green will be at second base and bat 8th. He's hitting .357. And John Blue Moon Odom will bat 9th and pitch. And we'll remind you again that Odom, over the last 26 innings, has allowed but 1 earned run and 11 hits. Well, the Cincinnati Reds and their fans here believe that they're going to take it all today. It'll be Pete Rose, who has 1 home run and 2 RBIs, and both of those came in the final game in Oakland. He led off that game with a home run, and in the 9th inning had the game-winning single. Switch hitter Pete Rose will play left and lead it off. Joe Morgan, who has walked 5 times and scored 4 runs and stolen 2 bases and has really turned this series around, will play second base. Bobby Tolan is in center field. Tolan has stolen 5 times in 6 tries. He has had 2 RBIs in each of the last 3 games, and he is now 7 for 24, 292, and a strong challenge to Gene Tennis when they come to decide the Most Valuable Player award. By the way, speaking of stealing bases, the running Cincinnati Reds are really in high gear. They have stolen 11 bases in 15 tries. As far as the Oakland A's are concerned, they have stolen but 1 in 5 tries. Johnny Bench, whose home run started things yesterday, hitting .300 in the series, bats cleanup. And Bench's arm has kept the A's from trying to steal too much, but then again, Oakland hasn't had that many on base. Tony Perez, who has more hits than anybody else in the series, will bat 5th and play first base. His average is .429. He is 9 for 21. He has scored twice and driven in 1 run. Dennis Menke, Monty and I have been impressed, and I'm sure all the fans have too, about the way he has played third base. He's only 2 for 20, but his home run kept things close in a game out in Oakland, and his ball hit up the middle on a ground out, moved a man over to scoring position at third base so Concepcion's long fly ball to center field could score him with a tie-breaking run yesterday. Menke has been invaluable. Cesar Geronimo will start today. He's a left-handed batter going against a right-handed Odom, hitting at 188, 3 for 16. Sparky Anderson has just been introduced. Rain has let up somewhat, but it is still raining, and so now it becomes obvious this game is going to start on time and in the rain. Now Rose comes up. But to complete the Cincinnati Reds lineup, Dave Concepcion will be at shortstop. Now normally they would have Darrell Chaney in there, switch hitter, that's left-handed. But Concepcion has been doing such a good job, made 2 great throws in the late innings yesterday, and he also made contact every time he was up. Concepcion is 4 for 10 of the series, has driven in 2 runs, and has scored 2 himself. And Jack Billingham is the pitcher. To repeat, Billingham started Game 3 of the World Series, went 8 2/3 innings, had a count of 3-0 on a batter, and they brought in Clay Carroll, who finished it up for him, and he went on to beat Odom by the score of 1-0. Billingham, the right-hander, is warming up right now down the right field line, and John Blue Moon Odom down the left field line. Well, Odom, not a 20-game winner this year, but nevertheless, very few pitchers have had more pressure put on them. In the World's, or rather in the championship playoffs, Detroit and Oakland, final game, everything rested on that. It was John Blue Moon Odom who was called on to start. He pitched 5 strong innings before Vida Blue finished up 4. That got the A's into the World Series. And here we are in the 7th decisive game of the World Series, and guess who gets the start? John Blue Moon Odom. Cincinnati, which set a record of sorts yesterday by winning its first game at home in 32 years, hopes to set a brand new World Series record today. Number 1, they hope to become the 6th team down 3 games to 1 and come back and win it all. But even more importantly than that, they hope to be the first team ever to have lost the first 2 at home and then come back to win the World Series. And now the Richmond, Indiana High School Band, formed out in left center field. Majorettes at attention, are ready to play for the group here at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio, our national anthem.
I invite you to rise and join in the singing of our national anthem, which will be played by the Richmond High School Marching Band from Richmond, Indiana, and sung by Mr. Mel Torme.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Our national anthem, sung by recording star and composer Mel Torme. And we'll be ready for the start of the 7th and final World Series game right after this message. It continues to rain lightly here, but the game will begin, and we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WNBC and WNBC FM, New York.
Jim Simpson with Monty Moore back at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio, where the first game is about to begin, or I should say the 7th game is about to begin. Looking down, Reggie Jackson, the one man that the Oakland A's sure wish they had. They have lost 2 important men to injury before this World Series. They lost Darrell Knowles before the playoff championships, their left-handed reliever, their fine one. That forced Vida Blue into the bullpen. And then they lost their cleanup hitter, home run slugger, one of the most aggressive ball players in the American League, and Reggie Jackson, who, through his own aggressiveness in scoring the winning run on the final day of the American League playoffs, pulled a hamstring muscle and is out. Jackson has taken the lineup cards up to the umpires, and Captain Pete Rose has turned in his lineup card on behalf of the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds are about to take the field, and in discussing the loss of Reggie Jackson, you know, it cannot be said that one man makes a baseball team. But if you have a team and add one important man, that's a different story. And that is what the A's have lost in losing Reggie Jackson and Darrell Knowles. The umpires this afternoon, right back to the first game umpires. Chris Pelikutis will be behind the plate. He's from the National League. Jim Honachik of the American League will be at first base. Mel Steiner of the National League at second base. Frank Umont of the American League over third. Down the left field line will be Bob Engel. Down the right field line will be Bill Haller. Warren Giles, President Emeritus of the National League, who had the National League headquarters right here in Cincinnati during his years as president, has just thrown out the first honorary pitch to Johnny Bench. And quite frankly, it has slacked off raining, and the umbrellas, keep your fingers crossed, have come down here at Riverfront Stadium. But heavy showers are due about 2 hours from now. And now they are introducing the Reds players. They do this, and the players run from the dugout to their positions. Bench goes to his spot behind the mound. Tony Perez goes to first base. Joe Morgan down to second. Dave Concepcion to short. Dennis Menke to third. Pete Rose goes to left. Bobby Tolan to center. Cesar Geronimo in right. And Jack Billingham strides to the mound. Winner of the 3rd game of the World Series. And for the last game of the World Series, let's call to the microphone the voice of the Oakland Athletics. And I think he's got his fingers crossed, Monty Moore.
Thank you very much, Jim Simpson. And before we start, we may not be around here at the end of the game. If the A's are in the lead, we will be headed to the dressing room. We do want to say what a pleasure it's been working with you and Lynn Dillon and the entire NBC radio crew on the games we've been on radio. It's been a pleasure. When the A's take off today, they will be heading to the West Coast. And some of the players were talking this morning. Our coats will either be drenched with champagne or tears. That's what a World Series means, of course. To the winners, they pop the corks and pour the champagne. And somebody opens up the billfold, because to the winners of this World Series, the first 7-game World Series in history ever to be sold out, all 7 games in advance, it's going to be a mighty, mighty big paycheck. Some are estimating in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $22,000 per man to the winners, and upwards of $14,000 to $15,000 per man for the losers. So as they are playing out here today, one error, one mistake, one bad pitch by one man could certainly make a difference in a lot of men's paychecks at the end of this thing. But I know that no players on a 25-man roster look at it like that. This is a team effort that got these men here, and it'll be a team effort that wins or loses it.
Monty, there's a delay here, and I believe it. Yes, they're taking a banner right from behind the foul pole down the left field line, and the foul line umpires wanted it out of there, so there would be no white if they had to judge whether the ball went fair or foul.
Campy Campaneris leads it off for the Oakland A's in a vastly changed lineup for this, the last game of 1972 for the A's and the Reds. Campaneris, a .240 hitter for the course of the year, the American League stolen base champion, has had only 3 hits in the series. The first pitch swung on, popped out into short right field where Cesar Geronimo is under it. He's got him, and one pitch means 1 out. That brings up Angel Mangual, who has been up only 6 times in the series. He's had 3 hits, one of them the biggest hit of his life. It gave the A's a win in Oakland in a come-from-behind victory. Billingham, a low ball pitcher, got that pitch up to Campaneris a little bit, and Campy hit it right off the fist. Mangual, a right-handed batter on the Major League's rookie all-star team last year, takes the first pitch inside, ball 1. Angel got off to a very slow start this year because he came to camp with an injury he suffered in winter baseball. There's a curveball line right center field coming on. It's Tolan. He leaps it, goes off his glove to the wall. Mangual goes to first, heads to second. He's rounding second on his way to third. The throw comes in, and he makes it standing up. Bobby Tolan, I believe, misjudged a blast off the bat of Angel Mangual. He came in on that ball, and at the last instant leaped high. It just hit his glove and bounded away all the way to the wall. Mangual really stung that ball. It's an error on Bobby Tolan, and the A's get the first break of the 7th game. Tolan did not figure that ball was hit that hard, but it was really stung by Mangual. Now the Reds have the right side of their infield in and the left side about halfway. As Joe Rudi, the A's top regular season hitter with a .305 average and 19 home runs, 70 runs batted in for the year, moves into the plate. Jack Billingham will work off the stretch here, even though he could go to the wind. Curveball, outside, taken, ball 1. The hardest play a center fielder has to make is that line drive right at him, and Tolan made it incorrectly, according to the 3-man official scoring jury for the World Series. Billingham off the stretch, throws to Rudi. Curveball swung on and foul off the end of the bat. It's 1-1. And the batter figures that he is fairly lucky if he fouls one like that and does not hit it fair, because Rudi was way out front of it. A very tightly drawn in infield to give you an idea of how Sparky Anderson is putting his trust in his pitching staff today. They're not willing to give up a run even in the very first inning. Ball on a strike count. The pitch, curveball swung on and missed. He has thrown Rudi 3 straight breaking balls, and he hung that one. A fly ball to the outfield would score Mangual. On this artificial turf, a bouncer on the infield at somebody would make it mighty difficult to score. Joe Rudi at the plate with a count of 1 ball, 2 strikes. Shortens up on the bat handle just a little, down into a crouch. Here's the pitch. Again, the curve in the dirt. Bench blocks it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Billingham throwing Joe Rudi 4 straight breaking balls in this situation. He's a sinker ball, low ball type pitcher. But he has gone to the breaking ball here on Rudi. And it's interesting, Jim, the way you note the pitching changes in the patterns to a batter during the course of a 7-game series. When they see these batters every day for 7 days in pressure-packed situations, it oftentimes changes the information they had garnered through weeks of scouting. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Angel Mangual of the Oakland A's at third base. Joe Rudi at the plate. Billingham pitches. Curve again, swung on, hit up into the air, and not deep left field at all. Pete Rose may have his arm tested by Mangual. Pete makes the catch. Here comes Mangual to the plate. Here comes the throw. Mangual goes back. A huge out for Jack Billingham as Pete Rose caught the fly ball in left field, very shallow. Mangual bluffed to start but held on. The throw was right on the money. That is the kind of run the Oakland A's have had trouble scoring the last 3 or 4 weeks. A runner at third and less than 2 out, where all they need is the fly ball to deep outfield or even medium outfield, and they haven't been getting it. Rudy got under that one just a little bit. Now here's Gene Tenace up. 2 down, and the infield can back up. Tenace has hit 4 home runs in the World Series. 3 here and 1 in Oakland. The pitch to him. Low and away with a fastball. Billingham threw 5 straight breaking balls to Joe Rudy in that pressure situation. Billingham to the windup. Around comes the arm. The pitch. Tenace swings, bounces it to the third baseman. High bounce off his glove into left field. Here comes Mangual in to score. The artificial turf ran out, and it looked as if that ball hit right where the dirt ends and the artificial turf begins in the outfield. It took a high hop over Menke, who was playing deep, to protect against just that. It's a base hit for Gene Tenace, and the Oakland A's lead 1-0 with Sal Bando coming to the plate. Well, they talk about the true hops, Jim. That was a bad one.
We talk about momentum, Monty. Cincinnati had it yesterday, but it is Oakland that scored first today, so momentum really becomes a nebulous thing.
As some of the players say, momentum from yesterday ends on the first pitch today. It's a new ball game. Billingham pitching to Bando. Strike called, says Chris Pellicutis. Bando in the World Series has had 6 hits and 22 at-bats. He has not knocked in a run as yet. During the course of the year, Bando had 16 game-winning hits for the A's. Here's the pitch. Look out, it almost hit him. Fastball inside, backs him off the plate. Bando has led the Oakland A's team in runs batted in the last 3 years in a row. He has been an all-star in the American League as a third baseman. Tenace leading away from first. Billingham to the plate. Curve way outside. Great backhanded stop by Johnny Bench. It's a real pleasure to watch a man like Johnny Bench, who just owns that catching position, work in a ball game and in a 7-game series. You hear about the great players of the other leagues, but until you get to look at them for 7 straight days, you don't really get to appreciate them. 2-1 count to Bando. Tenace off first. The pitch on the way. Swing and a foul down. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. The A's are on the boards first here in the 7th and final game of the 1972 World Series, one that has had already 5 one-run decisions. And then yesterday, the Reds broke it open late and won 8-1 going away. Billingham sets. Here's the pitch. Curve, he struck him out swinging. Bando chased the bad one. So in the first inning, Oakland gets 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. After a half inning, it's Oakland 1, Cincinnati coming to bat.
Along with Monty Moore, this is Jim Simpson back in Cincinnati. The ball can take some funny hops, can it? Bobby Tolan, the premier center fielder, who has knocked in 6 runs in the last 3 games, stolen 5 bases, made some great catches, misjudged the Mangual line drive into a 3-base error. And Menke, who's been gobbling up everything, playing deep for Gene Tenace, had the ball carom high, and go off his glove and out into left field for a run-scoring single for Tenace, who has now driven in 8 runs to lead everybody in that department. And so that's an unearned run charged against Jack Billingham and the Reds. Now the Reds come back in their half of the first inning, and Blue Moon Odom has just completed his lineups, and he's got that top 3 to contend with, and lately they have been running wild. Rose, Morgan, and Tolan. The Reds first. Oakland leads it 1-0, and here's Monty.
Pete Rose, a hometown boy from Cincinnati. And the toast of the town, certainly, through the last 8 years, he has hit 300 every year. He is the complete ball player. He's played second base and made the National League All-Star team there. He has played right field and made it there, and this year he is a left fielder for Cincinnati, and he's made it there. But basically, he has made it right at the plate, where he's a switch hitter, now batting left against Johnny Odom. In the series, Rose has had 4 hits and 23 at-bats. Here's Odom's first pitch to him. Curve high and outside, ball 1. With the A's scoring in the first inning today, it marked the first time in the 7-game series they've been able to get on the scoreboard in the first inning. The Reds have done it once in the first inning of the 5th game. Odom into that slow windup. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball. Strike called. 1-1. Rose has been having a little friendly needling session with John Odom the last couple of days. Yesterday, Rose told Odom, "You won't get me out on that little dinky curveball you threw me out in Oakland the other day." And Odom says, "I won't have to. I won't be pitching here tomorrow." Here's the pitch, curve, misses low, ball 2. Rose says, "If you're not here tomorrow, you'll be AWOL and watching the game on TV because we'll be here." Well, Rose's prediction proved to be right on that count. He is here, and the Reds are here battling the A's for a lot of money and prestige in the World Series. 2-1 pitch. Bouncing ball out of the mound. Dick Green goes to his right behind second, throws across his body to first. Hennis can't get it in time. Odom's going to go over and argue with Frank Humont. It's Jim Hanachek, the umpire at first base, an American League umpire. Gene Tennis arguing with Hanachek. A bang play at first base, and we've had a lot of close ones. They're having to pull John Odom away from the argument.
That's the big point, I believe, to get Odom out of there. Odom has been so effective, Monty, with that 1 earned run in the last 26 innings pitched. Over an argument like that, you don't want to lose a pitcher like that. So Dick Williams is coming out. Talking now to Tennis, first of all, with Hanachek listening in on his argument. Matter of fact, Williams comes out, Monty, come to think of it, not only to calm down Odom, but to calm down Tennis, the guy that's driven in 8 runs, including the one in this ballgame.
Hanachek is the umpire who has been involved in 2 very, very close decisions. One at third base on the stolen base by Tolan a couple of days ago, and now here at first base. That was really close at first. Williams is talking with Hanachek, who kicked him out of a game earlier this year in an American League confrontation. Williams starts pointing that finger, and now Hanachek's pointing it back. Rose is just listening in over the shoulder of Hanachek. Green made a fine play there, Jim. We can't discount that. It was a high bouncer over the mound, and he threw across his body over to first base. And there is the reason that Pete Rose is a better hitter from the left side than the right. He got those extra 2 steps, which gave him a base hit. So now the Reds have Pete Rose on. Rose in the series has stolen 1 base. For the season, he stole 10. Here's Joe Morgan. Morgan has had 2 hits and 21 at-bats, but the 5 walks and the stolen bases which followed the walks have been very, very instrumental in the Reds' success so far. The left-handed batter with good power. He's hit 16 home runs. Odom off the stretch. Rose faking a start, holding a curveball. Drops in there for a called strike. It is 0-1. The tensions are high. We might see a lot of arguments today because there are bound to be close plays, and close plays will be debated on one side or the other. Pickoff attempt back over at first base, and Dick Green started cheating a little bit to his left that time as he thought Odom was going to pitch. He does that many times when he sees a slow curveball called to a left-handed batter. Odom throws to the plate. Hard sinker, strike called on the inside corner. It is 0-2. Now Morgan is yelling at Pellicutis. It's going to be that kind of a day. Players say they are more relaxed for the 7th game of the World Series than they were for the 5th game of the playoffs in their respective leagues. 0-2 the count. Morgan cocks the bat. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball towards second. Campaneris has got it. Steps on second one. Guns it to first. Double play. So Odom came back with a good sinker to get Morgan to hit into a double play, and he doesn't do that too often during the course of the year with his speed. Now 2 out, nobody on, and here's Bobby Tolan, who's been a star for the Reds, not only during the year, but here in the World Series. Tolan has had 7 base hits. He has knocked in 6 runs. He's a left-handed batter, and he has knocked in 4 of his runs against left-handed pitching. Bobby Tolan, a very exciting player. This Reds club is an exciting club to watch. They depend a lot on speed. They have the power to go along with it. Odom's pitch, a slow curve over the head of Tolan, and Odom threw his blooper for the first time today. Nowhere nearly as high as Rip Sewell used to throw his, but Odom does throw a very high blooping, hard spinning pitch once in a while. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Curve is low. Ball 2. The Oakland A's are leading 1-0. We're in the last half of the first inning. Jam-packed crowd, and the weatherman must be a good baseball fan. It rained here for about a half hour before the first pitch, and as the first pitch was due to come, the rain stopped. Odom, who in one game this year made only 78 pitches in a 10-inning ball game, fires to the plate. Ball 3. He's behind Tolan 3-0 with Johnny Bench kneeling menacingly on deck. When you walk a Tolan or a Rose or a Morgan, sometimes it's like a double. Odom goes to the slider for his strike on a 3-0 pitch. It's 3-1 now. Odom actually has more confidence of throwing a strike with a slider than he does with his fastball, which moves all over the place. Now the right-hander from Macon, Georgia, comes to the plate. Swinging strike on another breaking ball. Tolan did not expect that one. He was way out front of it. Odom struck out 11 Cincinnati batters. Many of the Cincinnati club declared after that they had expected Odom to throw more hard stuff. And another thing, it was a game that started at twilight at the Oakland Coliseum. Second time you see a pitcher, it's always easier for the batters. 3-2 pitch, changeup, hit on the ground, right side of the infield. Gene Tennis charges it, underhands the ball to the pitcher. Odom covering, and the Reds go. In the first without any runs. They had a hit and left nobody on. After an inning of play, it's Oakland 1 and Cincinnati nothing.
Hello, Johnny Bench here for Anco Windshield Wipers. You know, when a manager sees his pitcher in trouble, he has to make the big decision whether to relieve him or stay with him. With windshield wipers, you don't have that problem. The minute they start streaking your windshield, bench them. They'll never get better. You can't afford to risk driving with blurred vision, not with your life depending on it. Replace those old wipers with new Anco wiper blades. Just look for the first service station where you see the big yellow Anco wiper cabinet. You'll be the winner when you put Anco wiper blades by Anderson on your team.
Jack Billingham of the Reds completing his warm-up tosses. There's only been one run in this ball game. The A's got it in the first on a 3-base error by Bobby Tolan on Manguel's line drive. And Tennis knocked him in with the ball that went off the glove of Menke at third base. It was a base hit, but Manguel scored the unearned run. The second inning, and Monty Moore.
Here is Matty Alou, who has been a disappointment to himself at the plate. He is 1 for 21 in this series. Matty was a big factor in the A's late season drive. The pitch to him, swing, a bouncing, bunt, out over the mound in the air, and a throw to first from Concepcion. The shortstop gets him. Matty Alou bunted that ball with a little half swing out over the pitcher's mound, with Concepcion playing him over to his right. Matty tried for the bunt hit. He got that a few times, and had this not have been artificial turf, he had a hit right there. The ball bounced right straight up where Concepcion, coming a long ways, was able to handle it. Now there's one out, and here is Dave Duncan. That Concepcion is an outstanding shortstop. He made a play here yesterday from deep out of the hole where he's playing against Dave Duncan right now. He and Campy Campaneris have shown the world some tremendous throwing arms from deep short in this series. The pitch to Duncan, a curve outside from Billingham, ball 1. Billingham had fallen straight over with his follow-through, and that bunt by Alou was right over his head. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Duncan takes in the dirt outside of ball, 2-0. Dave Duncan has a lot of power. He hit 19 home runs during the course of the season, 15 before the All-Star break. Very fine handler of pitchers. Duncan has grown the long hair. He has the longest hair of any of the players in the A's ball club. He's grown a full beard now. As this has been an image series, more or less, the Cincinnati Reds manager, Sparky Anderson, will not allow any facial hair to be grown like beards or mustaches. Duncan takes a fastball a little high. It's 3-0 now. Billingham has not shown the real good control as yet. Duncan might get a hit sign here with the number 8 batter coming up behind him, and he does have good power. 3-0 pitch to him. Outside, ball 4. With one out, there is one on. And that play by Concepcion looms very big now. Here is Dick Green. Green, who had a disc operation on the back in April, came back to try to play for the A's in about 3 months' time. Was not really in top shape. The A's put him on the disabled list again for 2 weeks. He came back, and he has been the starting second baseman for the A's in the playoffs and now in the World Series. And Green has been outstanding in the field. He has had 5 hits at the plate. He's been up 14 times. That's a .357 batting average. Billingham throws. Green swings, bounces one, left field, base hit. Dave Duncan goes to second. He is going to hold on right there. So Green gets his 6th hit of the World Series. And now the pitcher, John Odom, who's one of the better hitting pitchers around, comes to the plate. And the bullpen of the Reds goes to work, and early in a game when that happens, it is ordinarily number 34, Pedro Borbon, the rubber arm of the pen, and he is up throwing. This is the day whereby all pitchers are on the standby. There is no tomorrow. The next pitch any of these guys throw after today, unless some of them pitch in winter baseball, will be in spring training next year. So they don't have anything to save them for. Dave Duncan at second, Dick Green at first, 1 out in the 2nd inning. Johnny Blue Moon Odom at the plate. Menke playing shallow at third. Here's a pitch. Odom bunts the ball in the air, foul behind the plate. No play for Bench. It's going to take a good bunt to move them up. He's going to have to bunt the ball hard to Menke at third. Unless the Reds put on a shortstop over to third play, that is about the only way you might move him up. Duncan is not a fast runner at all, and he is the man on second base. Big hole at short. Concepcion is playing over near second to hold Duncan. Now Billingham down to the stretch. Here's the pitch. Odom squares around again, bunts the ball foul behind the plate. 2 strikes the count. Billingham threw him a curveball that time, which ordinarily is a good one to bunt. Dick Williams walking along the bench, talking to the players sitting there. He is a strong fundamentalist. He believes that when you go up to the plate and are asked to bunt the ball, you should be able to bunt it if you're in the major leagues. Plays, execution, fundamentals. Drilled and drilled and drilled by Williams. Let's see if they put the bunt on again on an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. He squares around. Doesn't bunt. Throw down a second. They've got Duncan picked off. He's going to third now, trying to get into a hang-up. Dick Green is going to second, and the throw goes to Morgan. Now over to third. They've still got Duncan, and Billingham is running him back. All he's got to do is tag him. He does, and they get him. Johnny Bench picks off Dave Duncan at second base. That is the easiest pickoff play in baseball for a catcher. With a man trying to bunt the ball, the runner at second has to get a good lead off second base to make it to third. So when he jumps off with a shortstop playing behind, it's an easy throw for a catcher. And they had Dave Duncan. The Reds did not execute that play very well, really, because they allowed Dick Green to make it to second base, and it took them a long time to run Duncan down. With Green standing on second base, all they had to do is run him back and tag one of the 2 players. They finally got in a rundown, and the pitcher made the tag out. So not only does Odom not bunt the man over, the man that was supposed to be bunted over is picked off second. Now with Green at second base, Odom at the plate, a 1-ball, 2-strike count, and now there are 2 away. Here's the pitch. Curve popped up behind the plate. Johnny Bench coming back near the screen. Does he have a play? He has, and he picks it off one-handed. Billingham got out of a tremendous jam here in the 2nd inning thanks to Johnny Bench. So the score after an inning and a half remains Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing.
Well, in all honesty, this is a fine World Series down to the 7th game, but Odom's inability to bunt and, quite frankly, the Reds' inability to execute the rundown play, the combination of the 2 got the Reds out of a lot of trouble. Jack Billingham had put them in when he walked Duncan on 4 pitches and gave up a single to Dick Green. So it's still 1-0. And that 1 run came in as a result of the 3-base error by Bobby Tolan. Well, the pressure's on. The score is 1-0 Oakland. It's the 2nd inning, and Mr. John Bench is up.
And Bench busted one into the left field stands here yesterday on a 3-ball, 1-strike pitch to Vida Blue. And those of you who were listening yesterday might remember us saying that it didn't look to us as if it were that bad a pitch. And Vida Blue and the catcher Gene Tennis both said, no, it was a low fastball. Bench is just so strong he ripped it out. Here's Odom's pitch to Bench. Curve blown away, ball 1. Bench has had 6 hits in the series, 1 a double and 1 a home run. He led the major leagues in homers this year with 40. He led the major leagues in runs batted in with 125. He is the complete player, a superstar of the game. Odom winds, kicks, and throws. A curveball line to the shortstop deep. Campaneris has got it. And there's one place where the artificial turf dictates an out instead of a hit, because the shortstop was playing so deep he could never have made that play had we been on regular turf, because he'd have never been playing that deep. Here's Tony Perez with one out in the second inning. Perez has had a very fine series. With the bat, he's hitting .429. He leads all hitters in base hits with 9. Odom's pitch to him is a slow curve, and he got it over at the letters, a strike. Odom tough to pick up at times. He has a variety of wind-ups and wind-up motions. He kicks high sometimes, curls the leg others. Here's the pitch, a changeup hit up into the air in a deep left field. Joe Rudi at the wall. He's run out of track, but he's coming in a step, and he's got it. Tony Perez just missed one. Odom threw him the changeup, and Perez was looking for it. He got under the ball a bit, and having to provide all of his own power, he just didn't have that much power. So there are 2 down, and Odom hasn't fooled the first 2 batters here in the second inning. Here's Dennis Menke. Joe Rudi, who peeled one off the wall here last Sunday for one of the most spectacular catches in World Series history, had an easy catch that time. Here's Dennis Menke. Low and away with Odom's fastball. Menke's had only 2 hits in the series, but as Jim was saying to sign on, he's been one of the unsung defensive heroes. He's made a lot of tough plays look mighty easy over at third base. A right-handed batter. He was a big bonus player, about $125,000 bonus player in the Milwaukee Braves organization. The pitch to him. Bouncing ball to Bando. Comes off the carpet right straight at him. He throws over to first. Tennis hauls it in, and after 2 innings of play at Riverfront Stadium, the score is Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing. Campaneris has led this American League 6 of the last 8 years in stolen bases. The A's activated a pinch running specialist, Alan Lewis, when Reggie Jackson was injured. But Johnny Bench has shot them both down at least once in this series, trying to steal second base. It's been the kind of a series where stolen bases have been a factor. The pitch to Campaneris, swung on it, a chopper past the mound. On comes Menke. Menke picks it up, throws to first. He got him on another close play at first, and Jerry Adair, the first base coach of Oakland, is screaming at Jim Honachek. Here comes Dick Williams out for the second time to charge the American League umpire. Menke crossing behind the mound in front of the shortstop, throws to first. And in watching the replay, it's still hard to tell. Dick Williams talking with his first base coach, Jerry Adair, and he's having to shove him away from Honachek. Dick Williams going to play it cool. He'd hate to be kicked out of a World Series game. Sparky Anderson was kicked out of one of the playoff games early against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Campaneris is out number 1 here in the third inning. Boy, a couple of bang-bang plays at first base. Another sparkling play by Menke. He was playing deep and had to charge that slow hopper past the mound. He got in front of Concepcion and fired a strike over to Perez. Here's Angel Manuel, who hit one deep into right center field. Tolan misplayed the ball, and Manuel turned it into a 3-base error. There's a high fly ball hit into the air around the A's dugout. Menke is over watching it go into the seats. 1 strike count on the A's center fielder. George Hendrick played the first 5 games in center field. Manuel was put in the lineup yesterday and is starting today again. 1 strike pitch to him, a curve in the dirt outside, 1-1. Dillingham's record was 12 wins and 12 losses this year. But the Reds tell you that he won some mighty big ball games for them. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Curveball taken low. It's 2-1. The Reds during the course of the season have never had more than 25 pitchers go all the way. Out of 160-something games, there's not been a pitcher go all the way in a World Series this year. There's a little looper out behind the second baseman. Morgan goes back. He's got it. Morgan playing very deep, got back. and took the pop-up off the bat of Mangual. There are 2 down. The A's have 1 run, 2 hits. They have not made an error. The Reds, no runs, 1 hit, and they've made 1 error. 2 out, 3rd inning. Here's Joe Rudi. The A's left fielder in the World Series has had 6 hits. He's been up 23 times. One of his hits a home run. Dillingham comes to the plate. Rudi fouls it down. Strike 1. A letter-high fastball to Joe. In every World Series, there's always one umpire who seems to be in the middle of every controversy. And in this series, it has been Jim Honachek. To show you the integrity of the umpires, all 3 of the close calls he's made have gone against the American League A's. Hot smash to Menke at 3rd. Up with it cleanly, throwing to 1st. The A's go 1-2-3 here in the 3rd. So after 2.5 innings, the score remains Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Gilbert. This is Miss Ramsey. I'm conducting a survey. Would you mind answering a few questions about air travel?
I'd be glad to.
What airline confirms your reservation in 3 seconds?
Delta.
And which airline delivers your bags in an average of 7 minutes after you land?
Delta.
Can you name an airline that flies the wide-ride jets, the 747, and soon the DC-10?
Delta.
What airline is known as the airline run by professionals?
Delta.
Which airline offers total service?
Delta.
Does the airline you fly most often accept the American Express Money Card? And does it let you extend payment for airfare on the American Express Money Card sign and fly plan?
Delta does.
Which airline do you plan to fly on your next trip?
Would you like to take a guess?
Delta is ready when you are.
As we prepare to begin the 3rd inning, I think it might be safe to give a little weather forecast here. As we came on the air, it was raining, had been raining for half an hour, and it's clear, although rain is expected later on. But as this game charges on, Monty, it seems clear that we're going to have an official 7th World Series game, and somebody will go home the winner.
These pitchers both work fast. They neither one walk a lot of people ordinarily. And as we mentioned, Odom pitched 1 game this year, a 10-inning affair, in which he made only 78 pitches. It was the only time, of course, that he'd ever done that, and one of the fewest number of pitches in a ball game in the history of the big leagues. Here is Cesar Geronimo, left-handed batter up, and Odom's first pitch to him is a fastball just missing inside, 1-0. Geronimo, in this World Series, has been at the plate 16 times. He has had 3 base hits. Odom's pitch coming in high. It's 2-0. Oakland leading 1-0 on Gene Tennis's bad hop base hit over 3rd baseman Dennis Menke. Odom now has a 2-0 count, needs a strike. Swings into the windup. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball hit towards 1st. Nice stop by Gene Tennis. He's going to the bag and beats his man there. Gene Tennis playing a little bit out of position, though he has played first base in the minor leagues quite a bit. He has played first base a little bit for the Oakland A's this year. He was playing near the foul line for the left-handed hitter and took that bouncer as it went off the carpet, across the dirt, and then back onto the carpet again. There's 1 out, and here is Dave Concepcion, the shortstop. A unique confrontation right now, numbers-wise, if you're one of those freaks. Concepcion, the only player in the National League that wears number 13, and Johnny Odom, the pitcher facing him, wearing number 13. Slider called strike right at the knees to Concepcion. Right-handed batters had a good series. 4 hits and 10 at-bats. He ordinarily is platooned with Darrell Chaney. But today, Sparky Anderson has him against the right-hander starting. Curve is low, a ball. One of his 4 hits in this series was against a right-handed pitcher. An outstanding shortstop. Sparky wanted a little bit more speed in the lineup today. Odom's 1-1 pitch. Curve. High. Ball 2. The Reds have 1 hit so far off Odom, an infield hit hotly contested at first base by Pete Rose. But the next man, Joe Morgan, hit into a double play. A 2-1 pitch. Low, it's ball 3. Dave Duncan got the starting call today for the A's behind the plate. He's an excellent handler of pitchers. He knows the A's pitching staff well. He was Oakland's starting catcher through most of this season. About a month from the end of the season, Dave was in a hitting slump, and they put Tennis in behind the plate, and he kept the job. 3-1 pitch, a changeup hit up into the air into left field. Joe Rudi backing up just a little, and he's got it. And these Reds players are taking some pretty good pops at Odom's off-speed pitches today. They're seeing him for the second time now in a week. Perez and Concepcion have both hit high fly balls to Joe Rudi. Now here's the pitcher, Jack Billingham, with 2 down. It's 1-0, Oakland leading. Wherever you might be listening in around the world, we hope you're enjoying this World Series broadcast presented on NBC. And a great series it has been. Billingham at the plate. Odom to him, missing low, ball 1. And John throwing a lot of pitches here this afternoon. Billingham is big enough to hit that ball. Angel Mangual, the A's right fielder, center fielder, is playing closer to right than center. Pitch is low to Billingham, ball 2. He has a big strike zone. Billingham is about 6'3", 6'4". But Odom has missed low to him twice. 2-0 pitch. Missed low. No, he got that one. I'm sorry. Pelikutis gave us that slow shot. Billingham has had 21 hits, 222 at-bats for the year. Swinging, strike 2. He didn't come too close to that one. Odom threw him a slider then. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes now. The Moon Man, as the A's players call John Odom, cranks it up and throws. Again, the breaking ball, and Billingham strikes out. So we go to the top half of the 4th inning in another low-scoring game. It's Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing.
Hello, I'm Johnny Bench, speaking for ANCO Windshield Wipers. The other day I was at a game that was called because of rain. As the unhappy fans straggled out to their cars, I thought it was too bad the drive home couldn't be canceled because of rain also. Too many people these days are driving with windshield wipers that streak their windshield, and I don't think they can see as far as home plate. If your windshield wipers are over 6 months old, you ought to consider replacing them. The rubber in the best wiper blades ages and gets hard, so the wipers start striking out, and they're really dangerous for you and your family. Stop in at any gas station where you see the big bright yellow ANCO cabinet and replace them. ANCO windshield wiper blades are engineered for almost every car made, imports too, and the ANCO cabinet contains a complete lineup. You'll get the proper fit for your car. Insist on ANCO windshield wipers. After all, driving is one game you and your family have got to win every time. That's ANCO wiper blades, the big leaguers by Anderson.
From Cincinnati with Monty Moore, this is Jim Simpson. There's only been 1 run scored in this ball game, and again, for those of you who may not have heard, with 1 out in the first, Mangual lined a shot to center field. Bobby Tolan charged it only to have it go off his glove for a 3-base error. Mangual was left at third base when Rudi flied to short left field, but then Tennis bounced a single off Menke's glove, and that's the 1 run unearned of the ball game. As we go to the 4th, and Monty.
Gene Tennis standing at the plate. He's batting cleanup here this afternoon, and Dick Williams shaking up lineup. Billingham pitches. He hangs a curve right on that inside corner for a call strike. This is the 28th time in World Series history that the series has gone at least 7 games. Several of them went 8 games back in the early 1900s. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball to Tennis. Same place, same result. Strike 2 called. This is the 8th 7-game series out of the last 12. Which means the 2 leagues best in those 12 years have played it close. The 0-2 pitch showed him the fastball after 2 curves and missed outside with it. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Tennis, who'll be followed here. And this the 4th inning by Sal Bando and Matty Elu. Curve again. He struck him out swinging, and Billingham must have an excellent breaking ball today because the A's players, Bando and now Tennis, have chased bad ones way outside for strikeouts. That is his 2nd strikeout. Both on the same kind of a pitch. He had gone to the inside with 2 breaking balls on Tennis and really had him set up. Then he went back outside. Here now is Sal Bando. And the pitch. Bando tried to bunt that ball for the base hit, and it fouled off. Strike 1. He has Menke playing very deep. The way that Johnny Bench comes out from behind that plate, like a sprinter off the starting blocks, you got to bunt a pretty good bunt here, even with Menke playing deep to get on. Pitch to Bando, fastball hit hard to Menke. He short hops it, fine play, throws to first, he got him. Dennis Menke sucks up another tough one over behind third base. It was a short hop. He charged the ball and made the throw. There are 2 down in the 4th, and here's Matty Alou, the only player on either team, a regular, who hasn't struck out in the series. And the sun is broken out here in Cincinnati. The pitch, Matty takes slow, a ball. When a player has only 1 hit in the series and something like 22 at-bats, you try to find something good, and our statistician at NBC, Alan Roth, has. Matty's the only player who hasn't struck out. There are 2 down, and bright sunshine pops out of the clouds here. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside, 2-0, and Billingham's really moving that ball around here today. The Oakland A's have 2 base hits. The Reds have 1. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball hit sharply towards right. Cut off by the deep playing Morgan at second. He throws him out. So it's 3 up, 3 down in the 4th inning, and the score remains Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing.
We go to the 4th inning. The applause. This is almost like a football stadium. Pennants are waving. They are standing because Pete Rose, and that means he'll be followed by Joe Morgan and Bobby Tolan, are due up in the 4th against John Blue Moon Odom. And these are the 3 men that gets the Reds offense going. Rose preparing to step in. Odom, nursing a slim 1 unearned run to none lead, steps back on the mound. We begin the 4th under sunlight.
There have been a lot of interesting sidelights in this World Series, such as the A's mustaches and short hair, or long hair against the Reds' short hair. It has also developed into a pennant waving contest between the Oakland fans who started it in Oakland, and now the Reds fans have broken out the pennants. Here's Pete Rose. Johnny Odom winds, kicks that white shoe in the air and throws a fastball a little low. It's 1-0. The top of the Reds batting order, Rose, Morgan, and Tolan, due to bat here in the last half of the 4th inning. Sal Bando playing a shallow third base. Here's the pitch, low to Rose, and he's looking him over. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Signs all over the place here. The fans in Oakland and the fans in Cincinnati have both been tremendous throughout this entire thing. The 2-0 pitch. There's a drive into right center field deep. Mangual is going back and reaches up and picks it off over his head. Angel Mangual playing center field. All that went in after it looked as if he might have misjudged that ball for a moment. It sort of was twisting off the left-hander's bat away from right field back towards center. Mangual had broken to his left and went back. He caught that ball, and Jim, the sun is out. I don't know where the sun might be as far as the sun field. I suppose it is left field right now. So there's 1 out in the 4th, and Rose really put some timber on that one. Here's Joe Morgan. Bando comes in even more shallow at third for him. Dick Green is playing a very deep second base. Odom's high leg kick, the curve, high. A ball. Morgan ran up on the ball as if he wanted to bunt it. With the third baseman playing shallow and the shortstop deep. And Odom, the pitcher, the kind of a pitcher who falls off in his follow-through towards the first base line. It looked like a speedy left-handed batter might be able to punch that ball by the mound. Curve misses low and away. It's 2 balls and no strikes, and Odom has been behind both first 2 batters. Pitching is a much tougher job when you're working from behind. You've got to give in a little bit to keep from walking them. Remember that Morgan led the major leagues in getting free passes this year. 115 were doled out to him during the National League season. He's had 5 in the World Series. Odom's 2-0 pitch. Swinging strike, he threw him a slider. Morgan slams his hand onto the end of his bat, disgusted. Rose took a big cut at a 2-0 pitch and drove Mangual 400 feet to the wall to haul in the drive. Morgan wanted to do the same. For a walking man and a speedster, Morgan is very powerful. He hit 16 home runs this year. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses inside. It is now 3-1. The foul lines here at Riverfront Stadium, 330 feet. And the power alley's 375. 404 to the base of the wall in center. Now Odom has one of his biggest pitches of the game so far. It is 3-1. The pitch on the way. He let up and walked him. And now the excitement begins in earnest here. The A's game plan, of course, is to try to keep Morgan and Tolan off the bases. Now that Morgan is on, you can almost bet that at some time he'll be running. Dave Duncan has not been behind the plate for the A's in this series, and the Reds have run rampant. 11 stolen bases. Now Duncan is going to be challenged possibly by Morgan. 1 out, 1 on. And the A's bullpen goes to work. The first sign of trouble. And Jim Hunter, a right-hander, gets up and goes to the bullpen. Morgan gets that big lead at first. Tennis holding against him. John Odom has a good move. Morgan's got a big lead. Odom looks at him, throws, and just lobs the ball. Not his good move at all. Now Green and Campaneris have shortened up a little bit at second and short. Somebody's got to go cover. Tolan doesn't always take a lot of pitches for Morgan, who has scored from first on a single in this series already. He's leaning. He draws another throw from Odom. It's a lob throw. In a big game in Oakland. Morgan at first base with a walk. 2 down. Broke towards second base. Tolan swung and hit a little looper out into right center field, and since Morgan was going and the outfielders of the A's didn't get to it, he scored from first base on a single. He's got a big leaning off first base, and Odom steps off the rubber. He's going to give Morgan something to think about. Morgan is giving Odom plenty to think about. Isn't it amazing what a simple walk can do to turn on a ball club? Here's a throw to first, and his good move was not in time. Odom with a quick throw over to Gene Tennis, and Morgan had to hit the dirt to get back in. There's a cutout area on the carpet around all the bases. It stretches to about 8 feet off first base, and Morgan plants 1 foot in the dirt, 1 up on the artificial turf. Odom drops down to the waist. Tolan cocks the bat. Throw to first again. Morgan dives back in head first. Odom has made 5 throws to first and none to the plate yet. Catfish Hunter in the Oakland bullpen. This is for all the marbles. And they made these marbles out of pure gold. Morgan a big lead at first again. Odom takes a shot at him. He is safe, but Tennis shoved him off the bag, the umpire says. Morgan got back on the bag and Tennis shoved him off. He didn't slide back in there that time. He took it a little too casually, and Tennis put a catcher's block on him. Tolan still hasn't had a pitch. A lot of throws to first will intimidate some race runners and encourage others to go. Odom holding, bobbing his head up and down, throws again, and Morgan goes back in head first. The game is not at the plate. The game is at first base right now. A runner like that can destroy the concentration of a pitcher. When he finally does make a pitch to the plate, a lot of times it is not the same kind of a pitch he'd make were it not for the runner at first. Now Blue Moon drops down to the waist again, throws again, and it's close this time, but he didn't get him. Now Bobby Tolan's going to give his teammate a little time to put himself back together. He's going over to the on-deck area. Going to doctor his bat up with the rosin bag, and Chris Pellicutis, the plate umpire, is coming over to get him. Tolan is standing with his back to the umpire, paying no attention at all. Tolan knows what it means to have about 7 or 8 throws at you at first base because he's a base burglar himself. So he is giving Morgan time to regroup, so to speak.
A 1-0 game. The Oakland A's are leading Cincinnati with 1 out in the 4th inning. A walk to Joe Morgan has just turned the full concentration of the baseball game 90 feet away from home plate over to first. They're set. Here's the pitch. Outside the ball. And the Cincinnati crowd is roaring. One ball, no strikes the count on Tolan, with Joe Morgan almost a cinch to go if there are 3 or 4 pitches made to the plate. On one of them, has got a big lead. Draws a throw in the dirt. Tennis smothers it. He blocked it nicely. As he came up with the ball, he sort of rolled over on Morgan again. We've had some hard tags and hard blocks in this series. Hal McRae knocked Dick Green almost into the left field stands on a double play takeout in Oakland. Yesterday, Sal Bando tagged Bobby Tolan at third base hard and shoved him off the bag. Tennis shoved Morgan off here today. Now Odom gets ready to pitch or throw to first again. Here's the pitch. There goes Morgan. It's taken. Throw down to second base. Out at second. Dave Duncan shoots Morgan down. Duncan, in his first test as a thrower in this series, shot down Morgan, who got a good jump. The throw was high and outside to Duncan. An easy one to handle. Morgan gets a cheer from the crowd behind the Cincinnati dugout just for going. One or two throws like that can mean a lot here today. Dick Williams, knowing that Duncan is a more experienced catcher than Gene Tennis, and a good team leader, shook the lineup up today to put him behind the plate to handle Johnny Odom. Here's the 2-0 to Tolan. Swing and a miss, a strike on a slider that was eating up the inside of the plate. Two down and nobody on. Tolan the batter, Johnny Bench on deck. 1-0, the Oakland A's are leading. Here's Odom's pitch to Tolan. High pop foul, out of play, into the stands it goes. Duncan giving token chase, but that's back in souvenir country. So it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Reds defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates in their best 5-game series. The A's beat the Detroit Tigers in a 5-game playoff series. Baseball's best year ever for sheer excitement. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Pop foul, out of play. Odom hit him right on the fist with a slider. The entire nation was really turned on by baseball during the playoffs. The games were all televised. They were coast to coast. They were great games, a lot of excitement, and a lot at stake. The 2-2 pitch. Outside ball 3 to Tolan, and Odom could ask for a lot more trouble if he throws another bad one to this guy. Tolan grounded out to Gene Tennis, his first time up in the game. Now the A's right-hander cuts loose. Change up. Ball 4, he walked him. And now Bobby Tolan will be doing much the same as Morgan, I would imagine. They've got to have some trouble now ahead because Johnny Bench is at the plate. And if you start thinking fastball to keep Tolan from stealing, you've got to think 40 home runs by Johnny Bench. Probably many of them hit off fastballs. Tolan, a fast runner, stole 42 bases this year. He's digging himself a little hole off first base. In this series, Tolan has swiped 5 in 6 tries. The only time the A's got him, they got him on a pitch out. He doesn't have too big a lead compared to Morgan. Here's the pitch. Bench takes a slider over the outside corner for a called strike. I don't know how much they would run with Bench at the plate. As I understand the Cincinnati Ball Club, they run just any time and all the time. But with a home run hitter at the plate, they might run just a little bit less. Odom turns, throws to first with a quick move, and the ball is dropped by Tennis. I'll tell you this, the first baseman really has to be on the alert at first with Odom on the mound because he fires over there. Tolan darting off first. Here's the pitch. High and inside. Bench almost got hit. In any sport, I don't think anything excites fans like speed. In basketball, the little guy who can run and dribble around everybody. In football, the little halfback who takes the long kickoffs back. In baseball, the little men who run on the bases. And these two men, Morgan and Tolan, have really turned on 50,000 here today. Jumping around at first base, Tolan draws another throw from Tennis. And I'll tell you this, Jim Tennis is playing first base like a catcher catching a wild pitcher. He's blocking everything down on his knees. He's not going to let that ball get away from him if he can help it. Now Tolan's complaining to Jim Honachek over there, I believe, about the body contact on the plays on the bases. One ball and one strike on the major leagues. Long tater champion, Johnny Bench. Tolan leaning back towards first. He is not going to pitch. Swung on and popped up towards the stands. Bando may have a play on it. It's coming down near the dugout. Campaneris and Bando are there. Bando picks it off right over the head of Campaneris. Johnny Bench had a big home run cut at an inside slider and popped it up. So a lot of excitement, a big scare, but no score for the Reds. It is Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing.
Top of the fifth. Riverfront Stadium, Cincinnati, 1-0. The unearned run in the first inning by the Oakland A's on a three-base error by Bobby Tolan, an infield hit off the bat of Gene Tennis. It'll be Dave Duncan to face Jack Billingham, and here's Monty Moore.
Duncan ready for the first pitch, and here it is. A curveball dropped in there for a strike, and Billingham's big pitch here today has been the breaking ball. He's known as a sinker ball pitcher, but today he has had an outstanding curve. One strike pitch. There it is again, and Duncan reaches out over the plate and yanks it foul by third. No balls, two strikes. It is 1-0. Oakland leading in the championship game of the 1972 World Series. One that has been marked by outstanding defense, outstanding pitching, and really a lack of hitting. The 0-2 pitch. Curve, swinging, strike three. He got him. Billingham strikes out Duncan with that big jug. That is his third strikeout. All right-handed batters and all chasing curves. Here now is Dick Green, Oakland's second baseman, who got a gap single in the second inning between short and third. It was right after that John Odom, trying to bunt the ball, failed to, and they picked off Duncan. In a big play, Dick Green took a big swing at a curve and fouled it off the end of the bat, strike one. Johnny Bench, after Odom missed the bunt, fired to second, and they got Duncan in a rundown. One strike pitch. Curveball bounced to the third baseman. Menke knocks this one down, chases it, picks it up, throws it over to first, and he pulls Perez off the bag. He tags him going by. Menke with his first failure to come up with a ball cleanly on that backhanded grab near the foul line. Now Dick Green talking with Honachek briefly. That throw by Menke pulled Perez off the bag. Had Green have known that, he could have hit the dirt and been under it. But he's running hard, not knowing what's going on. Now two down, nobody on, and here is Johnny Odom. The A's have not had a runner since Green single in the second. Odom takes a look at a knee-high fastball that's in there, strike one. These two pitchers, Odom of the A's and Billingham of the Reds, have come the closest to pitching a complete game in the series. Swinging strike two. That great curveball of Billingham's is something to see today. Billingham pitched 8 innings and Odom 7 when last they met. In a 1-0 game, there's a swinging strike three on another curve. So we've gone halfway here at Riverfront Stadium. The score, Oakland 1, Cincinnati nothing. Through the first half of this game, the Oakland A's have 1 run, 2 hits. They have not made an error. The Reds, no runs. They have 1 hit. They have made 1 error. And now here to carry us through to the end of this championship game of the World Series, NBC's Jim Simpson.
All right, Monty, it is Tony Perez who hit an Odom change deep to left, and Rudy had to go to the warning track to haul it in the second inning. Up to lead off the fifth. Catfish Hunter warmed for about 5 minutes for the A's, and Pedro Bourbon of Cincinnati went briefly down to the bullpen for the Cincinnati Reds. Sun is out. Rain is expected here, according to this morning's forecast, after 3 this afternoon, Cincinnati time. It is currently almost 2:15 here. Perez, big, strong, right-handed batter with more hits than anybody else in the series, with 9, takes a fastball on the outside corner. From Odom. Odom was pitching from behind in much of the 4th inning. Went to 3-1 and walked Joe Morgan, and then threw about 6 or 7 times over to first after him. Went to 3-2 on Tolan before walking him. Perez takes a big cut at an off-speed pitch from Odom. John loves to change speeds. Monty has told you he also delivers from many different varieties of style and windup. Out in front of Perez, 0-2. Likes to throw the breaking pitch and throws a curve off speed that stays inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 to Perez. Menke is on deck. Odom ready. Throws the fastball but misses outside, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Perez. Reds had a chance in the first with Rose on at first, but Morgan hit into a double play, and when you get walks to Morgan and Tolan back to back and get out of that, that was something that Odom and the A's did in the 4th. Seldom happens. 2-2 to Perez. Comes back with a breaking pitch line down the left field line. That ball is fair ball into the corner. Rudy goes in to dig it out. Perez heads for second base and is in with a stand-up double. That's only the second hit of John Blue Moon Odom, and that'll get the A's bullpen busy again. Menke is up. Menke did a superb job earlier here, yesterday, with a man at second base, a leadoff man. He moved him over to third base with an infield out and allowed Concepcion's long fly ball to score him. Kenny Holtzman has gotten up now, the left-hander, to join Catfish Hunter, who was up and throwing before. Bando has walked over to talk to Odom and also give Holtzman and Hunter a chance to throw. That's some bullpen in it. Hunter won 21, Holtzman 19.
Yes, and that's a typical 7th game of a World Series bullpen right there.
Menke's big job is, well, if he can score Perez, but certainly get him over to third base. 1-0 the score. There are no out in the last of the 5th. Odom throws a breaking pitch. It's a strike. 1 strike to Menke, who looks down to Alex Grammas, coaching at third base for his side. Bando at the moment is about even with the bag at third. Time is called by Mel Steiner at second base, and Dick Green says, hold it. That don't mean anything. So Steiner says, go ahead and play. Odom from the stretch. Throws another breaking pitch. This one just misses outside. Duncan holds the ball there for the moment, hoping that Chris Pellicutis, invariably is very slow to call the pitches, would change his mind. Campaneris has come on now to talk to Odom as Holtzman and Hunter continue to throw.
Jim, those 2 pitches have both been outside, and if Menke is looking for something to move the man over, that's exactly where Odom was throwing the ball. Campaneris might want him changed a little bit there.
Odom ready, back with this pitch that's down low, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike to Menke. 3 games to 3 in the 1972 World Series. It will end here today. At the moment, the A's lead 1-0 with none out in the tying run. Tony Perez down at second base, and Dennis Menke with a count of 2-1. Tony Perez, no matter what happens today, will go home that having hit safely in every game of the World Series, the 20th time a player has hit safely in all 7 games. That was his 10th base hit of this series. Breaking pitch, that gets the corner, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Menke. Menke grounded to Bando and his only other time up in this game. He is 2 for 21. One of those 2 was a home run, and he has moved men around and has played exceptionally well at third base. Odom throws, and there's a ground ball foul off the hands of Alex Grammas, third base coach, and picked up in the hat of one of the Oakland A's, who leans over the railing from his dugout. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
They're playing Menke, if anything, slightly toward right field. Although Concepcion is pulled around in the hole. Love to have a play at third base if the ball is hit to him there. Autumn again is ready. The 2-2 pitch is a breaking pitch, fouled back toward us. Perez has not moved very far from second base. Hunter, the right-hander, Holtzman, the left-hander, continue to throw. Autumn with a new baseball. In the stretch. Long wait. Now delivers a fastball down low, blocked by Duncan. Perez can't go anywhere. Oh, with none out and Perez at second, we've gone to the full count on Dennis Menke with the left-hander, Cesar Geronimo, standing on deck. I would imagine that both Dick Williams and Sparky Anderson, as they came to the ballpark today, were just hoping to get as many as 5 innings out of Odom or out of Billingham. They have done their job. It has been a superbly pitched ball game. Odom ready with a 3-2, throws a breaking pitch, strike 3. Menke started to check his swing. Pellicuda says it got the outside corner. Big out there for the reason that Perez does not advance to third base with less than 2 out. He remains at second. And here is Geronimo. Geronimo with a count of 2-0 on him, leading off the third. Last one at Gene Tennis, the catcher who today is playing at first base. He knocked it down, raced over, and tagged the bag. Dick Williams is coming out. And it might be, among other things, Monty, that he wants to remind Odom and Duncan of the kind of pitch that Geronimo really got around on and blasted at Tennis at first base back in that third inning.
Yes, and he had a big hit in one of the early games that Cincinnati won, too. Drove in the winning run of a ball game, and the A's all know what it was. It was a high fastball. It's just the kind of a pitch that they hit.
And again, Dick Green is checked with Campy Campaneris to see whether or not they come to third base. Rudy is playing Geronimo to hit the other way. He's very near that line and left. Bando has come in. Fastball blocked beautifully by Dave Duncan, and we've seen a couple of examples now why the A's say Duncan is their best fielding catcher. He has thrown out the speedy Joe Morgan at second base attempting to steal, and he has blocked a couple of good pitches.
Jim, it was Geronimo who got the base hit off Odom, driving in Perez in that 1-0 game they pitched before.
1-0. Odom's got a good look at Perez. Now comes back to the plate. The fastball is inside. 2-0 now to Geronimo, who looks down to Alex Grammas. That was the 7th inning of that ball game in which Perez fell as he came around third base, but got up to come on and score the only run of the game. Billingham beat Odom in that one 1-0. Odom leads Billingham in this one 1-0 in the last of the 5th. Odom ready. His pitch is outside, and he's gone 3-0 to Geronimo with Concepcion on deck. Hunter and Holtzman continue their activity, and now we have activity down in the Reds bullpen. Looks like Pedro Bourbon has gone down there again. The Reds get something going. It's a cinch. Billingham is gone, and Bourbon comes on. 3-0 pitch, and he's taking all the way. It's low, ball 4. That is the third walk given up by John Blue Moon Odom. Duncan walks out. Campaneris has come in. Concepcion is coming up. And Dick Williams has not yet come out of the Oakland dugout. Situation is this. We are in the 5th of a 1-0 ball game. Perez led off with a stand-up double deep in the left field corner. Menke looked at a breaking pitch for call, strike 3. Geronimo has just walked on 4 pitches. And now Concepcion, who hit a change to medium center field back in the 3rd inning, steps in. Williams did not come out of the A's dugout. Now the tying and go-ahead runs are on the bases in the last of the 5th. There's one out. Concepcion has driven in a couple of runs and scored a couple in this World Series, and he is 4 for 11. Gets a curveball. It's on the inside corner, strike one. Odom has had to pitch with pressure.
The deciding game of the American League Championship playoffs against Detroit, the 7th game of the World Series. The strike one pitch. Back with a fastball, low and away again and again. Duncan blocked. 1 ball, 1 strike. It rained for a half an hour before this game began, but again we'll remind you there is a breeze, stiff breeze, blowing toward left, and the sun is out. Back with the pitch, it's low and away again. It's 2-1. Now Dick Williams comes out. Those last pitches after walking Geronimo on 4 pitches. And Duncan has had to really block those last 2, saving Perez from moving to third and Geronimo to second, and that may be enough. With a control pitcher like Catfish Hunter in the bullpen, and he has been warming sufficiently.
And this might dictate a change by Sparky Anderson, too. With Hunter coming on, he could pinch hit Cheney right here. I don't know how they think, but sometimes he could do that. One thing I'm sure that's causing the change here is in watching Odom. In this situation, ordinarily, when you want the double play ball, he throws that good hard sinker. But he's been throwing almost all breaking balls. He threw about 6 of them to Menke and finally got him. But he's throwing that breaking ball. He's not throwing it real sharp here right now. And Dick wants somebody in there who can make sure that he doesn't walk anybody over. So both managers have made pitching changes in this series at critical stages of the game. With a count like 3-0, he brought in, Sparky Anderson brought in Clay Carroll on a 3-0 count one time. He brought Carroll in again with a 2-0 count or 2-1. John Odom goes into the A's dugout and gets the handshake of all his teammates. He has done a job. And Jim mentioned that Odom has fixed the pressure games, the 5th game of the playoffs and here the 7th game, and he's had to do it with a lot of pressure, too, because the A's were not scoring in either one of those ball games. Today, here, it's just 1-0. And this has been a typical Oakland pitcher's plight the last month. The ball club has not scored very many runs, and today the A's are playing without their 2 top home run hitters. Mike Epstein, who is benched for this game, and Reggie Jackson, who is out with an injury. So when you take those 2 bats out of the lineup, you're taking out 51 home runs and about 145 RBIs. So the pitching staff has had extra pressure in these pressure games.
Jim Catfish Hunter led the American League in percentage of wins this year, 75%. He was 21-7. Had 16 complete games, started the 2nd game of the series, went 8 2/3 innings, and won that ball game, giving up just a run. Then he started the game later on at Oakland, lasted but 4 1/3 innings in that one. That was the 5th game of the series, and gave up 3 runs and 5 hits, struck out 2 and walked 2. And now Hunter is in his 3rd World Series appearance with a 2.75 earned run average, and in 13 1/3 innings, he has given up 4 runs and 11 hits. A control pitcher, he comes in with a 2-1 count to Concepcion. Perez at second, Geronimo at first, and 1 out. 1-0 the score. Oakland, we're in the last of the 5th. Hunter from the stretch throws his first pitch, and it's outside, and it's 3 balls, 1 strike. Concepcion now will take a look at Alex Grammas. Does he have the green light? Rose is on deck. Billingham is the man due to bat. Robone continues to throw, and you can bet something happens here, barring a double play. We won't see Billingham, one of the worst hitting players on the club. Hunter back and throws down low, and he has walked. The bases loaded. And that will send Sparky Anderson to his bench to bring up a left-hander if he can. Eulander or Haig. They have not poked their heads out of there yet. And now Ted Eulander has the bat. We've seen him disappear. Eulander had a pinch double earlier. Haig is another left-hander in there.
And Jim, looking at the lineup cards, we could really see some changing here. If the left-hander Eulander comes out of there, Dick Williams might go to his left-hander out in the bullpen. And that is Kenny Holtzman. But then Sparky Anderson would have his top pinch hitter, right-handed batting Hal McRae, to come out then. We pause here 30 seconds for station identification.
Funny, that means that Sparky Anderson had the wheels turning, figuring just what you said, that if they sent out a Eulander or a Haig, they might see Holtzman.
Right, and the thing is, McRae has hit that ball awfully hard in the series, and twice he's hit it against right-handed pitchers. So I would imagine a guy like him, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Hunter, a right-hander, still got to make a good pitch, and you can bet on one thing. McRae will be up there swinging.
Now, McRae, as we've described to you throughout the series, calls himself the offensive player. He said, don't judge me on defense, judge me on offense. And in the series, he is 4 for 9, and that's a .444 average. He comes up with the bases loaded and 1 out. The Reds trailing 1-0 in the last of the 5th of the 7th World Series game. Jim Catfish Hunter ready, pitching from the stretch now. It is hit high and deep to center field. Manuel is back near the wall and has it in front of the wall, but tagging from third base with a tying run is Perez. It's 1-1. Charged to Odom. And as Pedro steps in with 2 out now, Geronimo still at second, Concepcion at first. They're throwing streamers here. They haven't won it yet, but the Reds fans have been waiting for some kind of run. Now streamers bounce on the field out in left field. Time will be called for that. And lost in the shuffle is the fine pitching job that Jack Billingham has done. He worked 5 innings, retiring the last 10 men in a row. He allowed no earned runs at all, only 2 base hits, struck out 4 and walked 1. The Reds score another run. He could be a winning pitcher. He can't lose it now. Rose fouls the first one back off the screen, strike 1. Rose beat out an infield hit to Green at shortstop in a very close play called by Honachik at first base. That was in the first inning. And then he sent Manuel deep to the warning track 400 feet away in the 4th. He's 1 for 2. Hunter ready. Ball is hit deep to center field. Manuel goes back to the warning track again. Near the fence, stands there and has it at the wall. McRae and Rose have driven them deep. It's a 1-1 ball game. They've gone 5 innings, but you can't call it official yet because it's all tied up. And rains are due in about an hour. 1 big run scores on just 1 base hit. The leadoff double by Perez. No errors, 2 men left at the end of 5. Oakland 1, Cincinnati 1. Bonnie, this is the 7th game of the World Series. This is the 6th game that Pedro Borbon has pitched in. He's come on and will face the top of the batting order. Canty Campaneros leads it off, and there's the curveball he struck him with, and it catches the outside corner. Borbon has shown us a lot of the curve, although he's primarily a sinking fastball pitcher, getting everybody to drive the ball into the ground. Campaneros is 0 for 21. Picks the pitch up high. He's had 3 base hits in this World Series, but in his last 21 times at bat, he has not reached base. Borbon's earned run average is 1.47. In the 6th and the 3rd innings, he has worked. Back again, and a base hit up the middle for Campaneros. And now for the first time, since way back in the first game, the leadoff man, Canty Campaneros, who makes the offense of the A's go, is on at first base. He is the man that steals all those bases over there in the American League. He is the man that had to come off the bench in the last game of the season to steal the stolen base title away from Davey Nelson of Texas with a fine performance. Here's Manuel, who scored the only Angel run, or rather, he is Angel Manuel, the only A's run, as Tolan misjudged his line drive in the first for a 3-base error, and Tennis knocked him in with a base hit. And they have checked Campaneros at first base to keep him close. 1-1 the score. We are in the 6th. A breaking pitch, bunted up the line. Perez will have to go to first base. Morgan covering. The sacrifice bunt is complete. Campaneros moves into second base. Fine bunt by Manuel, and here's Joe Rudy. The only RBI that Rudy has had was a game-winning RBI, a home run in the 2nd game 1 week ago today. The go-ahead run down at second base. And now it is Bench that is talking with Bourbon. And now we have activity. Clay Carroll, the Hawk, is up and throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. Menke has talked things over now with Bourbon. He goes back to third base. Bench is behind the plate. Campaneris is down at second base. And Rudy, a .305 hitter during the regular season, 6 for 24 in this World Series. Right-handed batter with a great deal of his hits going to the opposite field, steps in. Herb Norton, a third base coach, hands on knees, bending over. He gets a chance to wave that Speedy Campaneris around third or hold him up. Did Rudy do something? And there's a ball hit to the other side. Morgan has come up with it. Go to first base. As to third goes Campaneris. 2 out with Gene Tennis, the leading RBI man in the World Series, coming up. He drove his 8th today. He has hit 4 home runs. Johnny Bench goes up again to talk to Bourbon. And now Sparky Anderson comes out to talk to Bourbon. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for the A's. 1 run, 2 hits, and a very damaging error for the Reds, and that was the 3-base error by Tolan in the first, which allowed the A's to get on the scoreboard for their first and only time thus far. The go-ahead run, Campy Campaneris is at third base. 2 are out. Tennis, 4 home runs, 7 for 22 in the series, 8 RBIs. The batter.
Tennis playing at first base today to keep his bat in the lineup. Leans in from the right side and swings and fouls off a fastball. Picked up on one hand by Sal Bando in the on-deck circle, and he throws it back to Pellicutis, the umpire. Strike 1 to Tennis, who never moves from that batter's box. He keeps those feet planted and just stays in there until Bourbon gets the new ball. Nobody throwing in the A's bullpen now. There's an off-speed pitch line down to left field away from Rose. It's 2-1 around first base. On his way to second is Tennis. Here's Rose's throw, and he's in with a double and his 9th RBI of the ball game. It is 2-1 Oakland. Gene Tennis has had some kind of World Series. That is his 8th hit, his 2nd in this ball game, his 2nd RBI in this ball game, his 9th run batted in. And he is in scoring position with Bando up. And now we're going to get Alan Lewis to race out towards second base. And he will run for Tennis, which means that after all, we will see Epstein at first base later on. Epstein or Mike Hegan. Epstein not starting today. Hegan has been the late inning defensive replacement, and with a 1-run ball game, Monty, probably would go to Hegan.
Yes, I would imagine he usually goes in late defense. It's hard to score in a hit here. It's the reason they make the change.
Fastball inside to Bando. It's ball 1. Well, the A's tied the ball game in the last of the 5th. Now the A's have Reds tied it in the last of the 5th. Now the A's have gone ahead, and that's a second pitch inside from Bourbon, and it's 2-0. Pedro has been most effective throughout this series, but has given up 2 hits and the go-ahead run. Back again. This pitch is very high. Now remember, he is a sinking fastball pitcher. That fastball was up at the cap of Bando, who looks down to Noren with a 3-0 count. Menke races over. Clay Carroll continues to throw in the Reds bullpen. And the crowd at Riverfront Stadium suddenly very quiet again. They had rallied. Now they're behind, and there's a ball hit to straightaway center field. Bobby Tolan goes back near the warning track, reaches up, it'll be off the wall, and it is now 3-1. The ball gets away from Tolan. Into second base goes Bando with a double. Back-to-back doubles. And Tolan, who pulled an Achilles tendon twice, is limping and now bending over in center field. And the trainer for the Reds is dashing to center field, trying to walk it off. Looks like he's holding the back of his left leg, Monty.
Jim, he fell about 2 steps from the warning track. I don't know if he could have caught that ball if he'd have kept going. I don't think he could have. It was really carrying to the wall. But he grabbed that back of his leg, and when a sprinter grabs the back of a leg, you think hamstring right away. But he folded up in a heap. He looked, remember the time in New York when Mickey Mantle took off to first base and just collapsed and grabbed the back of his leg. It looked that kind of a play. He did scramble on his knees and pick the ball up, but he really went down. And if he is hurt badly enough that he couldn't run, it would really take a weapon away from the Reds.
Sparky Anderson has gone all the way to center field to see Bobby Tolan. Tolan is due up next, or I should say in the next inning, second, following Morgan. And you know the kind of combination of Morgan and Tolan make on those bases. Tolan is up and walking around. And suddenly, against Bourbon, who's been one of the most effective pitchers of this World Series, the A's, who haven't scored too many runs, have scored 2 here with 2 out and back-to-back doubles by Tennyson Bando. Right-handers facing the right-hander Bourbon, who's not been able to keep that ball low, Monty.
I think it was a 3-0 count then, wasn't it, Jim? Bando with a right-handed pitcher going. He, being a right-handed batter, was given the green light, and, man, did he get into it. Tolan is coming off the field. He's limping off the field, and he might be through.
Bourbon continues to warm, and we will await with you, Monty, to see who goes out there to replace Tolan in center field. 7th game of the World Series. What a dramatic inning this 6th is. They have broken the 1-1 tie, and the Reds have lost Bobby Tolan, who has driven in so many runs, 6 in the first 3 games, and stolen 5 bases. What a loss this is.
That's the first run batted into the series for Sal Bando, and I don't suppose he could have picked a better time. This series has been incredible for the closeness of the games. The first 5 games were all decided by 1 run, and listen to the scores. Oakland won here in Cincinnati 3-2 in the first game. They won in the second game 2-1. Then we went out to Oakland, and Cincinnati won 1-0 behind Billingham. Then Oakland won 3-2. Then in the 5th game of the series, Cincinnati won 5-4. Only yesterday did either club really break loose and score a lot of runs. And they've always said that good pitching can stop good hitting. Well, these 2 clubs were the 2nd top scoring clubs in their leagues. Cincinnati averaged 5 runs a game, almost 6 this year in the National League, and the A's averaged just short of 5 in the American League. So they can score, but here in this series, they haven't.
They may be giving Tolan some time to see whether or not he's going back in. The plate umpire, Chris Pellicudis, has told Jerry Adair, the first base coach, to go tell Dick Williams what is going on in the dugout, and Tolan is standing there, and perhaps it is, now he's beginning to jump up and down a little bit, perhaps it is they want to make absolutely sure that Bobby is really out of this ball game before putting a replacement in. In the meantime, Monty, Ross Grimsley, the big left-hander who has won 2 in a row, the last 2 in a row, has come on and has joined Carroll in the bullpen.
And a factor here, Dick Williams is complaining a little bit. I'm sure this might be about this situation. They're using the delay of Tolan getting ready or not getting ready over there to jump a left-hander and get him ready to pitch to Matty Alou, who is due to bat next. So this could be a factor here. Tolan is not out of the ball game yet. He is in the dugout, and the trainer's working on him there. They might try to tape that up and keep him in there. But as you mentioned, Grimsley is getting ready in a hurry with the left-handed batting Matty Alou due to go next. This crowd here today, 56,040, the largest baseball crowd ever in Cincinnati. Last Sunday's record was 53,224, and that was a record on that day. The riverfront seating capacity is 51,744. So the ushers came to the ballpark today with shoehorns, and they put 5,000 more in here than you're supposed to. We have 7 straight sellouts, and it has just been fantastic to watch the excitement of the people in these 2 cities, and I think that's a sidelight we must talk about. Over in Oakland, when the A's came back after winning the playoffs, they had not been back to Oakland since winning the playoffs. Then they won the first 2 games of the series here. Some 10,000 fans met the A's ball club at the Oakland airport when they got in there last Sunday night. When the Reds came back here after winning the 5th game in Oakland, they were greeted by estimates as high as 15,000 fans at the airport here in Cincinnati. Everywhere you go in both cities, there are banners proclaiming the good parts about both ball clubs, and it's just been tremendous to see the enthusiasm of the baseball fans of America and to see these 7 straight sellouts. And they're going to bring in the right-hander Clay Carroll out of the bullpen. Apparently they're putting bandaging around the leg of Bobby Tolan. If they were going to put another outfielder in there, I'm sure he would have been there by now. Clay Carroll, who set a major league record this year with 37 saves for Cincinnati, is going to the mound now. Carroll so far in the World Series has been in 4 games. This is his 5th appearance. He has had short relief work, however. His record is no wins. He lost the 1 game out in Oakland. In 4 2/3 innings, he's given up 6 hits and 1 earned run. He's walked a couple and struck out 2. He's a challenging type pitcher. And I think his greatest job, there goes Tolan back out into center field. He's running rather gingerly. As a matter of fact, he's not running. He's just trotting there. Well, they say there's a difference in the great athlete in being able to play with pain and injury. Great athletes will play with pain. Of course, they can't play with an injury. So Bobby Tolan now is standing out in short right center field and asking, do you want me to go to right field where I would have to do less running or stay in center? Yeah, that might be a good question. Right now they have Geronimo out in center. They're going to tell Tolan to go on. And right now I would imagine one reason for that, with a left-handed batter up, if Alou pulls the ball into right field, they'll want a man with Geronimo's great arm strength to come on and try to throw out the runner at the plate.
Matty Alou has been thrown out twice today. Once tried to bunt his way on. He is 0 for 17. Down at second base is Bando.
They're going to walk him, Jim, and that's the reason the left-hander didn't come in. They've got Dave Duncan due to bat next.
Intentional walk to Matty Alou will put him on, and men at first and second. This inning started all tied at 1-1. Campaneris led off with a single. He had gone 0 for 21 before he got that single. Manuel sacrificed him along to second base, but Rudy quickly grounded to the right side. Campaneris took third, but there were 2 out. Then Tennis laced a double to left field to drive in his 9th run of the ball game and put him out in front by the score of 2-1. Alan Lewis went into run for him, and Bando laced a double off the center field wall, and it was on that play that Tolan got hurt. Bourbon, who gave up all of the hits and runs, is out of there now. Alou has been given first base on the intentional pass. Here is Duncan. Carroll throws a breaking pitch to him. It's outside, ball 1. Duncan is 1 for 3 in the series, plus a walk, and he was picked off second base as Odom was trying to bunt back in the second inning and missed. Big, strong man that hit 19 home runs during the regular season. Another breaking pitch to the left side. In the hole goes Concepcion. He can't make a play. It's off him. Drops in front of him. The bases are loaded. It hopped up to Concepcion in the hole and then bounced away for an error.
Dick Williams is going to make another change now. Dick Green is scheduled to bat here, but it looks as if, well, he's calling Dick Green back to talk with him. He's probably going to say, Dick, you've been hitting the ball. Do you think you can hit this guy, or do you want us to pinch hit? So it might be left right on the shoulders of Dick Green to make a decision here.
Well, he's going to swing the bat. 2 runs are in. It's a 3-1 ball game. Oakland. We're in the top of the 6th. Carroll has the bases loaded. Bando's over at third. Alou is down at second, and Duncan, on what would have been the inning-ending error, is on at first base. Green is now talking to Pelakoutis and steps in. Runners lead away. Carroll throws. It's in on the fist, but he swings and fouls it to the screen. Strike 1. Green has had a couple of doubles in this series, and he is 1 for 2 today, and Menke almost made a misplay on him in the 5th inning. Singled in the 2nd, grounded to Menke in the 5th. Carroll, with those 37 saves and a tough spot, blows this one right by him. Strike 2. Green may have nicked it with his bat, swinging, but Carroll was throwing his good fastball. Carroll, like most good relievers, has the fastball slider and shows you the occasional curve. Bases loaded with 2 out. Carroll back and throws, and there's a swinging foul. It bounds over toward the photographers to the right of the Oakland dugout. Still 2 strikes. Riverfront Stadium very quiet now. Their Reds are down by 2 to the A's. In the deciding game of the World Series, Carroll is ready and throws a curve, and there goes the bat as Green strikes out with the bases loaded. 2-run score on 3 base hits. There was 1 error, and the bases were left loaded. We go to the last of the 6th. Oakland 3, Cincinnati 1.
The Oakland A's scored their 2 go-ahead runs in the 6th inning. Campaneris led it off with a single. Manuel sacrificed him down after Rudy was out. Gene Tennis got a double. to left field, and then Bando got a double to center, and the A's leave the bases loaded as Carroll came in to strike out Dick Green. We go to the last of the sixth. Here's Jim Simpson.
Morgan is hit into a double play, walked, and been thrown out at second. Hunter throws. It's a breaking pitch inside, ball one. Now, Hunter came on in the fifth inning and walked Concepcion, and then McRae sacrifice fly took Manguel deep to center field, and he had to go back deep again, and this one has popped up. Campaneris going out saying he's got it. It'll have to be a great over-the-shoulder catch, and he makes the catch. The point that I was making was that in the fifth inning, Hunter got the ball up, and the Reds really got their bats around. Here's Bobby Tolan, who has walked. He's 0 for 1 and has that pulled muscle that was bandaged. And Mike Keegan, as expected, when Lewis ran for tennis, has taken over at first base. Well, Tennis has seen the last of his World Series action, but how about that 9 RBIs and 4 home runs? Tolan watches a fastball for a strike. You're superstitious. In the last 4 7-game series, the visiting team won the deciding game. Hunter back and throws, and it's fouled off to the left by Tolan. That was Pittsburgh at Baltimore last year in the Steve Blass game. Detroit at St. Louis in '68, St. Louis at Boston in '67, and Los Angeles at Minnesota in '65. 2 strikes now to Tolan with 1 out in the 6th. A's 3, Reds 1. Catfish Hunter, the second pitcher in relief of Odom. His game to win or lose here. Pitches inside, backing Tolan out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunter ready to throw and comes back with a breaking pitch. It's fouled off to the left, and it's still 1-2 to Tolan. Bobby had a great 3 games, driving in the 4th, 5th, and 6th games, 2 runs in each of those. He stole 5 bases over the first 6 games. In this game, he committed a run scoring, set up a run to score on his error, 3-base error in the first inning, and has pulled a hamstring muscle. That is our judgment from here, the way he was holding it. Off-speed pitch has Tolan out in front, strikeout. Hunter gets his first strikeout. That'll bring up Johnny Bench. Hit a curveball from Odom right at Campaneris back in the 2nd inning and fouled out to Bando near the A's dugout in the 4th. He is 0 for 2. And Bench comes up with nobody on base. Campaneris again goes deep in the hole as he was the first 2 times Bench came up, and that saved a base hit back in the 2nd. Hunter throws, ground ball toward the shortstop. Campaneris charging it, second hop, throws to first, pulls Hegan off the bag, and he's safe. Hegan says, I tagged him, and there's Jim Honachek again, right back in the middle of the arguments. That is an error on Campaneris.
That's the easiest play he's had in the series, Jim. It looked as if he just took so much time. He knew he had so much time, he made a bad throw.
And here is Perez, who last time up doubled and later scored the only run. And Perez has had great success with Hunter over the years. He was 1 for 2 against him. In the 5th game, Fingers and Holtzman continue to throw. And he's the man that started the 9th inning rally in the 2nd game, but the A's held on to win that one. And he is the man, Perez is, that hit the game-winning home run in the All-Star game in Anaheim in 1966.
Dick Williams in the A's dugout's a raving maniac right now. He ran down to look at the replay on the instant television replay set they have at the corner of the dugout, and he came up furious.
2 are out, but the gates are open with Bench at first on the error. Curveball stays very high from Hunter. Ball 1. A's lead it by 2. We are in the last of the 6th. Guarding the line is Bando at third base, very deep. Another curveball, foul to the screen. Well, the end of 5, it was 1-1, but if it goes to the end of 6 at 3-1, it is an official ball game, and no matter how much rain we have, and rain is expected, we'll wait around till they complete it or call it off, and that team in front would be the winner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Perez, long ball hitter, and swings at a change, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunter took something off of that. Catfish is known as one of the game's better competitors. He must, however, have his pinpoint control. If he is not on the corners, he is in trouble. 1 ball, 2 strikes. From the stretch with Bench not going far, just misses outside. Dropped down a little bit for that fastball. Hunter believes in what Warren Spahn used to say. The plate is 17 inches wide. The hitter gets the middle 15 inches. I'll take the one on the outside and the inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Back with a 2-2. He breaks down. It's away from Duncan, who lost it. Picks it up as it stayed right there, and Bench is going nowhere. But now we'll see Bench off and motoring with 2 out and a 3-2 count on Perez, who sent Rudy to the wall in the 2nd inning and doubled to left in the 5th. Both those swings were against John Blue Moon Odom. Now he's facing Catfish Hunter. On deck is Dennis Menke. Hunter checks Bench back to first base, realizing he'll be going with 2 out. A's lead it by 2. The tying run is at bat. A's infield very deep, and there's a pitch, a curveball way outside. He walks him. That'll bring up Menke. Well, you can bet that that was not an intentional walk, but neither was it so unintentional. Hunter was not about to give Perez, a home run hitter, anything good to swing at, and just made it too bad. Dick Williams is coming out, and with the right-hander Menke coming up, maybe this is the time we'll see Raleigh Fingers. But as Williams walks to the mound, let's us pause 30 seconds for station identification.
The Thoroughbreds, the Trotters, Aqueduct, Roosevelt, that's racing. And OTB's got it all, with 2 daily doubles, 7 exactas, and the superfecta every day. New York City's Off-Track Betting Corporation. We've got it all.
WNBC, AM and FM, New York.
Monty Moore, this is Jim Simpson, back in Cincinnati. 2 are on, 2 are out. Menke the batter, 3-1. Oakland, Menke is the go-ahead run, and he takes a pitch on the outside corner. Catfish got the corner on that pitch. The A's have scored 3 times. 1 of theirs was unearned. Any runs that might score in this inning would be unearned because of the throwing error by Campaneris on an easy play. Pitch bounces away from Duncan, gets back to the wall. In to cover home is Catfish as the runners move up. Wild pitch. Fingers and Holtzman are throwing. Hunter with a new baseball walks back behind the mound. Put Johnny Bench over at third base as a runner, and Perez down at second with first base open and 2 out. Ball 1, strike 1 to Menke. Hunter is ready. Pitching from the windup and just misses on the outside corner. That's 2-1. A left-handed batter, Geronimo, is on deck. The 2-1 pitch from Hunter. Back, fastball. He misses outside again. It's 3-1. A's lead it by 2. The tying runs are in scoring position. And Menke going to get some kind of pitch here. He'll be looking this one over. 3-1 with 2 out. Hunter's got to be around the plate here. Walk of bases loaded. It has popped up to the right side. In comes Alou. Waves everybody away. Had a little late break on the ball, but is there in plenty of time, and they're out of the inning. No runs. No hits. A shaky error by Campaneris, and 2 men left. We've gone 6 innings. It's now a complete ball game. A's 3, Reds 1.
Coming on now, the top half of the 7th inning. And Bobby Tolan is no longer in the game for Cincinnati. He gave it a game try, but his leg just gave out on him, and they have now moved Geronimo into center field, and George Foster is in right field. Catfish Hunter will be the batter as we go to Clay Carroll pitching once again. Jim Simpson.
Catfish Hunter is a fine hitting pitcher. I think you know that by now, and to have him lead off an inning is not like having most pitchers lead off an inning. The opposition usually almost concedes that as an automatic out. Hunter may go out, but he can hit the baseball. Clay Carroll throws to him. It's high, ball one. Hunter waits in this 3-1 ball game. We're now in the 7th inning, and there's a pitch down low beneath the outstretched glove of Bench and goes back to the screen. It's ball 2. Carroll was high with the first pitch and in the dirt with the second. Foster out in right field is in his second World Series game. He does not have an official at-bat. Carroll is ready, and this one is high and out of the strike zone to the pitcher Hunter. It is 3-0. Carroll right back, and his breaking pitch misses, and on 4 pitches, Carroll didn't like the call by Pellicudis on the last one. On 4 pitches, Hunter walks. Hunter back in the ball game that he won on Sunday. Drove in the first run. Has his jacket on now. And has gone to first base. Ross Grimsley continues to warm, the big left-hander who has won the last 2 games in a row for the Reds in their comeback attempt. Well, they have come back. It's 3-3. Here's Campaneris, singled last time up and scored the go-ahead run. Bunts toward Carroll. Carroll comes up with it, goes to first base as Hunter goes down to second base, and the sacrifice works as Hunter is down at second base. And that'll bring up Manguel, who has scored a run in this ball game, reaching when Tolan misplayed his line drive in the first into a 3-base error and scoring on tennis a single. Since that time, he has popped to Morgan at second and sacrificed Campaneris down to second base. Has a chance now to drive in his second run of the World Series. You'll recall that he had the game-winning hit out on the West Coast in the last of the 9th of the game out there. A's lead it 3-1. 1 out here in the 7th inning. Manguel, a right-handed batter, facing the right-handed Clay Carroll. They play Manguel. They hit to the opposite field. They play him around to the right. Big curveball blocked in the dirt by Bench. Well, you just can't say it too much. Regardless of the outcome of this World Series, Johnny Bench has proven himself to be the kind of superstar and super catcher everybody has said he is. He has really had his work cut out for him. Fastball, and this is foul tipped at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Catfish Hunter is down at second base. Nobody's working in the A's bullpen. Hunter, a real competitor, had a little control problems there, but has worked his way out of all the jams, getting Menke with a fine 3-1 pitch to pop up to short right. Curveball, and again, Bench has to go outside and backhand that, lest it get away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Clay Carroll did a marvelous job in the last of the 6th, walked 1 man intentionally, in trouble because of an error, but then struck out Green swinging to end the inning. Back with another curveball on 2-1, and it's fouled at the plate. 2-2. $56,040, a record crowd for baseball in the great city of Cincinnati looking in today. And at the moment, most of those 56,000 are not pleased with what they're seeing, because most of them obviously are Reds fans. Manguel is ready. Carroll has the sign. 2-2. Hunter at second base. Looks back, throws another curve, bounding very slowly to Menke at third base, and he's got plenty of time to make the throw over to Perez. Or 2 out. Hunter has to hold second. Carroll, I don't know whether or not it's the inability to get his fast stuff over as he walked the pitcher Hunter, has gone mostly to the breaking ball here. Here is Rudy, 0 for 3 today. Rudy came up with a man in scoring position, hit the first pitch he saw in the 6th inning, and grounded quickly to second base. Sparky Anderson is walking out, and he may go to the bullpen despite the fact Rudy is a right-handed hitter. He can see that Clay Carroll is throwing nothing but those big curves, Monty.
They might decide to pitch around Rudy here and then bring in the left-hander to go to Mike Hegan. Sparky figuring that Hegan would be the batter. He has been in there all year in late-inning defensive replacements, and though the A's have Mike Epstein, They're going to bring the left-hander in right here, and I would imagine that they will bring him in and walk Rudy and then pitch to Mike Hegan, who is a .300 hitter, by the way, for the A's this year. It's been interesting to watch the pitchers for Cincinnati here today, Jim, and you mentioned the curveballs that Carroll's been throwing. You know, just about every one of their pitchers today have gone mostly breaking balls. Rudy, the first time up, saw 5 or 6 straight. The last time Bourbon threw to Rudy, he threw him 2 curveballs, got him on the second one. And Carroll has thrown the breaking ball, so maybe the Reds, after 6 games of the series, decided that the A's are not a breaking ball hitting team. Dick Williams, in case you might be interested in what he has in the way of right-handed pinch hitters in the dugout, should he want to make a change for Hegan if they do walk Rudy here. The A's have Tim Cullen, George Hendrick, and Dow Maxville as right-handed pinch hitters, plus they have 2 switch hitters, Ted Kubiak and Alan Lewis. So it'll be interesting to see what the strategy is here. Many times the manager will bring the pitcher in who's going to really be pitching to a guy 2 men away just to let him get accustomed to the mound here while he throws the ball 4. Grimsley, as Jim mentioned, has won 2 of the 3 games the Reds have won. He lost 1 also. So he has 3 decisions already in this World Series by pitching only 6 2/3 innings. An unusual statistic. He has allowed 7 hits and only 2 runs. He has struck out 1. He threw 1 home run ball, and he threw that to Joe Rudy.
Grimsley continues to warm up. Rudy is standing by. Pelikutis, the home plate umpire, has had another conversation with Dick Williams, the A's manager, who now heads back to the dugout. This has been a strategy conversational World Series. Well, when you get 5 of the first 6 decided by 1 run, only the 6th game yesterday, and that was close until the 7th inning when 10 men went to bat. Won by Cincinnati to tie the series. They won it 8-1. Situation is 2 out. Down at second base is the opposing pitcher, Catfish Hunter. A's lead this in the 7th, 3-1. Deciding game, and here they're going to do, as Monty suggested, put Rudy on with the intentional walk. That's ball 2. Bench jumping outside to take it. There's ball 3. Well, in the 7th, Carroll gave up the walk to the opposing pitcher. There's ball 4 to Rudy. And that'll bring up Mike Hegan. Hunter walked, sacrificed along by Campaneris. Manguel was thrown out easily, and then the strategy started, and Grimsley came on to pitch to Joe Rudy. Carroll has worked 1 inning, has given up 2 walks, 1 intentional, struck out 1, and he is through for the day. Hegan coming on now, 250 in the series, 1 for 4. But you recall again that he was better than a .300 hitter, and a fine defensive player for the A's all year long in the late innings. Hall and McLaughlin are now in the bullpen for Cincinnati, left-hander and right-hander. Hegan takes the first pitch. It's a strike at the letters. Strike 1. Hunter at second, Rudy at first, 2 out in the 7th. Egan, big, strong left-handed hitter. Looks, and this pitch is wild. Does Bench go outside to get that one? Outside and low. Grimsley now becomes the 4th Reds pitcher in this 7th World Series game. And there are 2 more warming. Grimsley ready, looks back at second and throws. A slider that catches the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good pitch from Grimsley. That ball ducked away from Hegan and caught the corner. So now Hegan is behind to Grimsley. Herb Norton yelled something out to Catfish Hunter at second base. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This is way outside and squares the count at 2 off. In the Reds' 7th, it'll be the 7, 8, 9 batters. But as in the playoffs, the A's lost Reggie Jackson, their center fielder. In this 7th game, the Reds have lost Bobby Tolan, both with pulled leg muscles. Grimsley back, and it's fouled to the screen. 2-2. Well, no matter who wins this game, this 7th game, you've got to say that you really can't pick between them on the basis of their play. Every game except one has been very close. There's been good pitching, good defense, little hitting until yesterday. 2-2. Left-hander Grimsley throws, takes something off of it, and gets him swinging. Ross Grimsley does the job. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 men are left. We go to the last of the 7th. Oakland leads Cincinnati 3-1.
An all-time record Cincinnati crowd, over 56,000 here for the 7th game of the World Series. This is Monty Moore with Jim Simpson. Now, this game has been fraught with danger for pitchers on both sides the last couple of innings. The A's in the 6th inning left the bases loaded. They left 2 on in the 7th. Cincinnati left 2 on in the 5th and 2 on in the 6th. So either club has had a chance to break it open in the last 2 innings. And we are now in for a wild finish of this one.
Well, with the pitcher due up in the 7th, the number 3 batter, the Reds have Tom Hall throwing. And before Hunter even throws his first pitch of the 7th, Raleigh Fingers, the right-hander, Kenny Holtzman, the left-hander, are throwing in the A's bullpen. Geronimo, who is 3 for 17 in the series. He's 1 for 2. Well, he's 1 for 1 in this game. He walked in the 5th inning. Left-handed batter now playing center field, swings at the first pitch, a breaking pitch from Hunter. It's strike 1. Geronimo switched to center when Tolan came up injured. Hunter, the right-hander, back and throws a fastball that's fouled off to the left. And Jim Catfish Hunter's out in front of Geronimo. 0-2. Well, you're getting down to the last innings of the last game of the 1972 season. At the moment, the A's lead it 2-0. Hunter throws a breaking pitch and strikes him out on 3 pitches. And that's the best example we have seen Hunter around the plate in this appearance. All 3 pitches were well within the strike zone. Started him off with a breaking pitch that Geronimo's missed, then came back with a fastball that he fouled to the screen and then struck him out way out in front of a slow curve. Concepcion is up and Joe Haig has come out on deck. The bat for the pitcher, Ross Grimsley. They need runs now, not pitching. Fastball right down the middle. Concepcion watched it for strike 1. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the A's. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 errors for the Reds. One of them costly. Back with a breaking pitch that drops over for another strike. And again, that's 5 pitches that Hunter has thrown, and they've all been in the strike zone. He was missing badly back in the 6th inning and even committed a wild pitch. Concepcion waits on the 2-strike pitch. Another curve, but this stays inside and high. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reds fans realize that they got to get something started. This is the 7th inning of the 7th game. Back with another curve, strikes him out swinging. The Jim Hunter curveball has struck out the last 2 men he has faced swinging. Now Joe Haig has gone back to the dugout with nobody on base, and Ted Eulander has a bat in his hand for the 2nd time today. 1 for 3 on the series. He had a bases empty double. So it is Eulander who will hit. Dave Duncan goes out. Of course, Catfish Hunter, Duncan, Bando have seen Eulander for many, many years. He was with Minnesota, later with Cleveland. Fingers, Holtzman continue to throw. That double that Eulander had with nobody on was against Hunter. At this moment, Sparky Anderson, the Reds and their fans would like lightning to strike twice in the same place. Eulander, big, strong left-handed hitter, used to be a pretty good power hitter. Takes a good rip at a high fastball there and fouls it to the screen. That pitch was up, and Eulander took a good swing. 1 strike. Hunter has been throwing strikes, comes back and gives him the fastball that gets the outside corner looking. It's 0-2 to Eulander. And Hunter has been ahead of every batter he has faced in this inning. Ready with the 0-2 pitch, and this hits in the dirt in front of Eulander and bounds to Duncan, the catcher. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hunter right back, and this one bounces by Eulander's feet, a breaking pitch, and gets away from Duncan. It's 2-2. Tom Hall will be the next pitcher for Cincinnati, and he is completing his warm-ups right now. And Hall will become the 5th Cincinnati pitcher in this game. 2-2 to Eulander, throws him the breaking pitch, lined out to left field, but Rudy has plenty of room and time and is there, and that's a 1-2-3 inning for Hunter. The runs, hits, errors, and none left. We've gone 7 full now, and Cincinnati trails Oakland 3-1.
We go to the top half of the 8th inning. It's another new pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds. Left-hander, the Blade, Tommy Hall, 150-pound strikeout artist who has had a very fine World Series for Cincinnati. He had a great year. He won 10 games, lost only 1 this year for the Reds. And so far in the series, in 3 games, he's not been scored on. In 6 1/3 innings, he's given up 5 hits. The line score right now, Oakland 3 runs, 5 hits. They've made 1 error. The Cincinnati Reds 1 run. They've had only 2 hits in the game, and they have made a couple of miscues. Chris Pellicutis is going to the mound, and he is saying something to Tommy Hall about going to his mouth with his fingers, and whether or not they're telling him it is okay here to do it on the dirt part, or that today is so warm that you can't do it, we don't know. But he talked with him about that. Here we go to the 8th, and once again, Jim.
Sal Bando 1 for 3 today. The last time up, he drove in the 3rd run of the ball game with a double to center field. It was on that double that Tolan was injured. Right-handed batter, and Hall throws a strike on the inside corner. Bando for Sal. That was his first RBI of the World Series. Hall, tall and thin. As Monty said, they call him the Blade. Back, took something off of that, and Bando swings and misses. Strike 2. Bando didn't think he went around, and he and Pellicutis are having a little discussion now. Either Pellicutis is saying it was over anyway, or you did go around. 2 strikes to Bando, the leadoff batter, in the Oakland 8th of a 3-1 ball game. All right back, and there's a foul tip to the screen. Should the A's win today? Should they win today? They have not won since they belonged to Philadelphia in 1930. That's 42 years ago. Cincinnati has won 2 World Series in 1919 and in 1940. They'd like to make it 3 today. Now they trail by 2 runs in the 8th. Already 2-strike. Pitch to Bando, who pops it up foul and off to the right and in the seats. Perhaps 20 rows back. 1,960,132 have watched baseball in this stadium this year, including the playoffs and the World Series. 2 strikes to Bando. All is in the windup, and here's the pitch. It's in the dirt, and it's ball 1. On ball, 2 strikes. Nobody in either bullpen at the moment. The 2 runs in the 6th came on a Campanera single. He was sacrificed to second by Manguel. Rudy grounded out. He went to third, and then Tennis and Bando put together back-to-back doubles to make it 3-1. 1-2, and Hall is ready and throws an overhand pitch that stays high, and it's 2-2. Hall came straight over the top on that one, but it stayed up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ready again, and this pitch is low and inside, and it's 3-2 to the leadoff batter, Bando. And Sal steps out. Menke at third, Concepcion at short, Morgan at second, Perez at first. Back and swinging, strike 3. Something off the breaking pitch and struck him out. Second strikeout. Check that first strikeout, of course, for Hall. And here is Alou. Walked intentionally last time, and Matty has not had the good series. He has had 1 base hit. He is 0 for his last 17 times at bat. And this is a man that hit over 300 with the Cardinals. Ground ball right back to Hall. He lobs it over to first base, and they're 2 out. So Lou now is 0 for 18 and may have been up for the last time. 12 years, that's one of those things. As great a series as Gene Tennis is having, here's a fellow like Matty Alou. In 12 years in the major leagues has averaged .310 for a lifetime career, and he's only had 1 hit in the World Series. Here's Duncan with 2 out. Throws him the fastball, and it's strike 1. Duncan walked in the second, was picked off, and then struck out and a big Jack Billingham curveball in the 5th. Billingham did a superb job. He allowed 1 run, but that was unearned, struck out 4 and walked 2, but he had to go, and the Reds needed some runs. Ball is lifted high and foul down the left field line and will make the seats very deep. Had it stayed fair, it would have been caught. 2 strikes now to Duncan. When we go to the A's, or rather to the Reds' 8th inning, it'll be the top 3 men, Rose, Morgan, and an important absence. Tolan is gone injured. 2 strikes. Pitch, she strikes him out swinging. Great inning for the Blade. Tom Hall, no runs, hits or errors, and he struck out 2 of the men. We go to the last of the 8th, and Oakland leads Cincinnati in the 7th game of the World Series 3-1.
Last half of the 8th inning, and the tension is mounting. You could cut it with a knife. It's just hanging in the air here as Pete Rose comes to the plate. He greeted Hunter with a home run on the first pitch he threw to him in the last game that Hunter started in this series. He almost hit one out in the 5th inning off Hunter after he came in relief.
Rose is 1 for 3 today. And strangely enough, the 1 hit was the ball that he didn't get all of. The other 2 he sent Manguel deep, tries to bunt his way on, its foul. In the 4th and 5th innings, each time Manguel had to go to the wall to take long drives off the bat of Rose. His 1 hit came in the 1st on a very close play, a bouncer to Green at second base. A's lead it 3-1. We're getting ever closer to a locker room celebration for one of these 2 teams. And the end of the 1972 season. Bando is in on the turf ahead of the bag. Rose wants to get on. The pitch is outside from Hunter. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. And of course, Fingers and Holtzman are still in that bullpen for the A's. As Hunter went to the mound, they went to the bullpen. Rose, the switch hitter, crouching very low from the left side. Back, and as a breaking pitch grounded up the middle, it may get through. Campaneris waves at it. It's through. It's a base hit. Rose on the way around first, and then stops there as Manuel is up with the ball. That'll bring Morgan, who is now the tying run, to bat. That's the first hit off Hunter and only the 3rd for the Reds. Duncan, Bando walked to the mound to talk to Catfish Hunter, and Dick Williams comes out of the dugout. They've got a left-hander, Morgan, and he might go with the left-hander, Holtzman. Williams crosses the third base line, walking very resolutely now toward Duncan first of all to talk to him, and then up on the mound to Catfish Hunter. Joe Morgan, who broke things apart, got his first 2 hits yesterday. He has walked 5 times and has scored 4 runs. Today he is 0 for 2. Williams is going to call for the left-hander. He wants Kenny Holtzman to come in. With none out in the 8th of a 3-1 ball game. And Holtzman, former National Leaguer, who a year ago pitched a no-hitter against these Reds, is walking in.
Well, Dick Williams is playing percentages in one side and playing against him on another side. The word is that Morgan hit over 350 against left-hand pitching this year in the National League. He had 2 hits yesterday here off left-handers. One a double off Vida Blue to start the ball game for Cincinnati, and another off Hamilton that knocked in a run or 2. Kenny Holtzman has been in the National League for a great number of years before the A's traded for him this year from the Chicago Cubs. Holtzman pitched one of the games here in the World Series. As a matter of fact, he's pitched so far in this World Series in 2 games and has won 1 of them in 12 2/3 innings of work. As Kenny Holtzman comes into the ball game, we're in the last half of inning number 8. The Oakland A's have a 3-1 lead, but the power pack part of the Cincinnati batting order is due. Morgan, a left-handed batter, is coming on with Rose at first base, nobody down. Then George Foster is due to bat in the spot that would have been occupied by Bobby Tolan. Foster, however, a right-handed batter, has pretty good power. Now the A's have right-hander Raleigh Fingers and left-hander Vida Blue, who started yesterday's game, both out in the bullpen.
And the Reds fans have come alive. With Rose at first, Morgan, who can hit the ball out of here, represents the tying run in this 3-1 ball game in the Cincinnati 8th. Time is running out on the Reds, and if they are to win this game, it would be again in late-inning heroics, as they've done so many times throughout the season. Rose leads off at first base. The pitch, ball 1. Duncan looks down to first base. Rose hadn't moved too far. The one thing that Holtzman does not want to do is put Morgan on. Then the winning run could come to the plate. Comes back with a pitch. Last bang. Keegan. Rose on his way to second. In the corner it goes. Rose goes to third. Morgan goes to second. Ball gets away from Malou. Rose is going to come on and now stops. The ball goes to third and he dives back to third. A double. The tying runs are at second and third with none out. And as Monty pointed out, the Reds even pointed it out yesterday when the left-hander came in to pitch against Morgan and he crossed them up with a base hit. So he does today. That was just under the glove of the diving Mike Hegan, but it was a scorcher. And Javier is coming out. Foster will not be allowed to bat. Javier, one of the grand old men of this game of baseball, and we beg your pardon, Julio, but you've been around a long while. And, of course, did such a great job with the Cardinals back in their 64, 67, and 68 World Series. Is 0 for 2 in the World Series, and he will now bat for Foster. And Dick Williams is coming out, and he's going to go to a right-hander. And that's got to be Raleigh Fingers, is one of the toughest men in either league on right-handed batters.
Well, the work is really cut out for the bullpen now if they come in. And Dick is looking down that way. That ball was very close to the type of ball that could have been turned into a double play, and a difference right here is the fact that Mike Hegan was holding against Pete Rose at first base with a left-handed batter up and a 2-run lead. Now, many times they'll back that first baseman up in that kind of a situation and not hold him on. But with the Reds being a running ball club, they wanted to hold Rose on there. And Morgan's ball was just out of the reach of Hegan, and had Hegan been playing behind the bag, that could very well have been turned into a double play. Now the Reds have 3 shots at least at knocking in the tying runs, and they're going to bring Haig out to bat instead of Javier. So Dick Williams makes a change, and Sparky Anderson really, I imagine, jockeyed to try to get Haig to hit here, because looking at Julian Javier's regular season record, I'm sure it won't show to be offensively as good as Joe Haig's. Javier hit .209 for the year and Haig .243. Haig had 7 home runs for the year and Javier had 2. So Sparky Anderson, in forcing the change with Javier, has brought on Raleigh Fingers and now is able to use Joe Haig. So Fingers, who pulled off a couple of miracle saves in the playoffs for the Oakland A's against the Detroit Tigers, has got the biggest save to make that he has ever made in his baseball career. He's a big guy, 6'4". He is from Cucamonga, California. Now makes his home up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And during the year, Raleigh Fingers led the Oakland pitching staff in saves with 21. He won 11 games. He lost 9. But he comes into a situation here with nobody down, the tying runs in scoring position, and a tough left-handed hitter up.
When Pedro Bourbon came on in the 6th inning, he tied Hugh Casey for the most appearances in a World Series 6, and now Raleigh Fingers ties them both. This is his 6th appearance. Haig, left-handed batter. As Rose, who led off with a single over at third base following Morgan's double. They represent the tying runs. Haig, who can knock it out of here, represents a potential winning run. And Fingers has the big job. Infield is back on the right side. Haig hits the first one to left field. Campaneris goes back. He's got it. Now Rose bluffs coming home, and Campaneris throws to the cutoff man, Bando. There's one out on one pitch. And that brings up Johnny Bench.
Also brings up Dick Williams. Now what do you do here? The Major League's top RBI man at the plate. First base is open, but if you walk him, you put the potential winning run on base, Jim. And this is why they pay managers a lot of money to make decisions.
Well, some of my friends and relatives, Monty, say hindsight is 20/20 vision. If he puts him on to pitch to Perez, setting up the possible double play or play at any base, and gets away with it, that's one thing. If he pitches to Bench and Bench puts one out of here, that's another. Hindsight is 20/20.
Yes, it certainly is. And, of course, the factor that you don't want to walk the winning run on base with Perez, a 90-a-year RBI man coming up behind him. So the pressure is really on right here.
Johnny Bench. They say in the National League, the MVP vote is they're going to put him on. They're going to put the winning run on. Now remember, hindsight is 20/20 vision. Let us see if the A's in this very important managerial decision, the biggest of the series, get away with it. Here it is in the 8th inning of the deciding game. There are no more games to play. Cincinnati is the home team. They have decided to put the winning run on first base. Don Gullett is a left-hander now throwing down in the bullpen, along with Jim McGoughlin. There is ball 4 to bench. The bases are loaded. We've got one out. And the right-hander, Fingers, coming up to face the right-handed batter, Perez. Fingers has been especially tough on right-handed hitters. And he'll have to be tough here if the A's' hopes are to survive this big effort by the Reds, who, if they fail to tie it up here, will be in the last of the batting order in the last of the ninth. Infield very deep back on that turf. Fingers throws the big curveball. It's fouled to the screen by Perez. Curveball in on the fists. Menke kneels on deck. Vida Blue still is out in the Oakland bullpen. Perez has more hits than anybody else in this series. He's got 10. Fingers back. Another curveball laced out to right field. Alou says he has it. Tagging at third base is Rose. Alou has it. Rose comes home to score the second run. Morgan goes to third. The tying run is at third base with 2 out in a 3-2 ball game. Bench stays on at first, and Menke is up, and here comes Dick Williams again.
Well, there's no need saving any speeches or strategy. And Rollie Fingers is the kind of man that needs a lot of encouragement, Jim. The A's players do a lot of talking to him during the course of the game. A short inning reliever has so much to think about in just throwing the ball to the plate and getting the batter that sometimes he'll forget a scouting report, or he'll forget that a runner is at a certain position on the bases. So this is just a reminder and a confidence thing. With the runner at first base, Johnny Bench, you've got to think about what you're going to do if Bench breaks towards second trying to steal, because Morgan on the front end of it could tie the ball game on a double steal. The A's got into the World Series when Reggie Jackson did just that against Detroit. So now, Bench, who's stolen one base in this series, might try to draw a throw.
Almonte will also say that if Fingers can get Menke, he's got the 7, 8, 9 batters in the last of the ninth. If he can't get him, they've got a tie ball game and possibly a go-ahead run for Cincinnati. Menke steps in. He is 2 for 23 in the series, but he's hit a home run and has advanced the men. Fly ball down the right field line, curving foul on the curveball, and drops in the seats about 6 rows back. Strike 1 to Menke. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the A's. 2 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Reds. And with the exception of yesterday, when they broke it open, the Reds, in the 7th inning, every one of these 7 World Series games has been close and near a classic. Fingers stares in with runners at the corners and 2 out. That man over third base, Morgan, is the tying run. The 1-strike pitch throws him a curve. It's outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Geronimo is on deck. And for the first time since before the game, we began to see some dark clouds off to our left. Rain was expected some time ago. 1-1 to Menke, the right-handed hitter. Curveball outside again. 2 balls, 1 strike. He has thrown Menke 3 straight breaking pitches. Menke fouled the first one down the right field line. The other 2 have been wide to the outside. Bench short lead off first base. Back, throws a fastball, fouled away. And it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Menke. One of the big outs of the World Series for the Reds, for the A's. If he isn't out, we've got a tie ball game.
They're going to move Hegan in behind Bench now at first base.
Giving Bench that lead. 2-2. Fingers ready on 2-2. Bench is running. Pitches outside. Goes back to third. Or back to the pitcher, rather, to keep the man at third. They did not throw down to second base. As Hegan moved him back, that gave Bench the opportunity to take the big lead, not being held on, and he easily stole second. And so now, the man that Williams elected to walk to put on base, the potential winning run, is in scoring position on the stolen base. And it's 3-2 with 2 out. Everybody will be watching this pitch. First base is open. They don't have to go, barring the walk, to load him up. Here's a 3-2. Throws him a curveball. It's popped up. Short left field. Campaneris goes out. Rudy comes in. Rudy is there and has it for the third out. Fingers does the job. 1 run scores on just 1 base hit. There were no errors, and men left at second and third through 8 innings. Oakland leads by a run, 3-2 over Cincinnati. Back at Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Jim Simpson. Monty Moore has been dispatched to the Oakland dressing room, and we may hear from him after this game is over. That is, if the Oakland A's win this game. But they're only a run apart. How dramatic this series has been. The first 5 games settled by a run. And apparently, the 7th and deciding game could also be settled by just 1 run. Now in the Oakland 9th, it'll be Green, probably Fingers, their pitcher, depending upon circumstances. And when Cincinnati comes to bat in their half of the 9th, it'll be Geronimo, Concepcion, and the pitcher will be due up. And Sparky Anderson has used a lot of his pinch hitters. Eulander has batted. Haig has batted. Foster has been in the ball game. Green steps in against Tom Hall, who struck out 2 of the 3 men that he faced in the 8th. The other, Alou, simply knocked the ball on 1 bounce back to him at the mound. Green today is 1 for 3. Facing the left-hander Hall. Green swings on a change-up breaking pitch. It's strike 1. 56,040 is hoping that Hall can get out of this, most of them, so that their Reds can come back in the last of the 9th. Hall throws a fastball, and it's pulled foul down the line and will drop into the seats. Concepcion gives chase, but it's at least 20 rows back. Well, for the Oakland Rooters, wherever you are, your team has a 1-run lead in the 9th inning. For the Reds rooters, and there are lots of them around also, your team won the National League Championship down by a run in the last of the 9th at the deciding game and pulled it out. 2 strikes now to Dick Green. The pitch, swinging strike 3, breaking pitch. Hall has now struck out his 3rd man. And that'll bring up Raleigh Fingers, the pitcher. Fingers is in his 6th game, and yet he has yet to come to bat. This is his first time at bat in a World Series. 1 out in the 9th, and there's a fastball. He throws it right by him. Raleigh is up there not thinking base hit so much as he is thinking the last of the 9th inning, which he must pitch. Back again, off-speed pitch, catches the outside corner. It's strike 2 to Fingers. They play Raleigh to hit the other way to right, figuring that he'll not get around on a fastball of Tom Hall's and pull it. There's a ground ball toward third base. Menke takes it on the big second hop, and Raleigh, chugging down the first base line, is thrown out. So now with Fingers all the way down the first base line, Campaneris gets some dirt and walks away, and he'll be excused if he'll try to give Fingers a little chance to get some rest. So that's what he's doing. He's pointing to the on-deck batter, Manguel, saying, "Give me the rosin bag," and what he's really doing is let Fingers trot back across the field, and after that run to first base, get a little extra breathing room. 3 runs on 5 hits and 1 error for the A's. 2 runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors for the Reds. The go-ahead run was knocked in by Sal Bando, the team captain, who led the team in game-winning RBIs during the regular season, but had no RBIs in this World Series until his double drove in the go-ahead run in the 6th. Hall is ready to pitch to Campaneris now. It's down low, ball 1. Seventh game, World Series, 2 out, Oakland 9th. The Reds have 1 more chance. Hall back and throws a strike at the knees to Campaneris. Well, we cannot talk too much about the championship playoffs of both leagues, that for the first time in history, each went to 5 games. Neither had been to the full 5 before. And here we are in another 7-game World Series. 1 ball, 1 strike, and there's a ground ball up the middle. Campaneris says a base hit. First hit off Hall. And that's the 6th hit for the A's. And that will bring up Manguel, who scored the first run when Bobby Tolan, out of the game now with an injury, misplayed his line drive into a 3-base error. Gene Tennis knocked him in. Since then, Manguel has popped out, sacrificed successfully, and grounded to third. Tennis left the ball game for a runner after driving in 2 more runs in this game. That gives him 9 RBIs for the World Series. And, of course, he had a record-tying 4 home runs. 3-2 the score. Campaneris down at first base. Leading off, he's all the way on the turf. He's not over near. Perez is holding him there, and Campaneris retreats, and there's a swinging strike on a good fastball by Hall. He had Campaneris going back to first base as he's throwing the pitch to Manguel. Campaneris again edges out on that turf, away from the dirt spot on this almost fully covered turf here. Now they check him at first base. And Campaneris is back in plenty of time ahead of the soft lob throw of Tom Hall, the 5th Cincinnati pitcher in the 7th game of the series. Hall pitching from the stretch. Campaneris moves as if to go, but does not. Drive out to center field. Geronimo is playing there and comes in a couple of steps and takes it. We go to the last of the 9th. It was in the last of the 9th of the 5th game against the Pirates that the Reds won the National League Championship. And this is their last chance coming up to win the World Series. We go to the last of the 9th. Oakland leads Cincinnati 3-2. Now for the last of the 9th of the World Series. This is Jim Simpson at Riverfront Stadium. Conference on the mound between Bando, Duncan, and Raleigh Fingers, who must pitch to Geronimo, Concepcion, and a pinch hitter. Jim McLaughlin, Don Gullett warming up should this go to 9 innings. They know they're going to have to bat for the pitcher Tom Hall. They want somebody ready should it go to the 10th inning. Vida Blue is still warming up down in the Oakland dugout. Geronimo has walked once in 3 trips today. Left-handed batter against the right-handed Raleigh Fingers, who showed in his last appearance he has trouble with left-handers. Throws the first pitch. It's a fastball in under the hands. Ball 1 to Geronimo. A's lead it 3-2. Fingers right back and throws another pitch. It's fouled off. Fastball fouled off to the left. 1 ball, 1 strike. To the left-handed hitting Geronimo, Fingers in his first 2 pitches has gone with the fastball. Charles O. Finley, very nervous, down behind the A's dugout. Back again with the fastball, and again he fouls it back. And now Fingers is ahead of the left-handed hitter Geronimo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Concepcion, a right-handed swinger, is on deck. One and 2. Fingers ready. Throws a breaking pitch. It's popped up toward shortstop. Campaneris says he's got it and takes it. 1 out in the 9th. Well, Dick Williams got away with something that you don't do too often. That is, on the road, put the winning run on base. But with a man like Johnny Bench up there, he put Bench on base. The man ahead of John scored, but Bench was left stranded at third base. 1 run scored, and we're in the last of the 9th of a 3-2 ball game. Darrell Chaney, a switch hitter, is on deck as Concepcion steps in. Blue continues to warm. Fingers stares in at Concepcion, who has walked, flied out, and struck out in the 7th game of the World Series. Fingers throws him a good fastball on the outside corner. Strike 1. Concepcion might have been looking for that sweeping curve of Fingers that he usually gives the right-handers. Now he comes back, and it's another fastball grounded to the right side. Dick Green is there, up with it, throws over to Hegan, and there are 2 out. 2 out in the last of the 9th. Bando, Duncan, Fingers can hardly contain themselves as Darrell Chaney, a switch hitter, comes up. Chaney, of course, will bat from the left side. He has been up 7 times without a base hit in the World Series. And despite the fact that a right-hander, Odom, started today, Sparky Anderson went with Concepcion at shortstop, a right-hander, rather than Chaney, who can swing from the left side. Dick Williams is up, holding on to the railing. Williams was in a World Series as a player. He managed the Red Sox in '67. Both other appearances, he was a loser. Today, he would like to win. Chaney up in this 3-2 game. Fingers back, throws a fastball, fouled off to the left. Strike 1. A's lead it by a run. They came in without Darrell Knowles, their good left-handed reliever, and more importantly, without Reggie Jackson, their slugging cleanup batter and center fielder. They have extended the Reds to 7 games. The Reds were heavily favored. Breaking pitch. It is hit Cheney. He takes first base. And it brings up Pete Rose. The man who started the rally in the 8th inning, the man who has had 8 straight 300 years, the man who led the major leagues in hits with 198, Pete Rose, will get his swings as a breaking pitch from Fingers hit Cheney on the foot. And Cheney is still hobbling around at first base. Rose is up. Joe Morgan comes out on deck with 2 out in a 3-2 ball game in the last of the 9th. And now the Reds and their fans will remember that against the Pirates in the last of the 9th, they were down by a run and won it. Dick Williams comes out to talk to Rollie Fingers. As Monty Moore, who departed for the Oakland dressing room, told us, Fingers is the type of man who needs a lot of encouragement. He needs to be told the situation. Now Vida Blue is down in the bullpen. If Blue comes in, Rose will swing around to the right side of the plate. Pete is a better hitter from the left side of the plate. So the question, I am sure that Williams is saying, can you get him out? With Morgan on deck, this may be Fingers' last man to face. Either the ball game is over or Morgan comes up and Vida Blue comes in. But we also remember that Morgan hits left-handers very well. So, even with 2 out in the last of the 9th, the wheels continue to turn, and hold up, this series isn't over yet. Rose steps in. He is 2 for 4 today and has made great contact all 4 times. The other 2 were driven deep to the center field wall. Fly ball, deep left field. Rudy goes back. The other warning track is there. The World Series is over. And on one pitch, Rose is out. And the underdog Oakland Athletics win their first championship since they were in Philadelphia in 1930. Fingers is mobbed. And the Cincinnati Reds fans, a record crowd of better than 56,000, are absolutely stunned by the fact that the underdog A's, without Reggie Jackson, have taken the big red machine of the National League. And they did it in 7 games. And so one record is intact. No club has ever lost the first 2 games at home and then come back to win a World Series. Only 5 clubs have been down 3-1 and come back to win a World Series. And the Reds fell short in another exciting game. The A's win it 3-2. Crushed, wet, broken, lost. That's a match for you. And that's why now there's Cricket, the new disposable butane lighter by Gillette. It's light, rugged, and reliable. The Cricket lighter is good for thousands of lights, which means it lasts for months. Time after time, light after light, Cricket gets the job done. In Midnight Black or Fire Red, it's more than a match for any lighting problem. Cricket, the new disposable butane lighter by Gillette. Only $1.49. Is it on with them? Dick Williams is out on the Oakland A's dugout roof along with his wife, and his wife is in tears. They are kissing one another. Williams, as a player, Williams as a manager, had never won a World Series. His A's have upset the highly favored Cincinnati Reds. The A's got a run in the first inning on a 3-base error by Bobby Tolan. He was driven home by Gene Tennis, who winds up the top RBI man of this 1972 World Series with 9. In the 5th inning, Cincinnati tied it up. A double by Perez, and then a long sacrifice fly by Hal McRae deep to the center field wall tied it at 1-1. In the 6th inning, Campaneris led off with a single. He was sacrificed to second. Rudy grounded out, and with 2 out and a man down at second base, Gene Tennis doubled in the go-ahead run, and Bando followed with what proved to be the game-winning RBI. In the 8th inning, the Reds made it close. Rose led off with a single. Morgan doubled him to third, and on a sacrifice fly by Perez, Rose scored. It was 3-2. Monty Moore is down in the Oakland A's dressing room right now. And let's go down and join Monty.
What was the greatest thrill you had in the whole series? Anything individually? Not really. Just winning it right today. That's the biggest thrill of my life right there. Well, Gino, nobody ever had a much better series than you had. Congratulations to you. Thank you very much.
I don't know if you'd heard, let me hold you here a second, that you were voted, it sounds like, the most valuable player by Sport Magazine. You're going to get that Dodge Charger.
Thank you.
Have you heard that?
Definitely. Drive that back to Ohio, huh? Gino, thank you very much. Rollie, you have just done an unbelievable job time after time in the playoffs against Detroit. You went in, runners at first and third, nobody down, you got out of it. Runners at first and third, 1 out, you got out of it. You've never been in a bigger jam than here today. What did you say to yourself? I just trying to find 6 outs in my glove when I went in there. That's all. And I tell you, I was tired yesterday, and I went out there today. I didn't think I could go two innings. when I was throwing, I felt bad. And I got out there, and all of a sudden everything started clicking together. My slider was breaking, and I was throwing my fastball right where I wanted to. Riley, right before you made the pitch for the with runners at second and third after Bench stole, you had a 3-2 count. I noticed you took that ball 2 or 3 times and said something to yourself. Yeah, I was saying a little prayer out there. I tell you, I said a lot.
Monty, they're sneaking up behind you. You got Catfish Hunter behind you. I've got John Odom. Why don't you talk to Catfish first?
All right, Jim Hunter. You went in relief today. You've done a fantastic job through the playoffs and the series and great pressure pitching. You've got to be a happy man right now.
I am, Monty. I think I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life.
Was the pressure anything today like it was in the Detroit series to you?
I think it was more today. There's so much riding on and everything. And today I went out there. I didn't have real good stuff, but I made some pitches that they should hit out of the ballpark, but luckily they didn't.
Jim, it seemed as though you were a little nervous for the first time I can ever remember when you came in. You had a little control problem, even made a wild pitch.
That's right, Monty. When you come out here, like, you got to make the pitch. And I was just a little bit nervous, but we won. That's all that counts.
Nice going, Catfish. Thank you very much.
All right, and we'll have more highlights of today's 7th and deciding World Series game right after this message.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. Yeah, yeah. Na, na, na.
We think a cold medicine's real job is helping you feel better. Not just at night, but all the time. So, we make Contact with 600 tiny time pills in each capsule to help your sneezing, runny nose, even nasal congestion up to 12 hours. Contact helps relieve all these soggy symptoms all night tonight while you sleep, then all day tomorrow. That's why we say, don't ask a cold tablet or nighttime liquid to do Contact's job. They can't. Take Contact early.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to Contact.
Number 1 in the whole world.
Well, the first game of this 1972 World Series was won on the 2 home runs by Gene Tennis, and that was a Major League World Series first. Any player coming up his first 2 times in a World Series ever and hitting home runs. Tennis did it to win that ball game 3-2. The second game also went to the A's 2-1. That was won on the home run by Joe Rudy, and that was Catfish Hunter's first World Series win. He was the winner here today. After a rain delay, as we moved to the West Coast, we finally got started again on a Wednesday afternoon. And Odom and today's starting pitcher Jack Billingham, and he pitched superbly today, hooked up in quite a ball game. And there was only 1 run scored. That came in the 7th inning of that ball game. Perez led off with a single, sacrificed to second. Geronimo's single to center field scored him, despite the fact that Perez had fallen down. He still scored to make it 2-1 Oakland. In the 4th game, that was a game in which Holtzman started. And again, it was a ball game won by those Cincinnati Reds, who came up with 2 runs in the 8th inning. Morgan walked, and Tolan doubled him long. Tolan scored both Morgan and Menke, or make that Concepcion, with the winning runs in that ball game, and that made it 2-2. In the 4th game, it was 3-2 again. That was the ball game in which Catfish Hunter started. Jim McLaughlin started for the Cincinnati Reds, and they used everybody inside in that ball game, and that was won by Cincinnati 5-4. That made it 3-2. We came back here, and it was 8-1 in yesterday's Laffer after the 7th inning, in which 10 men went to bat. And Cincinnati came in here with what everybody called the momentum. But Cincinnati's Bobby Tolan, who had been a star in the last 3 games with 6 RBIs, aired on Manguel's line drive to center field. That set up the first unearned run. And then the second run was driven in the 6th by Tennis, his 9th RBI. Sal Bando got the game-winning double also in the 6th inning. And then Raleigh Fingers, who had been guilty in a game out on the coast of trying to play a pop bunt into a double play, came back and got his 2nd save of the series today. Hunter is the winning pitcher. Pedro Bourbon is the losing pitcher. And the score winds up as the series began with an Oakland win by the score of 3-2, and that's the World Series, the first since 1930 for an athletics team. That encompasses the old Philadelphia A's. They moved on to Kansas City in the mid-50s and in the late 60s out to Oakland. And for the first time in history, the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Area has a professional Major League champion. In football, in hockey, in basketball, in any sport, the Oakland A's win today. Charles O'Finley goes back, realizing he has brought back a championship for the first time to the Bay Area. Oakland wins the World Series. Our producer from NBC New York has been Len Dillon. Dan Hozak was our engineer out of WMAQ Chicago. And gentlemen, we thank you both. This broadcast has been authorized under broadcast rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of the game without the express consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. Now from Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, Ohio, this is Jim Simpson. Thanks to Monty Moore, the voice of the Oakland Athletics, and Al Michaels, the voice of the Cincinnati Reds, for their help. The deciding game of the 1972 World Series has been brought to you by the Anderson Company, makers of Anco windshield wiper products for your better driving visibility. Delta, the airline run by professionals. Delta flies to 99 great places in the Western Hemisphere, and Delta's ready when you are. The Gillette Company and their new Cricket disposable butane lighter. And by Chrysler Corporation, extra care and engineering. Your host today, your local Dodge dealer. The final score in the final game of the 1972 World Series. Oakland wins the game and the series. Today's score, 3-2. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
Baseball is brought to you on
NBC Monitor News brought to you by State Farm Life. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Now, here is Lee McCarthy.
Gene Tennis drove in 2 runs, and Raleigh Fingers pitched out of an 8th-inning jam Sunday today as the Oakland A's beat the Cincinnati Reds 3-2 and won the World Series. A's manager Dick Williams was there for the presentation of the trophy.
Listen, I saw one of those 5 years ago, and I'm sure happy to see my captain holding it right now because I had one other shot at it. That's a beautiful thing, and it belongs right here. And I'm not taking anything away from Cincinnati. They're great.
An excited Oakland A's manager Dick Williams. The winning pitcher was Raleigh Fingers. The loser, Pedro Babon. The score again, Oakland 3, Cincinnati 2. President Nixon has repeated his stand on amnesty for draft dodgers and war deserters. In a paid political Veterans Day radio speech, Mr. Nixon said he will not make a mockery of the sacrifices of veterans by offering amnesty or by surrendering to the enemy. Mr. Nixon said he has surpassed his goal of placing 1 million veterans in jobs or training programs. The Harris poll out this weekend shows President Nixon leading Senator McGovern 59% to 34% in the presidential preference of voters. But in an appearance on the NBC News program Meet the Press, the poll taker said there's still time to turn things around. Paul Duke reports from Washington.
Pollster Lou Harris said President Nixon is headed for a landslide victory unless there is a shift in voter sentiment during the next 2 weeks. He said this possibility could not be ruled out because several things are now helping Senator McGovern.
66% of the voters feel that Senator McGovern is right to emphasize the so-called profiteering on the wheat deal with Russia. We find 61% feel that Senator McGovern is right to charge close ties between the Nixon administration and big business. And finally, we do find that the Watergate episode is beginning to take some hold, and we find it's making some dents into Mr. Nixon now.
But Harris said McGovern still has a major problem in that a majority of voters have more confidence in President Nixon to deal with the country's difficulties. Paul Duke, NBC News, Washington.
A Turkish airliner with 81 persons aboard was hijacked to Sofia, Bulgaria by 4 armed men. The pilot and the passenger were wounded by gunfire. They and 2 women with children were permitted to leave the plane. The remaining passengers and crew are still aboard. The hijackers are demanding now to be flown to Cuba. Earlier, they had demanded the release of a terrorist involved in the killing of an Israeli diplomat in Istanbul. Helicopters and skin divers attached to the U.S. 6th Fleet have joined in the search for survivors of the crash of an Olympic Airlines plane, which crashed into the sea near Athens with 53 persons aboard. 19 persons swam 500 yards to safety in choppy seas. The remaining 34 aboard the twin-engine turboprop are presumed dead, most of them trapped in the plane, which sank minutes after crashing. In Alaska, the search for the plane carrying House Majority Leader Hale Boggs and 3 others has shifted, with the news that the pilot may have headed for Sitka instead of Juneau. The pilot of the plane apparently had selected Sitka as an alternate landing site. The Boggs party has been missing since Monday, when the plane disappeared after taking off from Anchorage. The Big Four powers have announced they'll meet tomorrow to discuss the plans of East and West Germany to apply for admission to the United Nations. The hour's top story, presidential advisor Henry Kissinger has had 2 meetings today with South Vietnam's President Thieu and one with Premier Lon Nol in Cambodia in an effort to arrange a Vietnam peace settlement. Lee McCarthy, NBC News.
Listen on the hour for NBC Monitor News.